The Metro Stars select Josma Altidore.
Josie Altidore!
Columbus Crew select forward Justin Miron.
Number one pick in this year's draft, Jack Harrison. That is gorgeous.
Seattle have selected midfielder Christian Roldan. Atlanta United select midfielder Julian Gressel.
You're looking live at McCormick Place in Chicago, the site of the MLS SuperDraft 2019, presented by Adidas. Today, the dream becomes reality for the best college players in the country. A little more than a month after Atlanta United lifted MLS Cup, we're back. 24 teams on the draft floor, getting ready for 48 picks and an inevitable blockbuster trade or two. All the selections, all the rumors, all the breaking news and reaction from Chicago coming your way over the next 4 hours. Speaking of buzz, trades are already flying. MLSsoccer.com's own Sam Stachel reported this morning that the number 1 pick could be on the move. The number 5 pick is rumored to be moving as well. FC Cincinnati own number 1 for now at least, but LAFC and others are reportedly lurking as supporters from the Queen City prepare for their big moment. Who could be taking number 1? Well, maybe Frankie Amaya, the US U20 thrived in year 1 at UCLA, and he burst onto the scene in a big way in the last 18 months. Saeed Haji could be an option as well. The 19-year-old is at VCU, a US U20. Additionally, and then Tejan Buchanan is another option. The Canadian winger / forward out of Syracuse is extremely talented, if a little bit raw. Welcome to the New York City studios. I am Andrew Wiebe, joined by two guys you know very, very well. Taylor Twellman, Bobby Warshaw, both number 1 picks. We got a lot to talk about today. Trades, blockbusters, draft picks, everything else going on. But first, the occasion. What does it mean? What did it mean for you on this day? What does it mean for those kids?
It's a long time ago.
Look, chisel it in stone. That's where the history's written.
It's a long time ago. First off, Matt Doyle, we know you're at home. You're dealing with SARS, pneumonia, whatever you got. We miss you, buddy, and I'll do my best to fill in for you. Mixed emotions. You know, you're nervous about where you're going to go. You're excited about having your family there. You're also excited for your family to celebrate in there. But for me, again, it was a long time ago. The league was a lot different. I was forced into the MLS SuperDraft as a pro of 2.5 years. So I had a chip on my shoulder. But I remember that day thinking, am I really going to Boston? I've been there ever since. A lot can happen, but your life will change today no matter what.
Tell you what, there is no grudge like a professional athlete grudge, is there?
I still have it.
For all these kids, you will never live another day like MLS SuperDraft. You wake up in the morning and you have no idea where your life is going to go. And it might be for 2 months, it might be for 2 years, it might be for 25 years like Taylor, still living in Boston. And then you get there and they guide you behind the rope into the section that only the players can go into. And then Don Garber gets up there and your heart is pounding out of your chest. And then Don Garber says your name and you go up, and I actually remember what happened from there. It was a total blur. All I know is 3 or 4 hours later, I looked at my phone, hundreds and hundreds of messages.
We didn't have cell phones back then.
Yeah, right? From anyone I had ever met. It is just a special day. And I wish I was.
Yeah, but in your book, you didn't like going to Dallas, did you?
Well, that's another conversation. But the day is cool.
The day is cool. The day is cool. The future, that's to be determined. But for 48 players today, they will learn their destiny as it pertains to Major League Soccer. The top 5 picks go as follows right now: FC Cincinnati, San Jose, Orlando, FC Dallas, and Chicago. Though there are reports per Sam Stachel and Paul Tenorio at the Athletic that is going to move. As you look at this draft and the expectations that we should have for it, set the stage for me a little bit. What should people think as this progresses, as players move, as there are trades? How much does it matter in this day and age, Taylor?
It always matters, because tell Atlanta United with Tata Martino that it doesn't matter when you go get a Julian Gressel, right? It's different in the discussion of saying, well, the MLS SuperDraft has no bearing. Well, it does, because you don't have 50 MLS clubs in every state. So some of these kids got to find a way to go find a place to play. To say you're going to build your team out of the draft, well, that's naive, because that's not what's going to happen. But you're going to find a Julian Gressel. And any of us 2 years ago that would have said, I'm not sure about that pick. Look at what Julian Gressel did coming after Miles Robinson. There's players to be had to build your roster. It's up to you as a franchise, and it's up to you as a coach to make the most of it. But as players, all you ask for is one opportunity. And if there's only one player to come out of this draft, and you're that's all you ask for. None of the players care about what Bobby says, what I say, what you say, saying the super draft has no more meaning. hey, get out of here. It has meaning for them because they get an opportunity to prove themselves.
Has a lot of meaning. We're waiting for the number 1 pick. FC Cincinnati will be on the clock very, very soon. Their first year in MLS coming right up. But we're not just holding things down from the studio. Dave Goss will join us fashionably late in a little bit. But on the draft floor, Kaylin Carr and Susanna Collins are our eyes and ears. Let's go back out to Chicago.
Hey everybody, Susanna Collins and Kaylin Carr coming at you from Chicago for the 2019 MLS SuperDraft. A crazy, crazy busy day here. We have coaches, players, fans, and Kaylin, I know you have some pretty special memories from draft day.
Yeah, well, this is where it all began for me, getting drafted by the Chicago Fire, and a real camaraderie amongst my draft class of 06, shout out. A lot of them are still playing in MLS. Sasha and Dax went 4 and 5 in the draft. Josie Altidore, of course, was 18 years old at the time, and then you have Kai Kamara and Damoduro still playing. My mom had to tie Kai and my ties, so we were pretty young, but the beginning of a big opportunity for this next class here to begin their MLS career. Special day.
Awesome. Well, yeah, certainly an exciting day and a busy day, and we have our eyes and ears at MLSsoccer.com. Sam Stejskal on the ground. Let's hear from him.
Thanks, Susanna. I'll be here checking in from the draft all day long, giving you the latest updates, information. Obviously, from the top, we've got FC Cincinnati currently holding on to the number 1 pick. They have received interest from several other teams in moving up for the number 1 pick, one of those teams including LAFC. But I'm told if anyone wants to grab that spot from them, it's going to take a king's ransom. At this point, expect Cincinnati to hang on to that pick and expect them to tank Frankie Amaya out of UCLA, U.S. under-20 midfielder, generation Adidas signing. He's interesting young prospect, number 8, number 10, right there in the central midfield. Could have potential sell-on value in the future. Obviously, Cincinnati don't have a lot of attacking pieces, so he fits a need somewhat immediately as well. That's the latest here. We'll see how it changes before Cincinnati makes that pick.
All right, thank you, Sam. Frankie Amaya seems to be the consensus from Sam and everybody else reporting on the draft floor right now. A Generation Adidas player has been taken every single year number 1 since 2003. So this is a long-standing trend. The rumor is LAFC might want to move up. Other teams sniffing around. Maybe the Rapids going up to number 5. What happens for Cincinnati? What are they going through right now? What are they thinking about, Bobby?
My mind wouldn't be blown if they take any of the Generation Adidas picks, but with that said, I would be very confused if they don't take Frankie Amaya, because I think there's 3 ways you can look at this number 1 pick. You can find a player that can help you for the next year, but I'm not sure that player's in the draft. The second thing is you can draft on potential, someone who can turn into a star. And the third thing, which is a little bit new to Major League Soccer with this draft, is you take an asset. You take someone whose value will rise as they become a professional, then you move that player on and you get the transfer fee to then use in the future for your club.
You can see FC Cincinnati here weighing some offers, I am sure. They have 7 draft picks in the first 2 rounds. If you saw the news, they basically took every single pick from the Philadelphia Union. We are getting started, though. Commissioner Don Garber is taking the stage right now. Head out to Chicago.
Including a special announcement today. Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon to all, and welcome to the 2019 Major League Soccer SuperDraft presented by Adidas. For the first time in our history, the draft is being held here in Chicago, the home of the Chicago Fire. And we have some Fire fans here today. And as Dan mentioned, for the 17th consecutive year, going back to Kansas City in '03, we're pleased to partner once again with the United Soccer Coaches Association by having our draft take place in conjunction with the annual convention that's here this week. There's no doubt that the majority of young men that will be selected by our clubs were deeply impacted by the coaches that are here this week, here in Chicago for the convention. So I'd like to thank the entire soccer coaching community, from the grassroots coaches to high school coaches in college, and clearly to the MLS professional coaches, for everything that they do to grow this game and to make our country a great soccer nation. I've thought a lot very recently about the impact of a great coach can have on one's playing career. No matter what level they're playing, their advice, their support, their friendship, their mentorship, their leadership of a dedicated coach is so important to the development of a young player. And the entire soccer coaching community lost a very dear friend who represented all of those great qualities when he passed away just this year. Ziggy Schmidt is the winningest coach in our league's history. And as you all know, he passed away on Christmas Day. It was a sad day, a terribly sad day for his family, for everyone in the soccer community who Ziggy touched throughout his great life, throughout his coaching career and throughout his family life, including so many people here in this room, from our coaches to our ex-players who are now coaches, and to many of our fans who were touched by Ziggy's leadership. After incredible success during his 19th season with UCLA and with U.S. Soccer, Ziggy joined the Galaxy in 1998, becoming an important part of our league in our very early days. From Los Angeles to Columbus to Seattle, Ziggy led his clubs to multiple championships, including 2 MLS Cups and 5 Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cups. Well, there's been a lot of recognition of his success on the field these past few weeks. It's also very heartwarming to see the tributes about his kindness, about his great qualities as a father, as a husband, and as a mentor to young players. And I've always believed that you can't intentionally create a history for a sport. It takes special people, and it takes memorable moments. Ziggy was one of those special people, and we are deeply, deeply sad of his passing. We're indebted for everything that he did to help us become a league not only on the rise, but also one that has earned the respect of the broader soccer community. For all those reasons and for more, today I'd like to announce that the MLS Coach of the Year Award will be forever known as the Ziggy Schmidt Coach of the Year Award. Thank you, Ziggy. This year, we will launch our newest club, FC Cincinnati. It will also feature the opening of a beautiful new stadium in the Twin Cities when Minnesota United hosts NYFC on April 13th in Allianz Field in their club's home opener. Allianz will be our 20th soccer stadium built or transformed for the sport, with 4 more stadiums coming on in the next few years. For the young men over here who are about to be drafted and selected in our SuperDraft, it's a time that they and their families will never forget. I want to welcome all the potential draftees and their families for joining us today and making Major League Soccer your league of choice. This is a special moment for all of you, for your families, for our league, and for the United States and Canada. Many of the players that are currently playing in the U.S. national team camp in California, NYFC's Jonathan Lewis, Walker Zimmerman, and Toronto FC's Michael Bradley and Alex Bono, just to name a few, all stood on this stage to begin their professional careers in Major League Soccer. The next chapter of your lives start today. For 23 years, the MLS SuperDraft has served as the inception of the professional careers for thousands of young players just like all of you. We all know how hard you worked to get here, the sacrifices that you and your families made. So for you and your families, I wish you the best of luck. No matter how you're taking on this exciting event, whatever media platform you're watching it on or here live, sit back, have some fun, and enjoy today's MLS SuperDraft. Thank you.
A legend who never acted like a legend. Ziggy Schmidt, now honored with the Coach of the Year Award. The Ziggy Schmidt Coach of the Year Award from now until forever, as Commissioner Don Garber said. I think a fitting honor, guys. 2 times he won this, 1999, 2008. Of course, a couple MLS Cup wins, US Open Cup wins, but it's not just the coaching, Bobby. It's how he affected people, and I count myself fortunately among them.
His resume from the soccer end speaks for itself. There's so many things that I'm not sure any one person can remember how many trophies he won as a coach. But you're exactly right, Andrew. It's who he was as a person. And despite how much he won, he would never let you know it. You wouldn't guess it from a conversation with him. He wasn't talking down to anyone. He just wanted to talk soccer. He wanted to share the soccer community with anyone that would want to come in. And like you said, anyone that had a chance to spend time with him left liking him more than they did before.
And so many of us in the U.S. soccer community were impacted by Ziggy Schmidt. Since 1998, I either played for him, played against him, worked with him, and then often talked about soccer away from it. But what it goes understated, guys, is that he was a real gentleman off the field. And when you have a resume like his, you sit there and say, okay, great, that's a resume. But make no mistake about it, he was a real man. I remember him playing at UCLA against my father back in college soccer and even some of my uncles. So the reality is Ziggy Schmidt impacted this community far more so than he did just by winning games. And he's going to be sorely missed.
Rightful honor for him. Passed away tragically on Christmas Day, 2018. We miss you, Siggy. This honor is for you right now. You think about his career, UCLA, the U20s, a lot of coaches, general managers, front office folks in the league right now got their start under Siggy Schmidt in some of those positions. Then to the LA Galaxy, Columbus Crew SC, of course the Seattle Sounders, and back to LA. What a fitting tribute for him. Now, some news for you. The draft has officially started. FC Cincinnati are on the clock. They have 4 minutes to make a selection. Every single team gets one timeout. That timeout is 5 minutes long in case you want to make a trade, make some moves, keep that discussion going. That is your option. 2 timeouts cannot be used back to back. There's been a little bit of rumbling that this pick could move, especially with FC Cincinnati spending up to $200K in GAM to get all of the Union's picks. Let's take a look at the possible selections because, as I said, Generation Adidas is the odds-on favorite here. 7 players signed to GA contracts. Bobby, what sort of options do FC Cincinnati have right here?
There's 3 names you should specifically look at. The first is in the top left, Tajon Buchanan out of Syracuse. He's the player that most coaches think has the highest upside, his pace, his ability to run at players 1v1, to stretch the field. The second is in the top right, J.J. Williams out of Kentucky. He just has an athleticism that very few strikers in the country can offer. And the third is Frankie Amaya, 18-year-old out of UCLA. If I were to make this pick, I would take Amaya. 1, because he fills a need for Cincinnati, but as we'll talk about often in this draft, that might not be enough in 2019 in Major League Soccer, but what Frankie Amaya offers is the asset. He's probably going to the Under-20 World Cup in Poland with the U.S. this summer. He also could potentially become a domestic player in Liga MX, and as we all know, Liga MX throws around the cash sometimes buying players. So for the balance of what he can offer your team in the short term and the potential value if he does transfer later coming into your club.
Literally over the last 45 seconds, FC Cincinnati, their general manager, their brass have been approached by a very lucrative deal that not only would give them the money back from which they traded to the Philadelphia Union. And for those of you watching at home, that is John Thornton of LAFC. All signs are pointing at Frankie Amaya, no matter who takes this pick, because of the asset in the under-20s. Judging by John Thornton's facial expressions, I've known John since he was 12. I'm not sure he likes that deal, but right now there are 2 teams, namely LAFC and Chicago Fire, that desperately want Frankie Amaya.
And one thing we should point about LAFC is that they had experience flipping players last season. They brought in Omar Gaber in preseason. They ended up flipping him for a pretty hefty sum about midseason. They also sold Laurent Simon. They understand this idea of taking players as an asset and then getting money off.
But it's also a roster compliant player.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. And FC Cincinnati has to be extremely careful here. You've signed 11 USL players, if you count Adi and Alashi, to your roster. They have to take a roster compliant player, or they've got to trade it and get back some of that allocation money. Yes, of course, it's a GA player, but for me, the only asset in this draft is Frankie Amaya at the moment. I'm not saying he's the best player, and I'm also not saying he's going to be the best player. But right now, in this moment, FC Cincinnati has to be extremely calculated on how much allocation money they get back. Because, Andrew, you said it best this morning. $150,000 general allocation money is a legit starter in our league. So the reality is that you've just traded that away for what? Hoping? You've got to be extremely smart with this pick.
What's your return going to be? You see here the FC Cincinnati draft table. Birding, Sassano, Alan Koch, and the like discussing this trade, trying to figure out what might happen. 30 seconds left. We may see a timeout here. That's very, very likely in a scenario like this.
Did they get the timeout from Philly, too? Did they have like
that's a good question. I'm not sure about the answer for that one. They got everything else. They cleaned house at the Union. Ernst Tanner said, you know what, we got better in our academy that we can figure out. If you're thinking Frankie Amaya, he is a local guy. Went to UCLA. Padiadores is where he played his club soccer. He's a little bit of a late bloomer as well. A guy that wasn't really on the radar for the youth national teams until March 2018, got into the U19s, pushed into the U20s, and now has a much bigger profile.
And Andrew, to the best part, he wasn't an LA Galaxy fan. He was actually an LAFC fan. Talk about late blooming. He's got into Major League Soccer late with that. But keep in mind, Bob Bradley, a coach like that, pulls off Frankie Amaya. Timeout tells you right now that FC Cincinnati has an offer, and I'm being told it's more than the allocation money they traded to Philadelphia. They've got a real legit decision to be had, and they haven't even played a game yet in Major League Soccer.
You hear the boos there. That's because the folks wanted #1 pick to be announced in Chicago. They'll have to wait perhaps 5 minutes for this. That is the timeout time. 4 minutes duration of the timeout. So we're waiting right now to see what happens. To give you some context here about that #1 overall pick, has not been traded since 2016. That was Jack Harrison. That was moved by the Chicago Fire in exchange for Brandon Vincent at the #4 and some allocation money. 2014, Andre Blake, Philadelphia Union moved up. 2013, Andrew Farrell, New England moved up. He is one of the guys who became an MLS All-Star out of that #1 pick slot. There are 5 of them. Maurice Adu, back in 2007, was Rookie of the Year along with Kyle Larin.
This is an incredibly complex pick at the top, and one of the themes we heard down at the winter meetings that a lot of teams were perfectly fine not being in the top tier because they didn't have the pressure. And what does that pressure mean? It means, as Taylor mentioned earlier, when you have the #1 pick, there isn't a thought from your fan base, from the average fan that reads the newspaper in your city, that you're going to take a big-time player, that you're going to take a guy that can help right away. FC Cincinnati coming into the league, they want to show their fans that they're a real player. Can they sell, hey, we didn't pick this guy for 2019. We actually picked him to move him on to a new club. Does that work in their market? But at the same time, Jeff Bearding and Luke Sassano have to make the right decision for what helps them on the field. So these are the conversations they're having at that
If it is LAFC, though, Bob Bradley's bet on his ability to develop young players. Our good friend Matt Doyle just sent me that text, and he's 100% right. Think about it. Gavin, McGee, Michael Bradley, DeMarcus Beasley, etc. Amaya is the youngest player in the draft. However, there is one other player that LAFC has been looking at in this draft that may throw a curveball to all of this, and that, to me, says LAFC wants a roster-compliant player, a Generation Adidas player. They just lost Benny Feilhaber. So does Amaya fit into that core group of players, right, and say whatever? Or is it Haji?
It's a question mark.
Right?
Look,
There's a lot of things here they can do if LAFC gets it.
They've got Lee Wynn in that midfield. They've got Andre Horta. They've got Carlos Vela. They've got Mark Anthony Kaye perhaps coming back from injury. We'll see when that happens. They don't have any rush for any of these players, and that's nice. They also have projects. Shaft Brewer is another one of those projects that Bob Bradley took on. And remember, they traded the #1 overall pick from last year, which they owned as well, in Jean Moutinho. Moved him on to Orlando City in exchange for El Munir. So some question marks here about what they're looking to do. But you see, once again, John Thorrington chatting with the FC Cincinnati draft table. Something's going on here.
Taylor, I disagree. I don't think LAFC would take this pick and take Frankie Amaya to play them. I think that these are experts in the idea of the world market, how to use a player, not just for what he offers you on the field, but for what he can give you off the field. And
when did I say you? I didn't say they were going to play him right away.
You're talking about developing him.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to develop him in order to sell him. You have to.
But not if we get him on the field a few minutes this year, and sure, he makes that U20 team, and then he blossoms into
but Bobby, you're acting like a player doesn't have to play in order to get his value. If he doesn't play for the under-20s, and you're assuming Amaya starts for every under-20s, that's not the case. My money's on Bob Bradley being able to develop a young player, but to say he doesn't have to play in order to develop him, I don't understand what you're talking about.
I think this is, if you get Frankie Amaya, I think it's an 18th-month play where you get him and you try and flip him in 18 months.
Well, the under-20 World Cup is in, what, 7 months?
Right.
So in 18 months, you want a player to sit on the bench, not play and develop? That's going to be a tough one, dude.
He goes to the World Cup this summer. He might have to go on loan to Mexico to get his domestic citizenship there, so he's a domestic player. And then that opens up a brand new market of where he can go.
How about FC Cincinnati? Let's just
wheeling and dealing. Wheeling and dealing. They have not been
by the way.
They made the deal with LAFC, by the way, earlier. One that had been set, an expansion draft pick. They got 175, basically in exchange for not taking Steven Beitashour for that. There is word that the pick is in. You see those relaxed faces at the FC Cincinnati table. And now we do have the news that Commissioner Don Garber is headed to the podium. Let's go to Chicago.
With the first pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, FC Cincinnati select from the University of California of Los Angeles, and a member of the 2019 Generation Adidas class, midfielder Frankie Amaya. And the San Jose Earthquakes are now on the clock.
All that for that.
San Jose on the
All
clock. Hey,
that
look.
for that.
Hey. It could still change. 2016, Jack Harrison was the first #1 pick to be taken. And remember, he got scarfed by the Chicago Fire, and then he got flipped. That was the first time that had ever happened. So don't say right now that this can't happen. If Frankie Amaya was the guy for LAFC, they still got some time to make a deal. But what a special moment for the young man. His quote, "It really is shocking how much my life has changed since January." Everything has changed for this kid. As I said, a late arriver on the U.S. national team scene, scored his first U20 goal in 2018 against France. A winner, 1-0, with Zinedine Zidane in attendance. Here it is, being presented. What do you make of this pick right now for FC Cincinnati? Let's say they keep it, Bobby.
Absolutely the smart pick. Most people who watched him throughout his youth career and his college career thought that he was the best overall soccer player available, the most likely to go into an MLS team and help in 2019 in whatever framework that is. He's very good on the ball. He's calm in possession. There's questions about what his best position is as a pro, but we'll find out.
Wow, there's a lot of people here, huh? Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to start off by saying I'm a kid from Santa Ana, California. Where do I begin? Thank you. This is what I can't wait for. Look at these amazing fans over here. I've dreamed it all since I was young. I never really believed in talent. I've worked hard my whole life. That's what got me to this point. Without all this hard work, I wouldn't be where I am right now. Nobody in this room would know who I am. I want to thank FC Cincinnati for believing in me and taking the chance. And I also want to thank MLS, Generation Adidas, and Mike Garland, and everybody at Pro Sport for making all this happen. I also want to thank 4 particular teams, Santa Ana FC. That was my whole childhood. That's where I grew up. I want to thank everybody at Patty Doors, all the staff and coaches and teammates. I spent 4 years of my life there, and it was totally worth it. I also want to thank everybody at UCLA, all my teammates and coaches. Even though I only spent 1 year there, I had a blast there. That shaped me as a person, as a player. The last team I want to thank was the U.S. national team. That's where all the coaches there and all the teammates I had over the years. But that's where I think I got pushed the hardest. That's what made me the player I am. But lastly, I want to thank all my family back at home for all the support they've shown over the years. But especially I want to thank my mom and dad. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am. My mom and dad, they mean the world to me. I wouldn't be where I am, Sorry. I wouldn't be where I am without them, and they sacrificed so much so I could be here, and I just want to thank them for all that. I love them. I can't wait to get started. Look at these crazy fans. I love them already. And I just want to say, all glory to God, and let's trust the process and begin this new journey. Thank you.
Frankie Amaya, the 6th #1 overall pick out of UCLA. That is a record. That is double what the closest has, which would be Connecticut. It's the first time since 2013 and Andrew Farrell to the Revs that an American is taking #1 in the MLS SuperDraft, guys. Frankie Amaya going to FC Cincinnati. We believe that's where he'll stay, but you never know at the MLS SuperDraft.
It was his performance against Mexico in the Under-20 CONCACAF Championships that opened a ton of eyes. I still think at the international level and even at the next level, whether it's Major League Soccer in Europe, he's got to be more of a two-way player. And for all of you watching at home, I know you're going to say, well, guess what? Watch Liverpool, watch Man City, watch any team around the world. Your best attacking players, your creative number 10 likes, they still got to put in the work on the defensive side of things. but he's creative. He's got a chip on his shoulder to prove something. I like this if FC Cincinnati keeps him.
All right, San Jose are on the clock. Commissioner Don Garber is headed to the podium. Let's go back to Chicago. All right, the San Jose Earthquakes with the number 2 pick. Mateus Almeida has a decision to make here, as does Jesse Fiorinelli. Almeida, this is a little bit of a novelty for him, guys. First time he's done a super draft, a draft. I saw him at the Combine outside of his suite. He was taking pictures of the logo on the door.
So he didn't follow Boom Boom Chalise in his early Combine doing, so to speak.
He showed up for this one for sure.
And Almeida had a couple really interesting lines about the Combine and the draft, saying how much he appreciated the opportunity for these kids.
With the second pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the San Jose Earthquakes select from Virginia Commonwealth University. Also a member of the 2019 Generation Adidas class, midfielder Saeed Haji.
Saeed Haji turned 19 on December 1st, but he's a junior, spent 3 years in college, was in Division III before 2 years at Virginia Commonwealth. US U15, U17, U19 national team, now with the U20s, had a great college career, was an All-American according to Top Dryer Soccer. He says he sees himself as a connector, the guy who makes the final pass. He's got a great personal story as well. Somali refugee born in Kenya, then moved to the U.S. at 4. Bobby, what are San Jose getting in Saeed Haji?
A player who is very, very comfortable on the ball and someone that can make special moments happen. And he's also got a little bit of a change of pace. When he does get on it, here we see there's not many young players that you see with that skill, but he can also accelerate too. He can get by players. And if you look at what the San Jose Earthquakes need this year, it's both of those things. They need some skill out wide and some pace for players that can go 1v1.
2 GAs off the board immediately, 2 teenagers off the board immediately, Taylor. I think that says a little something about how teams are approaching this.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. That's what you have to do. They're roster compliant. They're basically a free player right now. So you look at it and say, okay, what's interesting for me about San Jose is when you look at their roster and what the future is going to hold, I'm intrigued about San Jose Earthquakes. When was the last time any of us said that? With all due respect, Chris Wondolowski, no offense, but the reality is I'm intrigued because Almeida's coming in and the foreign coaches that have come in and had success, a big part of that is Tato Martino. But when you look at Almeida coming in, what is he going to do? Is he going to play it the way he did Chivas? Many of us in Major League Soccer looked at it. I'm intrigued by San Jose. But the bigger intriguing team for me is this one right here, Orlando City, because they have had absolutely no idea what they've been doing over the last couple of seasons. They've got a great roster. When you look at the names of the roster, you're saying, wait a minute. There were 8, 22, and 4. They gave up how many goals last season? It's honestly remarkable when you look at with that fan base and that stadium, how in 2019 there's still a question mark about this franchise. I'm not saying they're going to right the ship here, but Bobby, when I look at Orlando City, they may be the only team in this draft that has to take a MLS ready player now, because they've got some holes to fill.
It's actually not even the fact that they need to be MLS ready. I think it's huge for the culture of that team. Because Taylor, we both know how important rookies can be to a locker room because they're so excited to be there. They have energy. They just want to be in that environment. And the word around Orlando is that they lost that last year, that it was the culture that was the first thing to go. So if they bring in the right rookie who not just can contribute, but can be the right guy in the locker room, and not only the other side of that, we both like seeing these rookies go into good places for them. If I am a rookie in this draft, I am begging my agent to get me on the phone with Orlando, because that's got to be the best place to go.
By the way, Chris Mueller, you saw there in the highlights, he was the biggest impact player of the SuperDraft last year in Orlando. 32 games played, 3 goals, 7 assists. Only 2 players taken in the first round played more than 1,000 minutes. That's he and Brandon By. Now, Orlando and Luis Muzzi were not very happy about something that went down in this draft. Patino, the forward at FIU, he was an Orlando City Academy player, did not have the time to become a homegrown. They filed a claim. They were not happy to have that claim denied. Would they go for that player here, despite the fact they just signed Benji Michel, another homegrown out of the college ranks, or do they go somewhere else? Where might they go, Bobby?
Santiago Patino, center striker, but he is a full-on center striker, and by my depth chart, they've already got at least 3 guys in that spot, and I'm not sure Patino's about to unseat Dwyer. This, to me, and one thing we haven't said yet, somehow we're 25, 30 minutes into the show, it's the year of the fullback. This draft is stocked with outside backs, and this is a team that needs at least a starter at right back and potentially depth on both sides. So I'd be surprised.
You were at the Combine, though, for a couple of days. I'll ask you right now, you get one player that's ready to play right now, and what position is that when MLS history has shown you?
You're exactly right. Center back, probably.
It's center back. And so when I look at Orlando City, Bobby, I see that and say, listen, if I'm going to take a player that I know can come in, to me, it may be center back. Now, GA helps this team because their salary cap situation is an absolute travesty, and they've got to figure that out. So the GA makes sense. But when you ask that question, it makes me think of Keegan Rosenberry, right? Why didn't he go to Philadelphia? They thought he was going to be a homegrown player. Then they ended up having to get him. You know what I mean? There's these situations that I hope Major League Soccer fixes them in the future, and they're going to. But I think you're taking a center back here.
Third pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft. Orlando City SC select from Florida International University.
There you go.
Forward, Santiago Patino.
And it's disappointing the fact that they now have to use this pick on
the number
a home
3
vote.
pick, by the way.
Right, number 3. But on the other hand, when I heard the comments, it almost said to you, wait a minute here.
They're going after him.
They're going after him because they were actually upset.
Right.
If they weren't upset, well, then they're basically telling you, you know what, we didn't really want Santiago. But this is another player that Bobby's right. If you look at the depth chart, you're like, I'm not totally sure they need him now.
You got Pino, you got Michel they just signed. Of course, you got Dom Dwyer in the middle. Santiago Patino, 15 goals as a junior, 12 as a senior. Big forward, more of a back-to-goal type. Is that right, Bobby?
That's right. Big, strong player, can hold players off, very good in the box. He might have the most present ability right now in the center striker pool. And one of the common themes amongst the coaches and the executives down at the winter meetings was, we want to take the best player available. We want to take the player that we feel is good enough to play in Major League Soccer, and we're going to find a way to get him on the field. But if you're wondering what would be the first reach of the 2019 SuperDraft, this was it. Nobody had Patino going this high, and I'm a little surprised for all the reasons you mentioned.
Great pedigree, though. You know, he's had uncles, played for the Colombian national team. It does raise the question, right, whether or not Dom Dwyer could be on the move. I don't think Dom Dwyer is on the move, but he could be on the market because that's the kind of player that actually has value and may get you out of salary cap. I don't think Patino is being drafted to come in and play right away, but it does raise the question. He is a GA player, correct?
Nope.
No.
Senior.
No, senior.
So,
Yeah.
right? So
Big
now all of a
question
sudden
mark
I'm
there.
asking the real question. You're now taking
Orlando
that player?
City B. I got to interrupt you right now
Okay.
because we're going back out to Chicago.
Okay.
Susanna Collins is with the number 1 overall pick, Frankie Amaya.
Frankie, the number 1 draft pick in the 2019 MLS SuperDraft. What went through your head when you heard your name called?
Honestly, I was just in shock. I worked my whole life for this, but it's a crazy moment, you know, just working so hard for this, and especially being the number 1. That's crazy to think about. I would just want to thank Cincinnati for believing in me and trusting me with this.
You got quite a reception from those Cincinnati fans. Welcome to Cincinnati, Chance. How excited are you to be a part of this team, their first year in MLS?
Yeah, they're a new team, so everything's going to be new, you know, and as you can see already, they're amazing, and without them, we wouldn't be who we are, you know?
You're 18 years old, the youngest player in this draft. Why was this the right time to go pro?
I thought I had enough exposure and I had enough exposure, and I wanted to really show what I could do, and I thought taking it to the next level would really increase my game and stuff like that.
Congratulations, you earned it.
So much.
Big moment for Frankie Amaya. Skillful player, powerful player despite short stature. We do need to clarify one thing, though, as we talk about Santiago Patino. Bobby, take this over right now because roster compliance is a big deal in this draft.
And one thing we keep on talking about are where do these players fit into your roster? Because MLS, just like almost any other American sports league, has roster rules. And we keep on talking about potentially taking GA players. Well, that's because they don't count against your salary cap, and you generally don't need to use a roster spot for them, at least for a year or two. Well, Santiago Patino, a senior, usually with seniors, they do count against your cap, and they do take a roster spot. But if you sign a contract before the draft, which is what Andrew mentioned, how Patino did sign a deal before the draft came out, then you can often switch them to your 21 to 25 spot. So this makes a little bit more sense from Orlando and where he fits.
So all of that basically is saying he is almost like a generation Adidas player.
And they're doing right by a homegrown kid who probably wants to stay in the area. You would think.
Yes.
Yeah,
He's gotta
but
be happy about
I
this
also
one.
think they rate him.
Yep. FC Dallas on the clock now. You can see it ticking down as we speak. Dallas has been successful in the Super Draft in the past. Of course, Luchi Gonzalez, the new head coach there, moving up from academy director. They've made a clear indication that they want to go with the kids. But as he told us on Extra Time Radio, they're going to have to find a way to monetize the academy and win at the first team level. Let's see who the pick is.
With the 4th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, FC Dallas select from the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, defender Callum Montgomery.
Callum Montgomery, center back out of Charlotte. He is a senior. He's 21 years old. He's from BC, Canada. Some good news for the Canadians in this draft. They found out before that they will be domestic players, so you don't take up an international spot. Again, coming back to roster compliance, that is a really big deal. Can play left center back. That's good news for FC Dallas and every single team in the league, by the way, looking for that position. A lot of people said he's the most pro-ready center back. Bobby, I think back to when I covered this Super Draft when they drafted Matt Hedges to replace George John, by the way. That worked out pretty well.
Well, they didn't actually replace Matt Hedges to replace George John. George, Ugo, Hemler were on the team. We had a Colombian. They drafted Matt Hedges 4th in the depth chart for the same reason they're drafting Callum Montgomery, because he's the best player available. He is the one that, if something does happen, he can come in. Because again, they already have 4 center backs on that team. He doesn't fit anywhere straight into that lineup, but Dallas wanted to take the best player available, and Callum Montgomery, like Patino as well, did sign a pre-draft contract when you think about where he fits into the roster spots.
Traditionally, center back slides right in and is the most MLS ready all year.
Why? I hear that all the time, but I want to know why that is.
Because of the style of play and the way the league is. But I was going to finish the statement, Andrew. I think times have changed. Because Joseph Martinez's of the world are in this league, and this league got a little bit younger up front. The one place that the league hasn't spent the money correctly in is on the defensive side of things. I get it. You're trying to sell your league and you're trying to move on. But eventually when the league grows and now you're buying real center backs, for me, that was Orlando City's pick. Because Callum Montgomery comes right into Orlando City. He's going to bring some stability. They should have gone with that pick, but because of the homegrown situation and whatnot with the pick beforehand, what I do love about FC Dallas, before we move on to Chicago Fire, I'm a huge fan of theirs now. Because what they've done is something that the rest of the world has done, is they looked at Luchi Gonzalez, former teammate of mine when we were younger, and said, you've been in the system. You've been here. You've done it. We want to reward you with success in the opportunity. What I mean by that is coaching is a craft. You have to learn it. How often have we said in Major League Soccer, guys getting their first job and they're head coaches of the first team? Luchi's been around. He's rolled up his sleeves. He's been in that community. Bravo, FC Dallas, for starting a trend that I think needs to come to Major League Soccer. And I think Luchi's going to be successful and surprise some people.
It's going to benefit him, too, seeing it on the other side. He's a head coach now. He's got to worry about results. He's got to say, hey, you know what? These guys are good enough to impact the team.
Plus, they want their
now.
academy to...
Sure, but he can relate to that guy down below who's trying to produce players to him, and he can relate to the players. And a lot of the players they need to step up this year, or they'd like to, if you want to monetize, Paxton Pomykal, Brandon Servania, maybe Jesus Ferreira, this new crop of kids that need to push up into that first team.
You know what position all those kids you mentioned play? They're attackers. FC Dallas did not need an attacker. Their academy has plenty of players farther up the field. Where they don't have those guys is in the center of defense. So when you talk about who FC Dallas are, we can't spend 4 minutes on Dallas without using the word homegrown and academy. And how can you use the draft that fits in with who you are as a club and not blocking your academy kids, which is what they're doing here. Which is what they're not doing, is blocking.
Callum's got to get, though, at the next level, as did Matt Hedges. I described Matt Hedges in the Super Draft. He looked like a deer getting out of a car, but you never could get by him. And credit to Matt Hedges, because he's turned it into a heck of a career because he got better with the ball. You don't have to be Pirlo with the ball at your feet. You don't need to be John Stones, but you got to be better with the ball at your feet. Montgomery, he's got to get a little bit better with the ball at his feet at the next level.
All right, pick number 5 coming right up, the Chicago Fire.
We have our first trade to announce. It's a trade between the Colorado Rapids and the Chicago Fire. The Chicago Fire have traded the 5th overall pick in the draft to the Rapids in return for the 15th overall pick and $100,000 of allocation money. With the 5th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Colorado Rapids select from the University of Denver forward Andre Shinyashiki.
The Brazilian out of Sao Paulo, Andre Shinyashiki. He's an international here, but he's a kid they've seen for the last 4 years thrive at the University of Denver. He was a Matt Herman finalist this year because he scored 28 goals in 21 games to lead the country. He had 5 hat tricks. He had 51 goals in 83 appearances over the course of his college career. Went to prep school in Florida, then made his way to Denver, played in Rapids with the PDL, was very good with them. They liked this guy. They saw him all the time. He's good on the half turn. He's a goal scorer, but he's maybe a tweener.
This kid's good at soccer. I mean, when you draft, sometimes you think to yourself, are they a
Thank goodness, Bobby.
Well, you know,
I love it. Great.
Sometimes when you draft a player, they're good at the college level, but they're not quite good at the professional level. So maybe you draft an athlete and you try and develop into be good enough at the professional level. This kid in college soccer, I would equate him to the way Chris Mueller looked last year. He's just a little bit more comfortable on the ball than his peers. He's a little bit quicker on the ball than his peers. And then when he gets into final zones like this, as you can see, his finishing, unreal, guys. Yeah, you don't usually see a kid coming out of college soccer that is that comfortable making final decisions in front of goal.
His instincts are very good within the 18. Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head there. I think the bigger move today is not the $100,000 allocation move to move up for this. You're bringing in Benny Feilhaber. That's an interesting decision for Colorado, but I still raised the question, and I did immediately when it happened. You go get Diego Rubio, you go get Kai Kamara. So now you've got 2 center forwards that don't play well when you play 2 up front.
Yeah, it's
they play well as a lone number 9 with wide players, and now you go get this kid. It does beg the question, what are they going to look like going forward? Because if you do have plans of playing Kai Kamara and Diego Rubio up front at the same time, both forwards haven't looked at, so I do think there's still question marks about Colorado, but their moves so far, I like the Benny Feilhaber, Mosqueda, I like Acosta's in there. It's a different midfield now all of a sudden. They are making interesting moves. Keegan Rosenberry's another one, but Kai Kamara, Diego Rubio playing together, still a question mark for me.
Big question marks there for the Rapids, although I'm starting to buy in that midfield. Got to tell you, Jack Price, Kellen Acosta, Benny Feilhaber, maybe up top. We'll see what happens. It looks pretty good. On the flip side, Chicago Fire, man, they move and they shake at the Super Draft. They've got 8 trades in the last 3 years, 10 if you count Cam Lindy and Dax McCarty, who came around that time. Jack Harrison, Jovan Jones, Jonathan Campbell, Jonathan Lewis, John Boquero.
They need a lot of players.
David Accam. They got $100K in this one, and they moved back to 15 in their home city.
That means you need to spend it, though.
Yeah.
That means you need to go out and get it. And when you look at Chicago's depth chart right now, there are a lot of question marks for Chicago.
All right, let's go to Chicago. Kalen Carr is standing by with the number 2 overall pick, Saeed Haji.
Saeed, congratulations. We just heard your story. After everything you've been through, the journey of your family coming to the United States, what does it mean to be here now, standing up on that stage?
It's a blessing, man. Being here, not a lot of kids get this opportunity, and just being here is just a blessing, and I'm just short of words.
Matias Almeida, incredible player, joined MLS now, is heading up San Jose Earthquakes. New energy around the club. What are you most excited about this next adventure for you?
New city and just ready to work hard, man. I'm just excited about every opportunity that's given right now. I'm just excited to work hard, meet the new fans, meet the coaches. I'm just ready to get rolling, man.
Great. Well, we're all excited to see you do your thing. Back to you guys.
Toronto FC on the clock at number 6, about 30 seconds before we get there. I want to go back to Colorado, and I want to go back to Shinyashiki, Bobby. Where does he play? Because I don't know that he's a number 9. He doesn't have the size necessarily. Is he underneath? Is he wing? Where does he fit in what might be the diamond here?
Well, the first thing to note is that he is a player they will find a way to play now. Some guys are projects. Haji, Buchanan, Amaya, their guys are going to develop. Shinyashiki, you draft because you're going to play him in 2019. They're playing with 2 up top this year. They've got 2 lockdown starters. That 3rd spot is wide open, but what Shinyashiki showed at the Combine as well is his versatility. It was a big question going into that Combine whether he could do anything except play center striker. If he could offer your team anything else, he showed that he could. He's good in the half turn. He's good at getting into little pockets, and then when he gets in the final third, he just has all tons of quality to make a lot of things happen.
But do they develop young players too, though? Like, do they develop inexperienced players? There's a lot going on in Colorado that's going to be interesting. I will say, though, inside the 18, he's deceptively quick, and he has always throughout his entire career found a way to score goals. I don't care what level you're at. If you can score goals, you can find your way. I just don't think he's a wide player, and I just don't think Colorado can play with Kai Kamara and Diego Rubio up front with 2 guys that don't like playing with 2 guys. That's the biggest talking point for Colorado this year.
Rapids are one of my sleepers for this year. We'll revisit this in a couple months.
Big TBD here. When you watch his highlights, and I watched every single goal he scored last year at Denver last night, both feet, all angles, different types of finishes.
Inside the 18, he's instinctual.
They've seen him a lot. He's been in training with the first team. He's been with the PDL squad
Toronto's
as well.
got to take Buchanan here, don't they?
Yes.
They have
Yes.
to. They
Toronto
need
FC on the
speed,
clock.
they need pace, they need an athlete.
Pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft. Toronto FC select from Indiana University.
Wow.
A member of the 2019 Generation Adidas class, midfielder Griffin Dorsey.
Griffin Dorsey, 19-year-old sophomore out of Indiana by way of Colorado. That's where he grew up. 5 goals, 5 assists last year. First team All Big Ten. An All-American by some publications, the second straight year that University of Indiana plan has been taken high. Mason Toye last year, 7th overall by Minnesota United. Also out of IU. The big question with Dorsey here, and he's a US U20 by the way, where does he play? Will it be midfield or will it be outside back? That's a big question.
I think he's going to play outside, Bobby. What do you think?
He's definitely going to play wide.
Yes.
But there's one specific need for Toronto FC right now. They still have a stacked roster despite what happened in 2018, and that is any type of pace wide, and he offers that.
One of my favorite movies is The Miracle on Ice, about the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team. The head coach, Herb Brooks, before the biggest game of the tournament, gave one of the greatest speeches of all time. It started with, "Great moments are born from great opportunity." This quote describes today. My entire life, I've been blessed with great opportunities that have led to this great moment. Youth national team, Indiana University, and Rush Academy. I have so many people to thank for those opportunities, starting with my entire family, especially my mom, dad, brother Logan, and sister Carly, my amazing girlfriend who has supported me through this journey, my bros, and the entire IU team, including the coaching staff with Roby, Coach Yeagley, D.O., and ZB, Colorado Rush, and some of my old coaches, Mike Pacercio, the Boucher family, Eric, Sean, and Cam, and Ross Fowler, who was always there for extra training. I would also like to talk about Caleb. If you want to stand over there, you're more than welcome. Caleb has been an inspiration to me over this past year. He was born less fortunate than most, as he was born with a tough diagnosis, including immunodeficiency. He is a fighter and has shown me how to stay positive and energetic even during tough times. I play for you, Caleb. Finally, I would like to thank Toronto for drafting me and giving me this great opportunity. I can't wait to create great moments. Thank you.
Wow.
Special moment there, Griffin Dorsey. Number 6 overall to Toronto FC. You're going to meet up with Greg Vanney here, a guy who knows how to develop some Americans, some big-time American internationals in there as well. We also welcome, by the way, David Goss, fashionably late here. I love the elbow pads there, Dave. What do you think of this pick?
I love this pick. When I look at Griffin Dorsey, I think he ends up as a fullback in the end of his career, but as Bobby mentioned, Greg Vanney talked about needing pace on that team, and for a guy who will play outside, he's very direct, so he'll give you a little bit of a different look offensively, but defensively he'll do his job. IU was a strong unit front to back. He played with 2 fullbacks behind him who charged forward a lot on either wing, so he'll be used to playing in front of a Morrow-like player or an RO player, and I think that he can do a lot of different things for your team, but number 1, he's going to be a good player in that locker room, and a player I think that can add a little bit this year when it looks like they're going for MLS Cup.
You know this man. That's the co-host of Extra Time Radio, David Goss, joining us to keep it rolling. So we got, well, let's see, at this point,
Apparently
about
he got dressed in the dark.
3 more hours. Hey, we don't all have the wardrobe budget that you do, all right?
Taylor,
I like the plaid jacket.
for
it's
this
all good.
suit, I could dress myself for 10 years.
All right, 7 pick is up right now. Minnesota
I'll let you
United
borrow it.
on the
Never.
clock. Mason
Don't touch me
Toye
again.
was taken by the Loons in this spot last year. What do we think they might do this year, Bobby?
Well, we just have to mention some of the big names that are still on the board that we didn't expect. We thought Tajon Buchanan was going to be a top 3 pick. We thought J.J. Williams out of Kentucky was going to be a top 3 pick. So that throws everything off right now. If I were them, I would still go with a more secure pick, a veteran senior outside back like a Keem Ward, maybe a John Nelson. Who knows?
TBD. Timeout has been taken on the draft floor. Minnesota United maybe fielding some draft offers or trying to figure out what they're doing. In the meantime, we're going back to the Windy City. Callum Montgomery standing by with Susanna Collins.
Callum, you just said you're shaking. Show him that jersey. How cool is that?
That's pretty awesome, yeah.
What does it mean?
you know, there's a lot of hard work and a lot of behind the scenes, and it's not just me. There's been so many people that have helped me get to this moment. So it's a great day for me. It's a great day for my family. And it's a great day for everyone in my life who's helped me get here.
One of the top center backs in the draft, from combine to this to everything in between. What's the journey been like the last few months?
Yeah, you know, I wasn't really. This is just it still hasn't sunk in. It's been amazing. There's so much talent in this year's draft class and stuff. So to be recognized as FC Dallas's first pick in the 4th overall, it's a dream come true. I couldn't have imagined it. So.
Come from a family of doctors.
I do.
Did you have any pressure from them to go into the medical field rather than pursue soccer?
Yeah, I've been around it my whole life. Obviously, you know, I'm a bio major in school. So at school I graduated, so it's definitely been influenced on my life. But I knew that I wanted to pursue soccer. It's always been my passion, and I'm just so happy that I got to live this out.
I think it worked out for you.
So fun.
Congratulations,
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, you may have saw that there. It's number 4, Kyle Montgomery to FC Dallas. Just to remind you, he's headed down to Texas. As we stand here, you've got 3 Generation Adidas players off the board. You mentioned Tajon Buchanan. I think Dane St. Clair could be an option here for Minnesota. As we have the timeout going, who would you take based on your combine?
I think what Bobby said about fullbacks is a strong point because they're solid and you know you can get something from them. For a difference maker, Kamal Miller, because he's a senior, he's a left-footed center back, so he can step in and play for you at center back now. But I think over the next 5-10 years, you're going to see that he's what the future will be at that position because he's athletic, maybe old school-wise a little undersized, but for the future, he can jump, he can beat guys in the air, but he can play with both feet, and he can put it over the top or connect with your midfield. So he's a guy I think that could help them now, but be better for the future.
I'm actually looking at my team needs right now. They need 2 goalkeepers. There's a GA goalkeeper on the board, Dane St. Clair out of Maryland, who will be free. I agree with everything David said, but they have Wyatt Omsberg, who they drafted.
Yeah, you're the Wyatt Omsberg
But they still have the young project center back. They've got 3-4 deep at center back already. They need goalies. Dane St. Clair is free, as Taylor has mentioned, time after time. I expect them to go St. Clair.
Manny Lagos, Adrian Heath. Lots of conversations going on here at the Minnesota United table, trying to figure out where they might go with this pick at number 7. As I said, Mason Toye was that player a little while ago. He's a project at forward.
To follow up on Bobby, if Dane St. Clair doesn't go now, every single team from here on out, we're going to start with you should take Dane St. Clair, right? Generation Adidas, domestic player at goal. He also, we're hearing, is coming in at a low Generation Adidas number. So you develop him when he graduates, you can still get him for a reasonable number to keep him on your roster.
He's more of a project at that position. The real thing for Minnesota United is the moment 2018 started, your back 5 to 6 players needed a complete overhaul. A complete overhaul, and that includes at center back. Because Francisco Calvo has been disappointing for Minnesota United. He hasn't been good enough. So your decision for Adrian Heath is exactly that. Where do you play Calvo? They need help at center back. They've got Ozzie Alonso brought in at defensive midfield, which is a huge position. He's got to stay healthy. But the moment the season ended, Adrian Heath texted me, we've got to figure out our back 5 and 6 players. I'd be shocked if this isn't a defensive.
With the 7th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, Minnesota United select from the University of Maryland and a member of the 2019 Generation Adidas class, goalkeeper Dane St. Clair.
That's a sharp suit, young man. I like the bow tie. Dane St. Clair coming out of Maryland where he won a national championship. They didn't give up a goal in the NCAA tournament. He's 21 years old, a redshirt junior, spent 4 years there. He is from Ontario, Pickering. So he is a Canadian youth national teamer. He says he considers himself, quote, a modern-day goalkeeper, looks up to Ederson at Man City. Likes to use his feet, but those feet got him in trouble a little bit at the Combine. But this is the best goalkeeper available in the draft.
Absolutely, and the GA tag makes him the most attractive one as well. But he's brave in using his feet, right? He wants the ball. He wants you to develop out of the back, and for young goalkeepers, you need to at least have the belief to start with. Then you start to work on the decision-making and the skills from there on out.
I just want to know, producer Chris, can we get a ticker of Goss versus me? And can I get 1-0, please? Well, can I go up a point?
1-0 on the predictions here. Maryland guy. We got another Terp at the table.
And strong goalkeeper university, right?
Yeah, by the way, Zach Steffen, he was recruited to come in as Zach Steffen was leaving.
He didn't start his first 2 years.
Yeah. Looks up to Zach Steffen. He actually only moved the goalkeeper at the age of 14. Dane St. Clair, the pick at number 7 for Minnesota United, the 4th generation Adidas player. Off the board, there are 3 remaining. Tajon Buchanan, by the way, I think is the shock right now through 7 picks, that he has not been taken. He has a really high upside. He's a domestic for all these teams, despite the fact that he's Canadian. He's a Sigma guy. Came out of Ontario, came out of Brampton, represent. Shout out to Jonathan Osorio. We'll see what happens with that one, but I do want to go back to Chicago. We've got Griffin Dorsey standing by with Susanna Collins.
Okay, Griffin, I know this is a huge moment for you, but let's talk about this young man right here. Caleb, you gave him a special shout out in the speech. What does it mean to share this moment with him?
It's unbelievable. I mean, I do this to make people happy and because I love it, and he's just one of those people, and he's been an inspiration to me. So I thank him for everything.
Caleb, are you having fun today? Are you proud of this guy? How cool is it to see his name on the back of that Toronto jersey?
It's really cool.
Really cool. Are you proud of him?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be joining a team, a winning coach with Greg Vanney, guys like Giovinco, Josie, Altidore. What does it mean to you?
Well, those are people I've looked up to for my entire life. So I'm super excited to get started, and I can't wait.
They're lucky to have you. They're lucky to have you both. Congratulations, guys.
Houston Dynamo on the clock. They made some news earlier today. They made a signing along with Benny Feilhaber to the Colorado Rapids. You've got Tommy McNamara, chosen in re-entry, has signed with the Houston Dynamo in his prime, knows Wilmer Cabrera very, very well. Started his MLS career with Chivas USA, RIP.
But we're praying he brings the mullet back under Wilmer.
Yes, we want the mullet back, Tommy Mac.
I don't know.
This
Houston Heat? I'm not sure.
Real sweaty back of the neck.
I'm not sure.
What do you make of this signing?
I like the signing a lot. It also raises the question whether or not Albert Elise is still going to be there in Houston, right? Because there's rumors floating around that there's some teams sniffing, and if you don't sell Elise, then what kind of player do you get? I think Tommy was hard done by. I think he was unlucky because of the way, and Patrick Vieira numerous times sitting down with him said it's just unfortunate for Tommy that the roster I have right now, he is literally my fourth best midfielder or whatever position he's looking in. There was someone just a little bit better. I think Tommy's going to get a real opportunity, and I like this signing a lot. But I think the bigger talking point for the Houston Dynamo, what do you do with Elise? Because if you say no to $4, $5, $6 million to Turkey, what kind of player are you going to get then? Is he going to show up, or is he going to be the disgruntled type of player that we saw with maybe in Fabian Castillo? I love covering the Houston Dynamo because they're exciting, they're explosive on the counter, they have a real identity. I think they need to be a little bit more nuanced tactically because it is a one-trick pony. But this kid can score goals. Manotas is a real deal in Houston. I like this team. I like Tommy McNamara, but I think at least in what they do with them, huge talking point over the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Open Cup winners, defending champs. That means they're going into CCL as well, Bobby.
And for what the Houston Dynamo need, this draft is perfect. The Houston Dynamo team are the team that love pace wide, and that's also what they need right now. They're not going to replace Albert Elise, assuming he does leave through the Super Draft. They're not even probably going to find a backup number 10 through the Super Draft, but what they can get is someone that can fly on the counterattack, and that's the way this team plays.
Does that mean Tajon Buchanan? Does that mean Tajon Buchanan?
I don't know, but
LAFC
LAFC is sitting at the table of Houston Dynamo as we speak.
All right, timeout for Houston Dynamo. Got 4 minutes to get this thing figured out before they have to make the number 8 pick. Opening schedule for them, of course, they start CCL in Guatemala. Want to get through that one, RSL, Montreal, Vancouver, all at home, running it through there. That'll keep them, hopefully, in a good place through the quarterfinals, should they make it that far. The Houston Dynamo, maybe the least fancied of the 5 teams in CCL. What chance do they have?
Well, I like what they've done this offseason. We showed some of the ins, but one you're not going to mention because it's not an addition from outside, is AJ De La Garza. Yeah. They were awful at right back last year. You bring in AJ De La Garza, you bring in Chris Duval as well. Yeah. You have some depth there. You have some veteran experience at a position that really killed them last year. You mentioned Tommy McNamara giving you depth across that midfield as well. So they start to add those pieces. Struna in at center back is just an upgrade as an individual over Senderos, over Machado. So I like the moves they've made. In the first round, okay, Houston Dynamo. After that, once you start to get into the quarterfinals of the CCL, I think they're punching above their weight. But still...
But they got a style that can do it.
They do.
And they showed it last year in the playoffs. Not last year, 2 years ago, excuse me.
But they've also got players exactly to that style that are comfortable in playing CONCACAF Champions League.
We'll see if they hold on. Manotas, Elise, Kyoto, that's a question mark.
Cabezas has to stay healthy, though, guys. They're a completely different team with him on the field.
I got to jump in here because Dane St. Clair is standing by with Susanna Collins.
Okay, Dane, you may be a newcomer to MLS, but certainly not the style game because you brought it to. We gotta get the loafers down here. This whole look is tremendous. How much thought went into this today?
I'd say quite a bit. I mean, I kind of wanted to make a statement, the type of person I am, type of player I am, so this is my statement.
Well, they say that goalkeepers are wired a little differently. Would you say that's true?
I'd say definitely a little bit. There's maybe a few loose screws, but all in fun.
You're the first goalkeeper drafted here today. What does that mean to you?
I mean, definitely a big accomplishment. It was something I kind of wanted to do, but just to be able to achieve it, I thank you to Minnesota, because without them, I wouldn't be here.
Minnesota United, you're going to get to play in that brand spanking new stadium, Allianz Arena. How excited are you to take that field?
So excited. I mean, seeing some pictures and things, I just can't wait to see it for myself.
Dane, keep the style game up, my friend. You're setting the bar very high. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You wear that in here, David Goss. Taylor Twellman might not have roasted you immediately upon arrival.
All right, we'll go shopping after this. Taylor, your credit card.
Yeah, no problem.
You got it's a little credit card roulette, except only one guy's playing. That's Taylor Twellman. I think he's got all of us, right?
We go to Gap Kids for you.
Oh, Houston Dynamo still in that timeout, still figuring out what they want to do. Maybe LAFC running in for this pick. Again, I go back to Tejan Buchanan. Why has he dropped? Could he be an option?
So everyone's going to tell me he's looks the part. He's a great attacking player. But Matt Doyle just texted us while we were off, and he raised the question to me, and I'm going to raise the question to the group. 4 goals, 2 assists.
Yep.
So the real question for Buchanan at the next level is there's one thing to look the part. There's another thing in the final 18 to 22 yards to pull off the plays, and that's where you actually show your quality. I do think the jury's out on Buchanan if whether or not he's the complete player in the final third, but he sure as heck looks the part, and that's a big reason why he got a Generation Adidas contract.
And Taylor, there were coaches and executives down in Florida who said that exact same thing. We mentioned Tejan Buchanan. You got to be drooling over that skill set, and they go, where are the goals? Where are the assists? In college soccer, he didn't put up big numbers. Why would he do it in Major League Soccer?
Frankie Amaya goes on the same conversation, though. The guy wasn't a guy who put up stats.
2 different players, though.
Agreed.
You can be a player that plays between the lines. You can be a player that links up. You don't have to have the numbers. Darlington Nagby's never had the numbers, and he's quote-unquote a connector, and I've always been critical of that. And Nagby, I'm not putting Amaya in Nagby, but Buchanan's not that guy. He's your attacking player. He's in wide positions. He looks the part. He's a poor man's Leroy Sané for those of you at home trying to figure out what kind of player he is. And Bobby used that at the combine. Man. Right, no, it is. But you have to somehow make a comparison at times. 4 goals, 2 assists. For me, that's all I heard from coaches.
Yeah, and he's definitely pure potential. When you look at the list of how guys have drafted, Callum Montgomery, Santiago Patino down, they've been guys who can either develop or play for that team this year or a position of need. Tejan Buchanan is by far the most potential player on this list left, but he's also not going to give you anything right now.
With the 8th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Houston Dynamo select from UCal Berkeley defender Sam Junka. And Sam is not here today.
Sam Junka, not in the building. Scouting report, please, fellas.
Fullback, can play on either side, puts in decent crosses, but isn't going to stretch the field at all. He was one of the last invites to the combine, had a good combine, but Bobby threw up his hands because I don't think he gets a win on this one, as Sam Junka comes out of nowhere on him, as well as a different Pac-12 college. Had a good combine, had a solid college soccer career, but was not expected to go anywhere near here.
Gadula, Akeem Ward,
John Nelson.
You've got 3 GA players sitting around here.
Well, Junko did not go this high in anybody's mock draft, and I appreciate the Houston Dynamo doing their own research and having the bravery to go against conventional wisdom, but it's a little bit surprising. Here's the one part of Junko's game that I really like about the way he matches up with Houston Dynamo. And this is a little bit in the weeds, but Junko is fantastic at playing that early ball behind defenders retreating. If I think the way the Houston Dynamo play, on the counter, they've got Elise and Kyoto and Manotas, and the pace to stress outside defenders, that could be a trademark pass from Junqua throughout his MLS career.
But where does he play? When does he play? Is he a USL guy for sure? Because I look again at the depth chart. DeMarcus Beasley, who's never going anywhere. Adam Lundqvist, who they spent a good amount of money on. That's left back.
Yep.
AJ De La Garza, Chris Duval.
Well, Duval hasn't been the same player since he got injured his rookie year. So he's a solid piece on your team, but he's not a guy you want starting consistently. And then AJ De La Garza, I think, has been the most underrated player in Major League Soccer for about 8 years now. I love AJ De La Garza, but he hurts his knee, that's a tough age to come back from an injury like that. So I would assume he starts with the USL team just to get minutes heavy on, but he's a guy who's in your rotation, an option if guys go down to push over there. Because last year, when they had losses at right back, they played Adolfo Machado there. And the guy's a center back. Then they tried to play Andrew Wenger there. Neither of them are right backs. So now, how do you do? What do? You overcorrect and bring in about 10 of them.
All right, New England on the clock at 9. You can see as well they have the 11th pick. Some rumors that they might be looking to move around. What do you see as far as the draft board, Taylor? What do you see as the needs for the Revs?
I don't know that, because I think they need a lot, to be quite honest. And they've spent so much of their money going out at the center back position. When you look at what they've got last year, I don't know, when I look at the New England Revolution in this draft, how are you going to make any kind of significant move other than depth, other than players? And so for me, I'm thinking Mike Burns, Brad Friedel, they're going to most likely go with the roster compliant, which also means they would trade too. They would move away from this if someone wants this pick. But New England needs a lot, and they need a lot now, and Brad Friedel knows that. I'm more interested to see what they really do here as you look at Mike Burns and Brad Friedel still having some conversations.
All right, we're about to find out. Commissioner Don Garber's headed to the podium.
With the 9th pick of the first round of the MLS SuperDraft, Syracuse University, a member of the 2019 Generation Adidas class midfielder, Tajon Buchanan.
The pride of Brampton, Tajon Buchanan, 19-year-old Canadian, spent a couple years at Syracuse. To get there, he had to pay his own way to a 2016 ID camp. He had a little bit of a start career as far as youth soccer goes. Moved from Ontario to Colorado, was not allowed to play in the development academy because he was not living with his biological parents. So he just trained in the DA. He didn't even play. Got his way to Syracuse, scored some goals, showed off his athleticism. They love him. Now New England Revolution has a speedy option on the wings.
Best player available here. That's what this is. Take the player with the highest upside at this point. A lot of people thought Buchanan was going to go number 1. That gives you a sense of his general potential. The question is for the New England Revolution, and Taylor mentioned this for a couple teams earlier, do they have it in them to develop a young player? There's not a huge sample size of that, but they have something on their hands with Tajon Buchanan at the number 9 pick if they can figure out how to develop him.
Can I just say, we said 4 goals, 2 assists. Well, that was his first year.
Right.
His last year, 2018, was
he had 8 goals,
Syracuse.
4 assists last year.
He had 8 goals and 4 assists. So Tajon Buchanan, you see there, with the colors of the Revs, figures to play probably wide for them.
Yeah, well, you look at the Revolution, and they bring Isaac Anking, Diego Fagundes, of course, coming from the academy a long time ago, Scott Caldwell, but they haven't been pushing players through. So if you're looking at any MLS club and you're going to say, I'll take a potential player that'll develop in the draft rather than as a homegrown, I think it's the New England Revolution. And if Buchanan can get minutes with the Canadian full national team, he's another guy who could be an asset in the future, only 19 years old, that you could potentially sell on later.
He's starting to push his way in. FC Dallas are on the clock. Speaking of, Revs, and I want to go right to you on this one. Justin Rennicks. What might happen with him? He's homegrown eligible. There's been some issues in the past at Indiana with Griffin Dorsey. Could he be a guy that the Revs sign this offseason?
Yeah, there's a strong rumor floating around locally that Rennicks is in final negotiations with the New England Revolution. It's unfortunate it got to this point where he went and trained in Germany, if I'm not mistaken, and they were they were mad at him for it. Either way, he's a good player, and that homegrown system in New England, it's got some wealth there, and they need to maximize that. And I think Rennicks is the kind of player that maybe fits into the mold. But again, I go back to my initial statement. New England has spent a ton of money for a club that doesn't spend a ton of money on center backs and gone after it that way, and yet they weren't that kind of team defensively. Brad Friedel's got some big questions, and it was only his first year, so you have to understand that with what kind of manager he is. But the Revs are an interesting team because I think they're still trying to figure out what kind of team they're going to be.
They're also not a whole lot different. They're not a whole change team. When you look at some coaches and you say, look at what Anthony Hudson's going to have. It's going to look a lot different in year 2 than year 1, which gives you a clean refresh. James O'Connor as well obviously came in mid-season. For Brad Friedel, this is a similar team to what he had last year. We saw him high press early on. It caught teams off guard, but I don't think it was genuine in that it can beat good Major League Soccer teams. I think it caught teams off guard, and they had a little advantage early on. Once that went away, they went months without getting victories. So I don't know how the Revolution get better going into 2019.
And as you talk about that high press, when you play a specific style like that, you're also looking for a specific player profile. There's a type of guy that you want. I think Tajon Buchanan is that type of player. For the Revs, specifically, the way he strides, the way he runs is deceptively quick. And when you press, that's dangerous because the defender doesn't know how quickly you're getting to him.
Number 10 pick, here we go.
With the 10th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, FC Dallas select from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, also a member of the 2019 Generation Adidas class, defender John Nelson.
John Nelson, 20-year-old sophomore from Medina, Ohio. He's basically played every game for UNC his first couple years there. Look, he's a youth national team player. He's a GA guy. FC Dallas picked up this draft pick in that Maxi Urruti trade to Montreal. So that's how they acquired it. Now they have John Nelson, left back.
I got to give Bobby credit here again because we did a mock draft during the end of the combine, and this is who he picked for FC Dallas. They need a little bit of depth, basically a Ryan Hollingshead, because he can play on the left side and the right side. He actually played at left center back in a three-man back line. You see him pinched in there for that reason when he was with UNC. Not explosive, more a guy who's good in possession and who can help you maintain possession as he gets into that final third. But we've talked about the value of Generation Adidas players all day. And on top of that, FC Dallas now opening up their USL team for the first year.
Excellent pick. Spot on pick. This is the exact guy I thought they should have taken here. Again, you're not looking for a starter if you're FC Dallas. You're looking for someone number 2 or number 3 on the depth chart that's going to be good for your locker room, that's good enough to start every now and then, but more importantly is a very good depth option, and that's what John Nelson is in 2019.
Here is your top 10 so far in the MLS SuperDraft 2019. Frankie Amaya, US U20, the youngest player in the draft, going number 1 overall to FC Cincinnati. Said Haji, another GA guy. Santiago Patino, homegrown claim was not granted to Orlando. They didn't care. They went and got him at number 3. Colin Montgomery, a senior out of Charlotte and BC, Canada, going to Dallas at 4. They had 2 picks in the top 10. John Nelson just went as well. Shinashiki, Dorsey, St. Clair, Junca, Buchanan, Nelson. That is your top 10. We now have one generation player remaining, Generation Adidas, excuse me. That's JJ Williams, the forward out of Kentucky. You know him well.
You got to think FC Cincinnati has their fingers crossed. Plays at the University of Kentucky, just down the street. As we've talked about, roster compliance, spots, salary cap, everything. He's maybe not the player they want because Darren Maddox is similar to Fernando Adi, and that's the backup. But they need to bring in players that they can develop because they don't have an academy yet. He's a GA guy. He won't hit the cap, and he has potential. So these are guys where when you look at this team and you look at the way they've built it, it's been pretty, let's be solid year one, not let's win MLS Cup in 5 years. And I think guys like Frankie Amaya and JJ Williams will help you when you have to come back around in 2 or 3 years and start to clean up the roster a little bit and clean up your books.
Big culture guy, Alan Koch, in his interview on Extra Time Radio, which, by the way, if you do not subscribe, do so on iTunes, Stitcher, wherever you listen to podcasts, said that culture is extremely...
Absolutely.
Do you listen?
Absolutely.
Real talk. Do you
We don't
actually
get
listen?
emails from you,
What?
Taylor.
Do I actually
Yeah,
listen?
I'm just checking in with you.
Absolutely.
All right, see?
I mean, I argue with 95%
True,
of it,
true.
but
He
yeah, I
yells
still
while he
listen
listens.
to
So
it.
you go subscribe as well. Right now, the Revs are on the clock with about 1:15 remaining for them. Sam Stejskal, roaming the draft floor, the bird dog. He's on ETR2. He's got a report from us from Chicago.
Hey guys, Sam Stejskal coming to you from the floor of the draft with an update on just how close FC Cincinnati were to trading that number 1 pick to LAFC. We saw John Thorrington at their draft table chatting with Cincinnati GM and President Jeff Birding. I'm told by sources that Thorrington offered $200,000 in allocation money, combination of targeted in general, and an international roster spot to Cincinnati for the number 1 pick. Since he turned that down, countered with $500,000 in a combo of TAM and GAM. LAFC didn't want to do that. Cincinnati ended up taking Frankie Amaya, number 1. I'm also told that Colorado were interested in that number 1 overall selection. They ended up getting their guy in Andre Shinyaziki at number 5. Another Cincinnati update for you. Chilean playmaker Matias Fernandez. Sounds like his signing is getting closer and closer. Expect that to come through early next week.
Matty Goal, as you might know, Matias Fernandez, been down in Liga MX. A good player, would be the number 10 that they would be looking for if they can get that deal done. $500,000, that's what FC Cincinnati reportedly wanted, according to Sam Stachel. That's a lot of allocation money, and if you look back at previous drafts,
that included Andy Dalton, by the way.
The last 2 years are the only ones that we know the figures for sure. You go back to 2016 and you wonder what they valued Jack Harrison as Chicago Fire flipped the number 1 for Brandon Vincent in allocation money. But last year, number 3 overall went for $200. Number 4 went for $200 in 2017. The number 3 went for $250. That was Jonathan Lewis. Did FC Cincinnati ask for too much, or are they going to be happy that they sit back and get Frankie Amaya in this deal?
Two different questions, man. They could be happy with Frankie Amaya, but $500,000 for a pick in the draft? Come on, too much.
That's a lot. That's an awful lot. FC Cincinnati coming up at number 13 as well. LA Galaxy on the clock at 12 with Dennis Teclosa taking over their technical side. New England are up, number 11. Here's the pick.
With the 11th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the New England Revolution select from Michigan State University midfielder DeJuan Jones.
It seems like they just want speed on the wings. Similar profile to Tajon Buchanan, not as good a dribbler, but DeJuan Jones can run end line to end line. He'll cover ground. He'll help you press for sure. And he slowly got better as he got into college, was a big-time player in high school. Took a while to find his feet at Michigan State, and they were the surprise team making a run to College Cup this year. DeJuan Jones was a huge part of that.
Part of the
fastest player at the draft, right?
That's right.
Correct?
Part of building a roster is thinking about how you can get different parts of what you need as a team from the different mechanisms. And at some point on your professional soccer team, you do need pace. It's not pretty, and some people don't like to acknowledge that, but sometimes you do just need someone to stretch the field. And as I think how you put together a roster, there is no better place in the world market for the value and how you can get it than to fill that spot on your roster with the speed and the quickness than the draft. If I were to do this and I were looking for attacking players, I too would draft on pure pace and ability to open the field.
Couple first-round picks for New England last year, both fullbacks. Brandon Bai played more than 1,000 minutes for them. Mark Segbers out of Wisconsin was cut. So this could be a numbers play. You got both guys in. You got a GA and Tajon Buchanan. Maybe an opportunity to see who sticks, who does it better in preseason.
The fascinating part about what Brad Friedel did with those two guys was Segbers was a fullback. Bai was an attacking mid. Bai ended up starting the whole year at right back, and Segbers got pushed out. So I think that Brad Friedel knows how he wants to play, and he wants to mold guys himself. So he gets two guys who are raw, but still have potential, and Brad Friedel can turn them into whatever he wants.
He'll use them, but guys, they have to get their international signings right. They have to.
They've already made them all as the problem.
Not really, though, when you look at it, because Mike Burns 2 weeks ago says we've got plenty of moves coming, right? So whatever that means. But the reality is we can talk about these draft picks all they want. That's not going to change the New England Revolution. No. They've got to get their international signings right because they had an opportunity here to maybe add some depth. And I'm okay with it here. If you're going to add just, you know what, we want the fastest player available, that's what the Super Draft is for. But for New England's purpose, they got to get their international signings correct because they've missed a couple.
All right, we're going back to Chicago. Susanna Collins is with John and Nelson, who, by the way, his Twitter profile pic is at a Cavaliers game with who? Christian Pulisic. Let's check in with them now.
John, I can't help but notice you're wearing FC Dallas colors. Was this all planned? Did you have an inkling that this was going to happen?
No plan, but obviously very thankful for FC Dallas to select me, and I'm super excited to get started.
You brought a little cheering section with you. How cool is that to share this moment with friends?
Obviously, my family's over there, but my friends from Medina, Ohio, so it's a good 6-hour drive, but they come anywhere with me, and I love them so much. Yeah.
Pretty awesome to be able to share this with family and friends, the people that helped you get here, right?
It is honestly unreal. It's such a good feeling, super exciting for me and my family.
I have to ask, I heard you were a multi-sport athlete. Why is that the one that stuck?
Yeah, growing up, I played multiple sports, but soccer I loved the most. That's what I wanted to do, and I think I was the best at it. So.
And here you are.
Yeah, here I am.
It worked out, John. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Here he is. John Nelson said in his speech that he has dreamed about playing in Major League Soccer his entire life. We're at that point now where these kids grew up with this league. This was their thing. He comes out of Medina, Ohio. I have to expect that he is a Columbus Crew fan. Congratulations, by the way. Go out to all the Crew fans out there, that front office, the new ownership, Caleb Porter, Tim Bezpachinko. What a great story for Major League Soccer. But as you see the LA Galaxy on the clock here, it's probably not really the story. It's not the pick. It's 4 DPs. It's the possibility now that maybe AEG is going to allow them to buy out Giovanni Dos Santos. Because Dennis DeClosa, we talked to him down at the Combine. He has to make a decision. He's got to figure this thing out because they signed Zlatan to the biggest contract in MLS history, and then it's a numbers game. 4 ain't going to do it. You got to be at 3.
Nope. AEG's given the LA Galaxy all the resources they need to make sure, and LA Galaxy just took a timeout to make sure they are roster compliant and give the best opportunity for that roster to be successful in 2019. Now, going into 2019, this was arguably the worst salary cap situation in the league, and that includes the Orlando City situation and other teams. Every team interviewing with LA Galaxy, every coach interviewing, team that were interviewing for the job said the salary cap was a mess. AEG has given them the right to figure it out. All signs pointing to Giovanni Dos Santos. His contract will be bought out. Now, Alessandrini has some value on the market in Major League Soccer, namely Montreal Impact. But for all signs are pointing to Alessandrini remaining in LA and Giovanni Dos Santos, his contract being bought out, which then raises the question, where does Gio go? But that's not what we're doing here. I do think that helps LA, and it's going to be interesting to see what kind of manager that Schelotto is, what he does with that locker room. He may be a little bit more successful than people think.
We got a trade coming through, by the way, right now. We'll get those details to you in just a little bit, but it does not look like the LA Galaxy will hold on to this pick. Dennis DeClosa making moves, changing things up already.
He needs room. He just needs room to operate. Take away the DP issue. He needs center backs. He needs experienced players. Zlatan's on a 1-year deal. If they buy out Dos Santos, you could be successful this year, but your books don't actually look that bad because Alessandrini and Jonathan Dos Santos are in their prime DPs. Alessandrini is definitely a difference maker in this league. I think if Jonathan Dos Santos is healthy, he can be one of the best box-to-box guys who cover ground, and they're both in their prime. So here, you just want to get a little bit cleaner books. Try and see if you can get one of those defenders off.
I love how you haven't mentioned Skalvik in his contract situation. And what he's on.
I was just saying defenders in general. I don't like to attack individually.
Well, why? That's what it is. When you look at that salary situation, and yes, there's rumors of players coming in or whatnot, but LA's got to be roster compliant. They've got to figure it out, and Giovanni Dos Santos is a huge block of that, but that doesn't rectify some of their other issues on the books.
What do you think happens with Ola Kamara? Does Ola Kamara make it out of draft day a Galaxy player? Do they play with 2 up top? That, to me, is another big question on this team. Certainly the 4 DPs, but Ola Kamara might not fit into that system, and he's a big trade.
Ola Kamara can play over the next 3-4 years at a high level. Zlatan's got 1 year left, and watch, Zlatan's going to tweet me and say he's going to play till he's 45. I get it. Every time he's second guess,
he could Robbie Keane.
No, but the real thing is every time Zlatan's second guess, he does something different. But Ola Kamara, you got to get a lot for him if you're going to go that way.
All right, let's go back to Chicago. We're going to find out what's going down with the LA Galaxy. Making his way, by the way, right now. Went a little early on that one. We'll see what happens, though. It looks like there's a trade coming. I just want to give you some context at home as it pertains to trades in MLS over the last couple of years at SuperDraft. 2018, 8 trades were made on draft day. And you go back to 2017, 7, 2016, 8 trades. Last year, how much allocation money changed hands? Got a guess, guys? Anybody want to go for this one?
$2 million.
$2.21 million in allocation changed hands last year.
Does that include David Accam money or just draft picks?
A lot of that was David Accam.
Okay.
1.2 of that was David Accam.
MVP David Accam.
Somebody thought MVP was going to be by David
Does that go on the ticker? Bobby gets a 0 on that
How many ticker? You guys are really focused on this ticker. You're not competing here, all right? You're not competing.
Everything's
LA
a competition,
Galaxy
Andrew.
one out. Dom Kinnear, a veteran of these draft tables, been doing it for a long, long time. Part of that first staff for Guillermo Barros Schelotto. Absolute legend. Let's go to the podium.
We have a trade to announce involving the LA Galaxy and NYCFC. The Galaxy have traded the 12th pick of the first round to New York City FC in return for the 19th pick of the first round and $75,000 of general allocation money. So with the 12th pick, the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, NYCFC select from Marquette University goalkeeper Luis Barraza.
Luis Barraza out of Marquette, Dave. New Mexico is where he grew up. He starter for 4 years there. Had some years where he had 10 to 12, and some years where he's at 15. What do you make of the pick? He's the Big East goalkeeper of the year.
It's just a solid domestic pick, right? You don't use an international spot. You get a backup goalkeeper. Sean Johnson's your starter for the near future, but when you talk to everyone down at the down at Combine, they said there's a few solid domestic goalkeepers in this pool, and if you took any of them, you'd probably be okay. You'd get a guy who will be good for you in training, a guy who will push your first goalkeeper, but there is no Stephen Fry in this draft. There is no Zach Steffen or Andre Blake in this draft, so you go out and you get a guy who's played consistently, was Big East Goalkeeper of the Year.
All right, number 13 on the clock now is FC Cincinnati. This is a pick they got from Philly. And give me all your draft picks for $150K, maybe $200. Let's go to the board right now where Bobby and Taylor are figuring out how Cincinnati might line up.
Yeah, we've got the projected lineup here on the board. You'll see some players without a number. That's because they haven't been given numbers by their team yet. So ignore that. Taylor wanted to be -1 for some reason. Nobody knows. We are projecting FC Cincinnati to come out this season in a 4-4-2, partially because we think maybe they're a little undermanned. They'll sit and counter, but also just happens to fit their personnel right now. You see they don't have a number 10. They spent a fair amount of money on Darren Maddox. I put Eric Alexander in the midfield. You might disagree.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I think Victor Ulloa, I think Alashi. I think, Bobby, you hit the nail on the head. Whether it's a 4-2-2, 4-4-2 or 4-2-3-1, it doesn't really matter. The reality is, I'm not sure how this fits. Adi plays better when he's by himself and he has wide player support. So if that is the case, Maddox, which he doesn't really want to do, he may need to play in a wide area and then play as a winger because he's got the pace. I think Corbin Bone at times may play in the middle. There's different ways you can look, but either way, fundamentally, they've looked at this and said, our back four needs to be stable. And what they've done is they looked at what Minnesota United did in their first year.
And flipped it.
And they flipped it.
And they did the opposite.
They did, right? And that's where you go get Kendall Waston, you go get Greg Garza, you go get Alvis Powell, your back four solidified, and then it's all about this in here. I think this is going to be evolving. I think it's going to be interchanging. But what role does Darren Maddox play? Because I think that's very intriguing if he can be the wide player that he was, rookie year at Vancouver and be explosive off Adi.
And there's one big trade chip that we have not mentioned yet, and that's Johan Kappelhoff. Chicago Fire the last couple years. He doesn't have a new contract. He's out of contract. He's reportedly on the block. FC Cincinnati, according to Sam Stejskal, is the big suitor for him. Taylor, if you give me Johan Kappelhoff with Kendall Waston, with Greg Garza and Alvis Powell, that's an elite defense in this league.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I'm not sure Kappelhoff starts on this back four initially. I'm not sure because I just don't know. Kappelhoff at times was flawed, but I agree with you. You're giving yourself a stable franchise, a stable team while you build the stadium. And we got to be fair to FC Cincinnati. When we look at expansion teams and say, look at what Atlanta United did, they didn't have to write a $450, $500 million check to get the stadium. The way Minnesota United did, FC Cincinnati, similar boat. So I look at the way this has gone. I don't mind it, but I have a real issue saying 11 USL players we're going to sign, including Alashi and Adi, and then all of a sudden you go trade $200,000 allocation money for 5 draft picks in this draft. The jury's out. They've got to find one player in order for that to work. In 2019, the money's worth more than any of these 5 draft picks.
And I know you keep saying 11. Let's just change it right now. It's 9 USL players. Alashi, Fernando Adi, certainly as a DP, don't count in that one. But you can see the ins and outs. Just the ins here, because they got so many ins, some more moves to be made here. It's a brand new team. They're working through it. They got a tough schedule to start, though, man.
Here's my big question.
I'm sorry, we got to go back to Chicago right now.
We got plenty more Cincinnati picks.
We got 7 more hours.
SuperDraft. FC Cincinnati select from Wake Forest University defender Logan Gadula.
Logan Gadula, the pick here. Primarily a right back, guys. I think maybe one of the most on-field ready players, highest ceiling outside backs in this draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a solid fullback, and you're going to hear us say this a lot over the next 10 to 15 picks is guys who are ready to challenge at the pro level at that fullback position. Not difference makers, but solid players. And Logan Gadula showed a little bit of flair, can shoot from distance, can change the game a little bit. But for the most part, you're going to get a guy who you could roll out there every single game, goes into that defensive depth for this team. But I want to push back on something you guys were talking about. If Johan Kappelhoff comes into this team, Matthew Deplagne has to be the starting right back. Yes. That's what he played in France. So you bring Kappelhoff in, now you're 3 or 4 deep at a few of those positions. And I'd argue you have as competitive a back four as any expansion team that's ever come into Major League Soccer.
They're focusing on that. And there's reason for that. 9 of their first 10 are playoff teams. Their first 3, it's going to be an absolute beast. They'll open up Nippert as well, and we'll see how that goes for them. But they've got to get the defensive side right. Have to do it, because you cannot be Minnesota United, who languished for 2 years, giving up 70 goals a year.
141 goals in 2 seasons.
No, you can't be that team, and I think they've seen that, especially since they know they're not going to go spend a bunch of money right off the bat.
I agree. Gadula's interesting, though. Anytime with Wake players, and remember, with the Revs, we drafted Wake players every single year, and it was Michael Parkhurst, it was James Riley, it was Wells Thompson, and they play the game the right way. Fundamentally, they think the game the right way. But Gadula, my only concern for him is at Wake, you're on the ball more often than not. You're flying forward, you're loving the game, you're getting after it. Can he defend? Because ultimately, at some point, you're going to have to defend. But I do like, fundamentally, how Cincinnati's looked at it. I just think indirectly, I go back to that allocation money. That's a lot of money to give up for 5 draft picks. You have to have one of these hit. Otherwise, I think when we look back on it, they're going to say they want that.
Sorry, I got to jump in right now. Luis Barraza is standing by with Susanna Collins.
Just talk
in
the rest
Chicago.
of the show, guys. Got it? Cool.
Luis, you got pretty emotional out there giving that speech. What does this moment mean for you?
It means a lot because my family has always been there for me. And like I said, my dad's sitting out there. It means a lot to him, too. He initially wanted me to play baseball back when I was 4, but he just accompanied me throughout my journey, my mom as well, my sister, they're my number 1 fans. And without them, I don't know if this journey would have been possible at all. So I'm just really thankful for them.
And now you are a member of NYCFC. You're going to get to play alongside Sean Johnson, one of the top goalkeepers in our league. What do you think that experience is going to do for your game?
I'm really looking forward to it. He's one of the best in the league, and I just want to get there and learn, absorb as much stuff as I can from him. And I'm just really excited about this.
Luis, go give your dad a hug. Thank you so much. Congrats.
Now, the big talking point on Luis Barraza is his ability with his feet. Every single player that watched him play college soccer used one name in MLS as a comparison, Nick Rimando. And to me, guys, this is a statement from Dome Torrent about the kind of team he wants to build. Now, I don't think Barraza is going to go unseat Johnson as the starter, but I think it is a little bit of kick in the butt saying, we want to build out of the back better. We might need our goalkeeper who, by the way, Sean Johnson attempted the most passes as a goalkeeper in Major League Soccer. So I don't think Barraza starts, but I think I'm going to read into this.
Kick in the butt. That should be a hashtag for the rest of SuperDraft, shouldn't it be? In all seriousness,
I'm going to have to give you one in about 2 hours.
But let me ask you guys a question. Would he have been available after the 19th pick?
Oh, yeah.
That's a big question. And
So
75K to move up, so some question marks there for NYCFC.
Right. And if Matt Doyle was here, he would have said the exact same thing.
Although you do look at a Chicago Fire team that needs a goalkeeper. DC United could bring in a backup, so you never know.
Timeout, DC United,
Maybe
as
you
you
do
can see
know,
on the
but-
screen right now. DC, maybe Loudoun United is where this pick is going because they got to build an entire USL team from scratch, basically. They got the training facility up and going. Audi Field is built and beautiful. We were, of course, there for the opener. They used that to get all the way to the playoffs after being in the basement. Ben Olsen knows what's coming when you call a timeout. The boos are going to rain down. We're not talking about the pick right now. I want to talk about DC, the club, the renaissance, the new look. It's a beautiful thing, Dave.
It's exciting. We were down there for the opener of Audi Field, and I think Ben Olsen worded it best. It was awkward, but as the season grew, the crowd got more comfortable. You bring in new fans who start to learn the game, and what's his name? Oh, yeah, Wayne Rooney. Plays pretty well. And by the end, I'd argue that Columbus-DC United playoff game was the best environment of any game this season. The Nick DeLeon goal, that moment, of course, they couldn't get it over the edge. But that's the start. And Wayne Rooney came in and saw Audi Field when he took his tour to decide to come there. Now the Loudoun training facility is that next step, where when you bring players over from South America, from Europe, and you show them your facilities, which are going to be as good as any team in the world, you can say, come here, make a difference.
And there was a few of us that had a rant or two about DC United, and a big reason why is they're a huge cornerstone to this league. And I've had many moments at RFK, and against that team, there is a real respect I have for that club, but they need to get it right. And what I mean by that is, if Wayne Rooney wasn't on that team, what DC United are we talking about? That stadium is absolutely gorgeous. When they complete the stadium, put the roof on it, it's going to be even better. But you've got to have an academy where players aren't paying to play. You got to have a USL team that is put together. If they do these things and use this Wayne Rooney momentum to jumpstart DC United, then all of a sudden we can have the conversation. DC United is back, and that's why I think Ben Olsen is so excited, because he's weathered the storm for so long. Now they're having real conversations. I give a ton of credit to that ownership group because they're going to right the ship. But again, fix the academy, fix the training facility, and get your USL team. And now all of a sudden we're talking about DC
What's so amazing
United.
is the academy's been broken, and they've still probably produced the best homegrowns ever, and they still have players pouring out.
I will debate that for the next 2 hours.
Andy Nahar and Bill Hamid.
Really? We're going to
better?
really say that's better than Tyler Adams and Josie Altidore? Are we
Josie Altidore is not Red Bull developed.
Cheater. Whoa. I know, be careful.
What?
They didn't develop him?
No.
Be careful.
Grew up in Florida.
I'm just saying, though, we're going to have that conversation, so you're not going to give the Red Bulls
You gonna
credit
count Juan
for
Agudelo in there?
drafting
I'm just throwing it
Josie
out there.
and have it. Yeah, Juan Agudelo is another one, right? So did they develop Juan, or you guys really want to have this conversation?
Matt Miazga.
We
Let's
can't.
pile it in.
Matt
Let's go.
Miazga,
Okay.
go ahead.
But one, they're
go
in
ahead.
the conversation, too. New York Red Bulls just traded for Jean-Christopher Kofi, who is a DC United Academy player. And it sounds like they're going to sign 2 or 3 homegrowns already this year.
But DC really developed Andy Nahar.
Donovan Pines might be signed with DC as well.
Michael
Trying to figure it
Bustamante
out.
already signed.
I'm still disappointed. No Lucharu reference? Come on. It's in the lexicon.
Am I the only one that's really concerned about this year with DC? Rooney trying to travel a full MLS season.
All right.
Here's
The
DC.
14th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, DC United. Select from Creighton University defender Akeem Ward.
Creighton cranking them out. MLS players, one of the best schools to push in the last, since about 2014. Akeem Ward, outside back, can play both sides. Good 1v1 defender. I have in my notes here a very safe and solid pick. Explain why.
You also have in your notes Dave Goss, super fan, Akeem Ward. Sorry, other way around. He can play on both sides. He has great technique. Look at him just battle right now. He can play with both feet, which is special. So he can fill in for you at right back, left back. Was a full-time starter his whole career at Creighton. And he's not the player I actually think of at right back for what DC United want in terms of what O'Neal Fisher gave them. Flying forward, becoming an extra winger, allowing whoever it is, whether it's Lucho Acosta or Paul Arriola, to tuck inside and become part of the central of the attack. But he can play, I think, already in Major League Soccer. And right back is the biggest hole for this DC United team. And they have a guy who, if they don't get whatever international signing they're looking at, they won't be in trouble if he's starting.
See, David, I don't think that they're signing Akeem Ward to start in any way, shape, or form. They will make sure that they sign a starting right back. But what they still need is they still need a backup left back to Joseph Mora, and they still need potentially a second or third string at right back, which is what Akeem Ward is. He might not come and get you an MLS Cup as a starter, but he can be a very good depth option on both sides.
Number 15 pick is what's on the clock now. You see the Chicago Fire owning that one. They picked it up in that trade earlier today with Colorado. Colorado picked it up from FC Dallas in the Kellen Acosta Dombaji trade back in July. So this pick has changed hands a couple of different times. You can see the trade that went down earlier today. Chicago Fire, it's a draft in their home city. They got a lot of holes. Nelson Rodriguez came on Extra Time Radio and started naming them. We already knew them. Number 10, center back, depth outside at wing, maybe a little bit of speed, and then depth across the board. They had 2 picks in the second round that had a bunch of different. Collier Campos played a lot of minutes last year. Let's go to Chicago, though, right now. Shinashiki is standing by with Susanna Collins.
Andre, the 5th pick in the MLS draft. Colorado traded up to get you. They wanted you that badly. What does that mean to you?
It means the world to me. You know, it's a club that I have a kind of a relationship with already because I played PDL for them. I've been in Colorado the past 4 years, so I'm just super happy that they traded up, that they saw in me what I also saw. So it's a happy moment for sure.
I think they saw goals when they looked at you. 28 you scored last year. You are joining a team that now has Kai Kamaro, Diego Rubio. That is some offensive firepower. How much are you looking forward to playing with those guys?
Oh, I'm looking very, very forward to playing, getting to meet those guys. You know, they're obviously superstars, guys who are already been in the league, and I just can't wait to get there and learn with them.
Hold up that jersey. I mean, it's a long last name, but they fit it on there. Congratulations, Andre. It looks really good.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Rep every step at MLSstore.com.
Chivas USA picks from South Carolina, goalkeeper and Generation Adidas player Brad Guzan.
The one thing that sticks out in my mind is finally I was living my dream. My dream had always been to be a professional soccer player. I didn't care about the financial side of things. I didn't care about where I went in the draft. I just wanted to hear my name called on that podium and to start my journey with Chivas USA and to ultimately go to Europe and now come back to Major League Soccer, essentially a completely different league from when I left. To see how much it's grown, to be a part of it, to represent the United States, everything in between. I couldn't have asked for anything more, and I'm very lucky to be able to have the experiences that I've had.
Yeah.
From Rhode Island.
See Brad Guzan there in varying states of hairstyles. We have number 15 on the clock right now, the Chicago Fire, waiting for that pick. As you look at the Fire guys, and we kind of ended on this note, they got a lot of needs. They had a season last year that I don't think anybody was happy with, from the front office to the supporters. That came on the heels of a very good year as Dax McCarty came in and Bastia and Nikolic. What is the state of the Fire right now, Taylor?
I don't know. And I say that because disappointing year to say the least, and yet they give their coach, which I do think he's a very good coach and has a great future, but they reward him with a multi-year extension. So what kind of message does that send to your fans? How much are you going to rely on Schweinsteiger, and how much is left in the tank with Dax McCarty and whatnot? But when you look at this team right now and you look at their depth chart, there is a ton of holes, and it says a lot to me that you're arguably the best player in this draft, who's a homegrown player, doesn't want to play there. Brandon Vincent retires way sooner than he should have if he's in a right situation. There's this undercurrent going on that no one really wants to go play there. Nelson Rodriguez and that staff, they've got their hands full. They've got to find a way to right the ship, and they're putting a lot of chips into the basket of Bastian Schweinsteiger to be that, I'd say, core person of that.
Yeah, so since 1995, every single Mac Hermann Trophy Award winner, the best college player, has come to Major League Soccer. Recently, 2 of them were homegrown. Andrew Gutman won the award this year out of Indiana. Left back, scored basically went double-double goals and assists out of that left back position. He did not sign with the Fire. It appears he will sign with Celtic. What does that say? Why did it happen?
We have 2 hours left on the show. We can't dive into everything about the Chicago Fire, but it's just about opportunity. Everything we say about these young players is 2 parts. 1, do they get on the field and get a chance to play? And then 2, and the Chicago Fire do that. They did play a lot of young players.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about it, Andrew, when you ask the question about why did it happen, obviously until you speak to the parties, you don't really know. But I do know from talking to multiple people, it wasn't as if Chicago Fire was knocking down the door. Now, they'll say otherwise, and I've seen the quotes from Nelson Rodriguez and whatnot that they made a bona fide offer, and I understand that.
They said they upped their offer as well, but that goes back to that original offer, and if he wanted to stay, maybe that's the time to wow him a little bit.
If you're a homegrown player, you're within the system. Here's the thing, the tides are changing here, because now you've got franchises in the league that have upped the ante. And it's not just Atlanta United and LAFC. There's a lot of teams where players notice. And by the way, Celtic versus Chicago Fire, that's an interesting decision for a young player. I just think Chicago could have had him if they did it early and held him and had the conversations and kept it sooner instead of waiting till the last minute. And plus, when a position that they desperately need with Vincent retiring, I'm just surprised.
Off budget, could have got him without using a draft pick.
And the issue with Vincent retiring is it's late. Where have they been for the last 4 years with Andrew Gutman? That's the question. And when you look at the amount of players across college soccer that are that came from the Chicago Fire Academy, not including the players who don't play for the Chicago Fire from the Chicago area, we talk about Brad Guzan, all those players that played for the Magic and play for whoever else. The question is, what's the relationship between the first team and the academy? They've changed academy directors a couple of times. There's a couple of club legends that used to work in the academy that don't. What's going on? What's the layout? Because Nelson Rodriguez, he's a structured guy. And it seems like maybe that's gone to the side as they've worked on the first team.
Manny Perez is another one, right?
So there's questions. Andrew Gutman, what happened in the last 3 months? But more importantly, what happened over the last 4 years that they weren't ready to just bring him in, slot him in, and move him forward?
All right, there appears to be some movement on this. That's what those timeouts are for, to allow these teams to maneuver a little bit, figure out some trade details. We'll let you know as soon as we do who is getting this pick. And Commissioner Don Garber, we'll let you know right now.
We have a trade to announce involving the Chicago Fire and Minnesota United. The Fire have traded the 15th pick of the first round to Minnesota United FC in return for $50,000 of general allocation money.
How much did they get for the first one? 100?
No.
We got 150.
And with the 15th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, Minnesota United select from the University of Maryland defender Chase Gasper.
Chase Gasper is the pick, defender out of Maryland. That's now $150K in GAM coming into Chicago, but no players as they flip the 5 and then flip the 15 that they got from Colorado. What do we make of this guy?
He might be the most pro-ready outside back of everyone that's getting drafted. Started at UCLA, transferred to Maryland. As Sasha Krosky, as Maryland coach, put it to me, he's a man. And I know you want all of these kids to be mature and pro-ready when they come out, but emotionally they're usually not. Chase Gasper is emotionally, intellectually, he is ready to take on the professional lifestyle, and that goes a long way to be able to get minutes.
Tell me he doesn't look like Justin Mapp's doppelganger. Holy cow. Sorry, I digress.
But he's a good player, as Bobby said. He's solid. Maybe he'll be around the squad. You know that because every single draft pick has that opportunity for Minnesota United right now to be around that team. He can also fill in a little at center back if you need him to.
$50,000 in general allocation money. If you look back to last year, the Fire traded up to number 10 to get Mo Adams. They spent $85K to get that pick from RSL. So you can start to see the valuation of these picks. $50K, that's basically the minimum that you're going to get. It starts to tell you what teams are thinking at this point in the draft. We just want to get money. Buy it down. Now, by the way, let's go back to Chicago right now and Susanna Collins. She's standing by with Logan Gadula.
Logan, I gotta tell you, you made me emotional up there with those tears. I see them in your eyes right now. How special is today for you?
It's everything. I mean, you worked so hard to get here. The journey's so long, but it's so worth it. And you just think about all the people that have helped you get here. And it's a moment that you will never forget. So just trying to cherish it. And, I mean, never really vulnerable, but this is a moment that I feel like it's appropriate.
You've earned it, and I just want to get a perspective from you about what it's like sitting in those chairs over there, waiting to hear your name. What's going through your head in those moments?
It's nerve-wracking. You hear everyone's name, you don't know where you're gonna go, and then things change, and people tell you just stay patient, and you try to, but you're sweating. Your friends are moving up, like you're happy for everyone else, but it's definitely nerve-wracking, and it's a great experience. When your name's called, it's one of the best things in the world. I mean, one of the best experiences I've ever had. So,
you got quite a reception from those FC Cincinnati fans. Yeah. You're one of us. They were shouting. How excited are you to be a part of FC Cincinnati in their first year in MLS?
Super excited to be a part of history, and I've heard such great things about the city. The support group's awesome, the club's awesome, and I just can't wait to get started. Show them what I have.
Take it all in, man. So deserved. Congratulations.
Frankie Amaya, Logan Gadula, two players taken by FC Cincinnati in their very first MLS SuperDraft. They are now on the clock at number 16 as well. They made some trades coming into this thing. This one is from that LAFC allocation order trade as well as expansion draft. You can see what they've got here from LAFC. That allocation ranking, they're basically betting LAFC are that FC Cincinnati might be bad, but ultimately this was to hold on to Steven Beitashour. And then they picked up all of Philly's draft picks as Ernst Sanders said, you know what, I got an academy. I think I'll go sign those kids instead. What do we make of what Cincinnati has done so far, both in the trade market as well as
I've already made my opinion known 3 or 4 times, David, so.
Well, when you look at it, one is they just basically swapped over the Steven Beitashour LAFC money for all the Philly picks, which would have made more sense if they had moved some of their own picks. You would have moved up a little bit of money. If you had moved your own first pick, you could have still gotten some solid players and picked up a little bit of allocation. They chose not to do that. What it means, I honestly have no idea.
I think they're going to flip some of these picks as you look. They've got 5 more remaining.
But how much
in the second round, 1 in the first?
You're getting less than $50K.
Well, any little bit helps you bring it back. We'll see what happens here.
We also need to talk about straight logistics on this one. Within an MLS roster, numbers 25 to 30 can only be used on certain type of contract players. Most teams use those on homegrown players. Cincinnati doesn't have that choice, so they can only sign those 5 players if they're young free agents or out of the draft. So they actually just need those draft picks for their roster more than anybody else in this draft.
Yeah, but couldn't you get those players that you just said? You don't need to spend $150,000 of allocation money to go get those. Those players, if they're young free agents or whatnot, or USL guys, that's where I'm a little.
Luke Sassano, the sporting director out there, called it an unorthodox move. Now, the flip side of this is it could be a good long play for them. Yeah, they see some projects in this draft. If you draft them and don't sign them, they go to USL. Cincinnati, of course, has good partners in USL. They could maybe direct some players to. You own that player's MLS rights for 2 years to the end of December, the year after the Super Draft. So right now we're in 2019 January. End of December 2020 is when they would lose those rights. So they got some wait and see time there.
I love the gamble from LAFC on the allocation ranking.
Yeah,
love the gamble.
I like it as well. But they're not going to the top 5 in 20. We'll see about how that one works out. Philly, though, Bobby, why would they trade away all their picks? I kind of mentioned the homegrown side of it for them, but that's a big, bold move by Ernst Tanner.
Well, that's a big part of it. And I can equate this to my own story. When I got drafted to Dallas, 7 years ago now, we had just signed 5 homegrown players, and I remember thinking, I don't know why I'm here. Not that I didn't think I could do the soccer part, but it was a club that clearly wanted to play their homegrowns, clearly wanted to show that Dallas kids could get into the first team, and that's what Philadelphia's trying to do. So why would you draft players to compete with the own players you're developing? And this seems fair to both sides. Don't draft a kid, don't bring him in if you're not actually going to give him a fair chance, because you want to give the benefit of the doubt to your own players. So this makes perfect sense from Philadelphia.
The other thing you've seen for the Philadelphia Union is being creative, filling in college guys that other teams have already cut, other teams draft and cut that year, or guys that have played a year, like Brandon Aubrey played for Toronto FC too. You see them bringing guys from New York Red Bulls too, guys that have come out of Atlanta United too as well. So they have seen the ability to bring in similar profile players to what you're getting in the draft, but for free. So they got $150K for their draft picks. They still have Jake McGuire in their Bethlehem team, who's their backup goalkeeper, who's their young goalkeeper that they're developing. And then they've got a host of academy players that they really like that have been pushing forward.
This has to be J.J. Williams, right?
I would think so.
He's still sitting around. That's the only Generation Adidas player left. You saw Logan Gudula say there in that interview with Susanna, that nervousness, the way you feel as your name is not called, you're waiting, maybe your palms are getting a little sweaty, you're sitting around. I don't think FC Cincinnati are going to make this pick, guys. I'm hearing, through the magic in my ear, that it's going to be the New York Red Bulls moving up into the number 16 pick. We'll see who they take in just a little bit. But that would be big for FC Cincinnati. If they get a good return on this one, maybe they flip some other picks and include them in there, you start to recoup some of what's happened. You can see the conversation going on right now at the table. Luke Sassano, Jeff Birding, these guys trying to figure out what their strategy is going to be on a really, really big day for the club. Mati goal. We haven't really talked about that one.
No.
How does that change this roster? How does it change who they are?
If Matias Fernandez comes into this team and you look at their starting lineup, I think it'd be a 4-2-3-1 with him in there. Playing as a number 10, you'd probably push at where the team's at right now, Darren Maddox wide. Hopefully you can close down with Roland Lamah, put him on that other wing. I think your starting 11 is good enough to compete around Major League Soccer. But the conversation all year will be Matias Fernandez is injured.
So we have another
help.
trade to announce involving FC Cincinnati and the New York Red Bulls. FC Cincinnati have traded the 16th pick of the first round and the first pick of the second round to the New York Red Bulls in return for $100,000 in general allocation money. With the 16th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the New York Red Bulls select from the University of California, Davis, defender Roy Boateng.
Real Salt Lake are now on the clock.
You look at this move, and this is basically, you took Hassan Endam from us. We need a young center back to develop in our system. We're going to pull back. We'll give you $100K for 2 picks and bring in Roy Boateng. Roy Boateng, an athletic center back, still needs to be worked with a little bit, but they had developed Hassan Endam over 2 years and really felt like he was the future of the center back position. They don't have a guy like that right now. Kevin Pollitt's a homegrown, is gone. I don't think Jordan Scarlett has that ability. So this is the guy now that for Red Bull soon, John Wolyniec, they're developing that back line around and believe he can step into that right center back role.
But he's not young. He's a 96. He started 4 years at UC Davis. It feels in some ways like it's not a straight-up pick for Red Bulls.
I'm not good at math. 96 means what? He's 22?
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. Okay. So he's 22. No, I'm glad you laughed at that, David. It took a while for that. But
We all know
the
you're not
reality
good at
is, let's say it's Aaron Long. And let's say Boateng turns into 24, 25-year-old center back that grows. The one thing the Red Bulls do better than anyone is they utilize that USL program. And I love this from Cincinnati's perspective.
Get 100K
because
back,
listen,
man.
you made the decision, and whether or not internally they will, publicly they will admit it, but maybe internally they're like, whew, that was unorthodox. Maybe we should get that money back. Well, guess what? You just got 100 to 150 you just traded. I like this, but I also am always interested in what the Red Bulls are doing when they see something they like, they maximize it, because Aaron Long didn't work at place A, B, C, shows up at New York Red Bulls, and now all of a sudden we're talking about him starting for the national team at center back. Boateng's a project, why not?
State of the Red Bulls right now, Tim Parker signs a TAM deal this offseason. That was huge for them to keep he and Aaron Long together. Maybe Murillo on the move. We will see. Those have been the rumors. Kaku came in last year. Could there be another splash year? What do they need? What do they got to do to keep their place at the top of the Supporters' Shield standings in the Eastern Conference?
Well, on the most basic level, Boateng fills a spot on the defensive depth chart. He fits the Red Bulls profile. That was a great pick. The bigger question for the Red Bulls this offseason is a little bit to their identity. Because we think of the Red Bulls as a team that develops players, but the thing they need right now, if they're going to win Champions League, if they're going to win MLS Cup, you guys, for me, that's a star. They need someone that can help BWP in big moments. They need someone that can break down a set defense so that entire weight isn't on Kaku. But I'm not sure that's who the Red Bulls are. I'm not sure that they're a team at this point who goes out and signs a second or third big player after they did it with Kaku last year.
How do you replace Tyler Adams? That's the big question here. He was arguably the best D-mid
Hold
in the league.
on though. Didn't we say the same thing when they lost Sasha Klestin and Felipe and I don't know. Now, for me, Andrew, I'm not saying your question's ridiculous because it is a legitimate question. But Sean Davis needs to take the next step. He has to take the next step if he wants to prosper and take the next step in his career. They can find a way. I've questioned the Red Bulls every single time they've had an answer. They've got a game plan from top to bottom. I don't know how they do that as of what's the date today, January 11th, 2019, but they'll find a way.
With the 17th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, Real Salt Lake select from Harvard University midfielder Sam Brown.
How do you like them apples? No? No? Too soon?
Nah.
No?
Harvard. He's a Harvard man. Sam
At
Brown.
a Harvard bar.
Coming in. Probably going to be with the Monarchs here. You got Rusnak, Beckerman, Everton Elise, who just signed, Damir Kreilach, Luke Mahalan, Nick Beasler. I mean, it is a crowded midfield, so we'll see what happens with this pick. I don't want to focus necessarily on where Sam Brown fits in right now.
He was the only good player on Harvard, for the record. Carry on. Go ahead. Go where you want to go.
All right. I want to just go to RSL. They snuck in. They had a nice little run in the playoffs here. They re-signed Craig Weibel. He's coming back. Mike Pecky, the head coach, obviously. A young team, a promising team, a team with a lot of homegrown talent on it that's pushed in and competed. Can they make a jump in the Western Conference, though, or is it going to be more yo-yoing from RSL?
I don't think we get enough love to the Dartmouth-Harvard highlights there, Andrew. You didn't play those up enough. But yeah, that's a big question with RSL. I think this is the first signing we've seen where the player will sign directly with the USL team. You mentioned the crowded midfield. I don't think Sam Brown has a place to play in this RSL team. They still need a center striker. We can't answer that question until we figure out what they're going to do at center striker. Is it Corey Baird? Is it Damir Kreilach? Do they go out and make a splash in the market? But I think we all like the major pieces they have, and we can't decide if they're a team that's going to be firmly in the top 5 or 6 of the West.
They've got to be more consistent, though, don't they? Because how many games would you look at RSL and they'd win a game and then the next week they'd give up 4 or 5 goals and you're sitting there? They've got to be more consistent. Mike Pecky's got his work cut out for him to bring consistency to that group, and it's another year on the legs of Kyle Beckerman. Yeah. So there's some question marks there, but they surprised a lot of people. Mike Pecky gets the most out of players when you're like, how does he do it? He's just got to get them a little bit more consistent.
Word on the street, Damir Kreilach won't play number 9, so we won't see any of those Golazzos from the playoffs. Let's go back out to Chicago.
That's what we're saying now.
Akeem Ward, the number 14 pick of DC United, standing by with Kalen Carr.
Akeem, congratulations. You had a great combine, and I've gotten to know Ben Olsen a little bit. What are your early impressions, and what's he told you so far?
It's been great. The first impression was fantastic. When I was younger, I was actually a ball boy, so I used to watch him play in the DC United Stadium. So growing up and watching him and seeing how he played and wanting to idolize that, and then him being my coach now is fantastic, honestly. So it's been a dream come true, and I thank him for taking the chance on me. So.
DC, beautiful Audi field, had such an energy at the end of the year. Of course, you'll now be teammates with Wayne Rooney, Lucho Acosta. What are you looking forward to most?
I'm honestly looking forward to just learning from them because they've been at the next level for many years and in the Prem and all around the world. So I'm really just looking to learn from them because they have so much to give, and that's what it's all about, learning, and then when you get your chance, you give it your best. So.
Wow, ball boy to star player, hopefully. Congratulations, man. We're all really happy for you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Dane St. Clair, Akeem Ward, those are the two winners in the wardrobe competition at the MLS SuperDraft 2019 presented by Adidas. That tie straight out of the Kalen Carr collection. Got to tell you, that's a nice looking tie there. Got Columbus Crew SC on the clock right now. Taylor, you were in Columbus for that celebration as the Haswin-Edwards family officially and publicly took over stewardship of this club. I think everyone who loves Major League Soccer, who loves domestic soccer, loves the Crew SC. Let's go right back out to Commissioner Don Garber.
18th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Columbus Crew select from the University of Kentucky, and a member of the 2019 Generation Adidas class, forward J.J. Williams.
J.J. Williams getting some love from his family. The last GA available comes off the board at 18 to the Columbus Crew. He will intern, let's call it, behind Giassi Zardes, Caleb Porter, and Tim Bezbachenko making their first big decision as the leaders of this Crew side. You're the J.J. Williams guy here. You've seen him play in person.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's an interesting pick because of what you heard Caleb Porter talk about in wanting more final third possession, and he doesn't seem like that guy. He seems more high press. But when you look at what he did with Fernando Adi in Portland, a big body, back to goal guy, used him as a finisher, but also as a playmaker for the players around him. You could develop J.J. Williams into that guy. The other thing is, for a Columbus Crew SC team that doesn't have that deeper roster, you got a GA player. So you don't fill any money on that one. You can go in and bring in more pieces. Greg Berhalter's been working with one hand behind his back for a few years and has been doing a phenomenal job. Now Caleb Porter and Tim Bezbachenko have to figure out how to hit the ground running and start to build out this franchise. And so I think taking a GA player is a good move.
But they also have a roster there that's solid enough, right? They're not starting completely. When you hear this, tell me who this sounds like. He has soccer in him, but he's very raw. It's Giassi Zardes. Yeah. And so literally you just got the understudy to Giassi Zardes. So there is a lot. Like when Giassi came into the league, you're sitting there going, wait a minute, what is this? Right? He's athletic. He can run like the wind. His touch is very anemic. It's all over the place. But then he scores how many goals last year? 19 goals?
I'm pretty sure 12 months ago,
goals, right?
everyone's saying, what is this?
Right, and that's my thing. So
three goals his first 2 years, 18 this last year as Kentucky really went on a tear in Conference USA. He is the all-time single-season record holder.
Right, so JJ's eerily similar, and you know what? Who knows? But I do think Caleb's going to tweak the roster. I think Columbus is a team that's going to be fun to watch.
Back to the big picture here. The Crew are saved. Oh. The Crew's long-term future is assured. They've got the stadium plan up and running here. They've got the new training facility that's going to take over at Mapfre Stadium. You were there yesterday. Was it yesterday?
No, it wasn't, but it could have been.
2 days ago.
It was 2 days ago,
yeah,
but it felt like yesterday.
It all
I hit 4 states in 36 hours. Put it this way, it's the greatest story in sports, and I'll make that argument. I know I don't have that much time, but it is the only sports story in our country that a fan movement moved mountains at the city, at the state, and at the national level. And I'm telling you this, there's going to be a 30 for 30. There's going to be a story down the road about what the fan movement Save the Crew really did, because you had to check every single box. You had to get new ownership to buy in. You had to get the city, which I don't care what anyone in Columbus wants to tell me, they didn't really care until their backs were against the wall. Now they are all in. They've got the stadium coming up. Columbus is here, and hell is real in Ohio is going to be something to watch.
Hell is real. And if you haven't seen these billboards or heard the story by now, that is the name of the rivalry between Columbus Crew SC and, Columbus Crew. I'm lopping the SC off right now and FC Cincinnati. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Both games in August. I am going to make sure that I am at one of them. Hopefully at Nippert.
But you love what you see in just the 96. They're pushing this idea, not the idea, the reality that Columbus Crew are the original MLS franchise, and they have such a great history, and it's gotten lost over the last few years, but this fan base, this ownership group, they don't want to recreate this club and change the name and change everything. They want to revive what was good while moving the club into the future, and you know that Arthur Blank had a hand to play in this ownership group coming in. That's exactly what you
They've also got a massive amount of pressure on them because now you need to be ready to rock because Cincinnati is in your territory. Who knows what Nashville brings to that? If St. Louis comes in, now all of a sudden that entire part of our country is sitting there and you're saying, wait a minute, Columbus, you got to get it right. And when that stadium's right, 18,500 to 22,000 roof over all four sides, boy, it's going to be something special.
Bring back the crest, though, right? Bring back the three guys on the crest.
You can do whatever you want, Bobby. You wear a blazer like that, you can bring back any crest. He looks good today, doesn't he?
The soul of the Crew is secure.
It's not Bobby Warsaw, just so we know.
Bobby's got soul, though. You don't like the brown?
He's got great soul. That's why I brought it up.
Mechanicsburg's a lot like Columbus, Taylor.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And Mechanicsburg, the Earth Tones really play. We know that for sure.
Where is Mechanicsburg?
Right now, LA Galaxy on the clock via that trade. Let's see who they take.
With the 19th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the LA Galaxy select from SMU Southern Methodist University midfielder Emil Kwezu.
The Seattle Sounders FC are now on the clock.
Emil Kwezu, give me the scouting report out of SMU.
True number 10 at the college level, so he's going to have to find a different position at the next level. But I will give you this.
Bam!
Born in Buenos Aires, moved to the U.S. as a 7-year-old, diehard Boca fan. So when he goes into his first day of training to play under Guillermo Barros Schelotto, there is not going to be a whole lot of saliva in that mouth. He is going to be nervous. He is going to be excited. What can he do at the next level? I don't know. You can see he serves in the ball well. He scored the game-winning goal in extra time of both of his conference championships. That one in one of them as the chip down the middle, his junior and senior year, so he likes pressure. Let's be real, the LA Galaxy have so many pieces in their academy. It's going to be tough for any draft pick to come through, but they've got the LA Galaxy too.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes wide where he plays. You guys are at the board. You got the Galaxy lineup up. There are question marks on that thing. Where are they and what's going on?
Absolutely question marks. A couple things to point out as we get going. We have Rolf Felcher up here. His contract status is still undetermined. Same with Ashley Cole at left back. Keep that in mind. But this is probably how they would line up if they were going to go into a game. And Taylor, I asked you, how are they going to set up 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1? Schelotto played a lot of 4-3-3 when he was coaching in Argentina, and you said, I actually think they might go a little Dom Kinnear.
I do, because of Dom not only being on that staff, but also the success they had under Dom was, it's all about Zlatan. And I'm not saying that tongue-in-cheek. It really is, because he doesn't have the mobility that he's had in recent years, but he does have the creativity and the ability to pull plays off in the final third. But then that limits Kamara. And I give Kamara a ton of credit because he made the most out of a situation where he was put in a spot where he's not very good, and he ended up making the most out of it. Right. I just still think that if you don't figure out this, and while Romney and Steres are capable enough, they need to be pushed. They've got to figure out this spot here, because that is where they really struggled. And this man right here, when he was by himself in a lone number 6 role, he was much more effective than he was early in the year when he had to try to figure out playing with Perry Kitchen, his brother, or whatnot. When Jonathan Dos Santos is by himself, he's got a little bit more comfortable ability, so to speak.
It's fun to talk about how the front 6 are going to line up. We could put Alessandrini and Boateng and Ibra and Kamara in a bunch of different places, but this might be the only team that is looking for 4 starters back here. They could potentially look for an upgrade in every single one of these spots. Probably not in the draft, but whatever happens up here, it doesn't matter unless they sort out this part of the field.
If he comes back, he does have, Felcher does have the capability to be successful in Major League Soccer because he's athletic enough and he's good enough, but I'm not sure LA wants to do that. But he's better if this continuity here is better, and that's a huge concern for the LA Galaxy.
I'm not totally getting away from the Felcher hill, but you're lonely on that hill right now. He has a lot to prove.
Of course he does, but if you listen to what I said, Bobby, if this is better, he's more effective.
Exactly
if he's chasing the entire game behind here, good luck, then you may have another 2018 for the LA Galaxy.
But Andrew, it's probably not going to fix one of these starters in the draft. I expect them to go a little bit more depth with this selection.
We'll see what Dennis DeClosa does. Guillermo Barros-Schelotto's got to figure out what pieces fit, how they fit, and how they get that back line right, because there's no doubt they can score goals in 2018. Zlatan was doing that on his own. Alessandrini, Ola Kamara, on and on and on. They could not defend, and that was a big issue for them. All right, 20th pick here for Seattle Sounders.
With the 20th pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Seattle Sounders select from the United States Air Force Academy, midfielder Tucker Bone.
Tucker Bone out of U.S. Air Force Academy. Midfielder, started last 3 years there. A very good player, 13 goals, 6 assists his senior year.
Now that's a suit, my man.
People, oh boy.
Done. Well done, Tucker.
People really like Tucker Bone, but there are some question marks about how he'll get into this team, sort of like I would say Joe Greenspan a couple years ago.
Yeah, so talking to Tucker and talking to a few people familiar with the Air Force setup, the way it's going to work now is he has to get a letter from U.S. Soccer saying he's in our pool of players who could potentially play for the national team. In doing that, he can get on a track similar to what an Olympic athlete would do. And then in about 2 years, the Air Force would reassess where he's at. And if he's continuing and playing at a high level and representing the Air Force as a professional athlete, he could stay in Major League Soccer. If not, he would start his pilot's training because he is on the pilot track. And the moment you start that, you have 10 years where you have to serve because it's such an intensive process. So he's going to push for this. There was a baseball player who recently went through a similar situation and with a pro contract was able to get at least those 2 years to start his pro career. That's what Tucker Bone's going to look to do. And you would assume play a lot of time with Seattle too, the way he fits in because he's an attacking midfielder. And of course, Nicolas Lodero's pretty good at soccer. Christian Roldan's there as well. So it's tough to see him fit in now. But if he has a contract, he could find a way to at least stick around for a year or two.
A little bit surprised that maybe it wasn't Sergio Rivas out of Seattle, given Alex Roldan's success in the past. Seattle Sounders, you mentioned there Lodero. Some rumors about Boca Juniors. Maybe he's stumping for a new contract after he saw Christian Roldan and Jordan Morris get new ones. What have you made of the offseason so far? And what do we make of those contracts? Because Roldan, a late first-round draft pick, Jordan Morris, a guy taken in this as well.
It's a high number for both players. And I don't want to say it's too high because when the reverse happens, when they take smaller deals, what do we all yell about? We say, why don't you reward the domestic players that have done the job and proven it for Seattle with Christian Roldan and Jordan Morris. So they're a little bit high, but we would bash the reverse as well. So I'm perfectly fine.
Whoa. So who's high? Roldan's high? How so? How so? All he has to do, the Roldan number he's on, all he has to do is go to Germany, to a mid-level table in Germany, and he's making at least that. And then you throw bonuses on top of it. So Christian Roldan, for me, that's exactly what is worth. And I think the biggest question for Major League Soccer is, at what point do your contracts resonate with the world market? Oftentimes, MLS creates its own market. Christian Roldan's a situation that's not. Jordan Morris is an interesting situation because you're gambling a little bit that with him maybe coming back being healthy and maybe being a little bit better and then has some leverage with the national team, you can sell him. So you're going to gamble a little bit. And keep in mind, Jordan Morris's numbers don't go up until the final 2 or 3 years of the deal. But this conversation about Roldan's number being too high is completely, utterly ridiculous. Not because Bobby brought it up, but because I've read 4 or 5 articles on it. I'm like, all you have to do is look at the number he's making and look at what he would have made at a mid-level table team in Bundesliga or a top 5 team in the second Bundesliga or the championship. And he, by definition, for me, Christian's making less money than he would have over there. So I thought it was good business by Seattle. Jordan, you could argue whatnot, but it's about having the asset. And Bobby brought this up at the beginning of the show, and he's 100% correct. At times, you have to look at situations, and every situation can't be black or white. Jordan Morris is still an asset. And if you're going to gamble on him coming back and being a part with Greg Berhalter and the national team, you don't want to let that asset all of a sudden become free because he hasn't done anything or he had a torn ACL. So Garth Lagerwey looked at it and said, I'm going to gamble a little bit. I'm okay with it because the gamble's later on in the deal. But it is what it is. But the Roldan situation, he would have made that plus more if he would have gone to Europe.
We're waiting now for Sporting Kansas City on the clock with the 21st pick here in the MLS SuperDraft 2019 presented by Adidas. You saw on the outs there for Seattle, done and dusted. We hadn't really talked about it with Minnesota either. Ozzie Alonso, such a decorated career. Bobby, I think you tweeted this morning, we'll break this off and pick it up in a second.
With the 21st pick of the first round of the MLS SuperDraft, Sporting Kansas City select from Florida Gulf Coast University defender Kamar Marriott.
They do this every year. Sporting Kansas City does this every year, and I love it. I love it because for me, this is the future of what this is about. You got to do your own scouting. You've got to go out and find players. You've got to do your own homework. If you're relying still on the combine and going to see these players, it's not good enough. Sporting Kansas City started to do this, if I'm not mistaken, in 2013. I was sitting at the combine, sitting there with Peter Vermees and Kerry Zavagnin. They looked right at me and they said, you know what, Taylor? The player we're drafting is not here. We're going to start this trend. We've got this guy. They went a roundabout way of finding their own players. I appreciate that, and they're staying to their roots.
And there's another piece to it. They host combines.
Yes.
So you bring those players in and you put them in the exact situations you want to see them in. You control all the variables. Every player at the MLS Combine, every player in their draft, you ask, they've been to 4 or 5 tryouts with MLS teams. They've trialed with them in summers, and they've been to their combines. Toronto FC hosts a big one. Seattle as well. That is the future.
You know what I love, David?
6'4", center back.
Yeah, which is interesting because if they don't move Ikapar or whatnot, but they're USL team, and I don't know.
They're developing. This one's for Swope Park Rangers. See what happens.
Agreed. I have no problem with it. But the one thing I love about Peter Vermees, Sporting Kansas City, their ownership, the Elliott family, is they have, if right now MLS said, you know what, homegrown rule, go out and get your own players, they're completely, there's belief in that building that they can compete with New York Red Bulls, FC Dallas, and all those academies.
Why not?
I love that, and they've
not?
already proven to do so.
They've got the facilities. They went out and got Jalen Lindsay, Gianluca Busio, 2 of the best young players in MLS right now. I want to go back to Ozzie Alonso, though.
Okay.
And let's start from the Seattle side because he's such a legend there. The decision to let Ozzie Alonso move on in semi-free agency, claimed on waivers by Minnesota in order to pay him TAM money, reportedly around $700K year 1, a little bit less in year 2. Why'd they make this decision, and was it the right one?
Well, you just brought up Roldan and Morris's contract, so part of that is that. I think also age is a big part of it, and I'm okay with them moving on. I really do believe that. They were capable of playing it, but Ozzie, in 10 years, it's gonna be hard to find someone that was the heart and soul of the Seattle Sounders move. But for me, it's part of growing and knowing when to cut the cord, and from Seattle's perspective, I'm okay with it.
Well, you mentioned Sasha Kleshin earlier. Yep. Dax McCarty, why did they trade both of those players? Because it is better to do it too early than to do it too late, especially if they're in a contract and you have to lock them down for 2 or 3 more years. And I actually don't think it's too early for Alonso, but maybe the next one will, and you should always gamble to do it before rather than after.
All right, what's it mean for Minnesota, Dave?
They had the worst defense in the league the last 2 years, basically. They're one of the worst defenses of all time. He's the best defensive midfielder in MLS history, second behind Charlie Joseph, although debate if he's a defensive midfielder. But I'll go with that all day. But he's the second best defensive midfielder of all time. And even if he's not at his best, he brings experience around this league, and he can still give you performances that are better than what you've been getting next to a guy now in Jan Gregus, who he now makes better. He allows Gregus to connect the game, to float a little bit more, because you can guarantee where Ozzie Alonso is going to be to clean that up. For Minnesota, they come into the new stadium. They've been bad. This is we need to win now. And not win MLS Cup, but we need to be competitive. And an Ozzie Alonso move on a 2-year contract is
it helps Ozzie that it's grass, not turf, by the way.
That does help him a lot. Allianz
Massively.
Field is going to be beautiful. Speaking of Minnesota United, with the 15th pick, they picked Chase Gasper. He spoke to Susanna Collins earlier.
Here with Chase. Chase, congratulations. Big moment for you and your family. I know your dad was ill and you transferred from UCLA to Maryland to be close to him. What does it mean for you to now have this experience in front of him here, beginning your journey in MLS?
It means the world to me. He not only is he the greatest father in the world, but I mean, like I said up there, he's my inspiration, he's my motivation, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. So he's my hero. He's Superman on earth, and I'm just so blessed and thankful that he's here and got to witness this today.
your new manager, Adrian Heath, had great things to say about you and spoke a lot about your character, winning a national championship and being ready to play. How do you think your time at Maryland and playing for Sasha has prepared you for this moment with Minnesota?
Oh, it was an incredible experience. I'm so thankful to Sasha and the entire coaching staff at Maryland. I had a fantastic time there. They took me in at a tough time, but I had great teammates supporting me, great coaching staff, and it was an incredible experience in College Park. So always going to be thankful for my time there, and to go out on top as national champions, couldn't ask for a better ending.
And now you have a new stadium in Minnesota. Are you ready for that?
Oh yeah, I'm super excited.
Nice. Well, I'm going to have to make the trip out for that win. Congratulations, Chase. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
With the 22nd pick of the first round of the 2018 MLS SuperDraft, the New York Red Bulls select from Fordham University forward Jonas Luba.
I love this pick by New York Red Bulls because when they take guys who are from colleges in the New York, New Jersey area, they've been successful. They watch these guys. Florian Valot and Vincent Bezecourt didn't even get drafted. And both of those guys are difference makers in Major League Soccer. One from Ryder, the other from St. Francis, Brooklyn. Janusz Luba, obviously from the Staten Island Messi's alumni, John Wolynek, but he fits their profile in that he's a wide attacking player who can fit into their system and connect passes, which has been really key for guys developing with them, but also has the ability to score on his own and finish. So he's, of course, going to be a New York Red Bull 2 guy to start, but he fits into the profile of what they've done in the past.
We have the utmost Red Bull 2 expert in the world sitting at this table, David
Well,
Goss.
arguably the greatest team on the continent.
Well, I want to go into that a little bit because this Red Bulls 2 team has produced a lot of talent, and they just moved, say, Tyler Adams, the
I'm going to
first
shop
signing
on Gap Kids
in
for
club history, all the way to the Bundesliga, to RB Leipzig.
Baby, rings.
What is so special about this pathway that they've created?
So a few things. One is the ability, players understanding that it's available. You can make it to the top level. Players want to come to New York Red Bulls too. They turn down more money at other USL teams or other MLS USL teams so that they can come to New York because they know they have the shot to get higher. On top of that, the system. It just allows you to step up to the next level and know exactly what your role is, exactly what your job is. And they don't play guys at number 10 at New York Red Bulls 2 to then push them to the wing when they get to the next level. They give guys an opportunity to become experts at their role as they move into the next level. The other thing is, I think the belief that when they bring guys in, they say, these are the attributes that you have that fit what we want to do. No one else believes in you. No one else sees you. This is what we want.
With the 23rd pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Portland Timbers select from Michigan State University forward Ryan Sierakowski.
We talked to one. Jones come off from Michigan State earlier at the 11th pick to New England. Now at the 23rd pick, Ryan Sierakowski, a forward. A Bobasi in there. I don't think it looks like Armenteros is coming back. We know Adi has already moved on. What is this pick? This is depth?
Yeah, absolutely.
But forget the pick. They have a DP spot. They need a center forward. Do you think they make that signing in preseason, or do you think they wait for the summer?
They are about 95% on their way of signing a number 9 designated player. So when the Portland Timbers make that signing, now Bobasi, I'd argue, needs to given a full opportunity to make that spot his own, whether the mistake in MLS Cup or not, besides the point. He's a player that has a huge upside. This is a depth pick, to answer Andrew's question. Absolutely. But Portland's got a little money to play with, and for the first time in a long time, they've had that, right? So it's interesting what they're going to do with the DP pick. I fully expect it to be a younger type designated player pick than your traditional, it's not going to be a Wayne Rooney or whatnot. But the other part of Portland Timbers that's interesting is Liam Ridgewell parting ways. What do they do at the center back spot? They've got 2 young center backs, Cascante and Tuiloma, that I still think they're actually okay. So I don't know if I would spend a ton of money to bring in that third center back. Here's my belief on this. You guys can tell me I'm wrong. I'm going to use Portland as the example. I like to have a little money to play with in the summer.
Yeah.
to cover my rear end if something isn't going right. I don't want to go all in, especially because the world transfer period, you get the better players coming in the summer. So I think
Also,
Portland needs to be careful with that.
Kicker on the end of that, they start the season with the longest ever road streak to start a year. They're going to come home in the summer. So something's going to be going wrong. Whether the team is good or not, you're not going to go 12 road games in a row.
12, yeah.
And you're not going to be that successful. Now, you might figure we're okay where we're at, but you come home, you make a signing in the summer, you re-energize that team a la, not Wayne Rooney, but a la DC United this year, and you look at it and you say, if you can get momentum, you close the year out on 10 straight home
By the way,
games.
Providence Park is going to be an absolute.
Yeah, it's going to be nuts.
It's going to be an absolute. Especially
it's boxed in now.
Oh, especially when they add grass. When they add grass.
Did you just have to when they add
When
grass?
they add grass, that place, I'm telling you right now, recruiting is going to be a lot easier to go to Portland, Oregon, where many people are like, do I want to go that far in the country? And they add grass at Stadium Maripol's, and bravo, my man, bravo, because that stadium is going to be a mecca. But I don't think they struggle as bad as people do. I think 12 games on the road, Gio, for whatever reason, thrives in that. I don't think they struggle. But again, agree with you, David. I want some money to play with. Because if I do need to make a run, which you're more than capable of, and I need to spend a little money, I just don't know if I'm going to spend all my money before.
That's a win. That's a win, not if. On grass at Providence Park. That's what you're saying right now.
Oh, yeah. If they don't, that's because U.S. Soccer, someone hasn't given the Portland Timbers any kind of, what's that, assurance that they're going to get national team games one a year.
Yeah.
Right. So, honestly, you guys tell me if I'm wrong. If there's grass at Providence Park, why would there not be at least one U.S. men's national team and one U.S. women's national team game there on average a year? You can't come up with that argument against it. But that's still left to be seen because 19, they'll play on turf.
Atlanta United on the clock. They, of course, are MLS Cup champions from last year, knocking off the Portland Timbers at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. ATL2, we'll see what they do with this pick. But I want to go back to what you said about Portland because I'm with you on the fact that I think they'll do better than DC United did last year. DC last year, a little bit in disarray, didn't have the depth, didn't have the talent. This is a Portland Timbers team that has those things and has the style of play and has the chops to say, you know what, we're sitting back. Blanco, Valeri will hurt you with those. Abobaseat, maybe, if they don't sign that player, gets a little bit of an opportunity to make his hay there, being a hold-up man and playing off those guys. We'll see what happens. Atlanta United, as they make this pick, they got some question marks. Namely, what is going to happen with Miguel Almiron? How do they clear space for Pity Martinez? This goes straight back to the LA Galaxy, who we've been talking about with 4 DPs. This has gotten less attention. Let's see what they do with the pick.
With the 24th and last pick of the 2019, last pick of the first round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, Atlanta United select from UCLA and a winner of the Tom Fitzgerald Award as the MVP of our combine last week, midfielder Anderson Asiadu.
An emotional moment for Anderson Asayadu. He was the MVP of the combine. He was everywhere, but like a brick house, man. He is a smaller guy, but he is as wide as he is tall, or seemingly so when you watch him play. He won every single second ball in the combine. He was very tidy on it, distribution, ran the game. Played at UCLA, reputation for wanting the ball at his feet, for being combative in the midfield. He's got an incredible story as well. He was living in an orphanage in Ghana. He did not start his career at UCLA. He was at Monmouth first. 22 years old. This is 100% a D-mid pick. A guy maybe to provide some depth behind Remedi, etc. But a good pick, we think, here.
Atlanta United 2 player for sure for him, but a great story, as you said, a great character. Just talking to him at the combine, talking about, I came from Africa. I came to college. I wanted to study African American history to understand where I'm from, where I stand in the world. Just a thinker, a personality that you want to bring into your locker room. And I think the skills he has are the skills he'll always have. And they could play for a little bit in Major League Soccer. He can cover ground. He's not scared. He's going to get into tackles. He's not going to be a difference maker for them anytime soon, but he's a fun piece, I think, a good piece to add to your culture.
All right, first round is done and dusted. 24 picks down. The final generation Adidas player to be chosen was J.J. Williams out of Kentucky at number 18. We spoke with him just a little bit earlier.
Well, I think Columbus Crew has a new hype man. JJ, you are really pumping up those Crew fans out there. What does it mean to get that kind of reception from the Crew fans?
It's amazing. This is something you dream about for the longest time, and it's really nice to have some fans here, some guys that travel. So it means a lot. You know, you see a lot of people go up there, and for that, it made it a lot easier. It made it feel like, you know, I'm going and going to be performing in front of that fan base everybody dreams about. So I'm just thankful for it.
I was lucky enough to be in Columbus just the other day for the new introductory press conference of the ownership, and that is an exciting team to work for. I heard you talking to Caleb Porter, your new coach. You said, I'm ready to get to work. What does it mean that they were willing to take a chance on you?
It means everything. It means the world, especially being right down the road from Kentucky. You know, it's a great place to go. Columbus Crew is in a league of its own, so I'm really thankful. I'm really thankful for the opportunity. I'm really ready to get to work, and like you said, there's so much to be excited for. I mean, you got the new coach, you got new sponsors with Nordeco, you got there's so many new things going on with the club now. So it's somewhere where I like to go to, somewhere where I'm really excited about going, and hopefully we can do some things that haven't been done before.
Your energy is contagious, my friend. Congratulations. Enjoy today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
This one's for the fans. It's bigger, bolder than ever before. It's your club. It's every club. Nothing brings you closer. Experience the game wherever, whenever. Live every goal. Live every celebration. Because the game never stops. Live your colors. This is the MLS app Evolve.
Atlanta United select from Providence College, midfielder Julian Gressel.
I did not know Atlanta was going to pick me, so I was a bit surprised. I didn't even hear my name. I just heard Providence College, and I was like, oh yeah, this is it. But I mean, I was extremely happy. You know, it was a day for me that I'll obviously never forget, and a day that, was filled with so much joy, because your childhood dream becomes reality. To have been picked by Atlanta, you know, obviously after it all, it turned out really great for me here, you know. But to be able to stand on that podium and deliver a speech and say thank you to all the people that, you know, have contributed so much in my life was really special.
All right, Ryan, so green is apparently your color, right? Michigan State guy, you are now a member of the Portland Timbers. What's this moment like for you?
It's unbelievable. I've dreamt of this moment ever since I started playing at 6 years old, and the past couple of weeks have been an emotional roller coaster, and to be picked by Portland Timbers, it's unbelievable, and I can't wait to get started.
I mean, this is a team that was in MLS Cup last year. They have one of the most passionate fan bases in all of MLS. How excited are you to become sort of a fabric of this team? Yeah,
they obviously have an amazing fan base and a great following, and Portland's a great city. I'm excited to get started. I don't have too much to say. If
your mom was standing here right now, what would she say to you?
Just how proud of me she is, and probably give me a big hug. So I can't wait to see them, and yeah,
Go call your mom right now. Go call her and tell her. Thank you so much, Ryan.
First round in the books. Seattle took Tucker Bone out of the Air Force Academy. Logan Gadula, a Cincinnati pick. Here you have it. Frankie Amaya goes #1, the U.S. U20 player out of UCLA. All 7 Generation Adidas picks off the board. Guys, what stands out to you?
I'm just so proud. Going away from what it means to the teams, I just want to take a second to say it is such a special day for these kids, because the MLS draft doesn't have the same importance it did 2, 5, 10 years ago, but being a first-round pick is going to be one of the first things that's said about these kids for the rest of their lives, and that's a special thing. They worked incredibly hard to get to this point, and it's just a wonderful moment for everyone on that list right there.
The thing that sticks out to me is I feel like I got lied to a little bit. Everyone told me just take best talent. It doesn't matter what position. And then everyone went positional over the course of the first round. A few of the names stick out here or there. Tucker Bone's a great story, as I said. Anderson Aseu, a great story as well. But I think in general, you're looking at a few guys who next year you won't say are difference makers. But when I look back at the 2016 and 15 draft, that's where you start to see guys like Asesinovic who finally find their feet and then are longtime starters. Tony Beltran, another player. Chris Wingert, another player. Just guys who, and notice they're all
Wingert wasn't
fullbacks.
back Herman.
Yeah, fair. But it takes a few years to get your feet at the pro level. But I think there are solid, soon-to-be MLS veterans.
Yeah, there are some good projects in here the teams are betting on. Maybe not next year, but to perhaps develop and impact their teams down the line. Anderson Asiedu has an incredible story. He caught up with Susanna Collins after being chosen with the 24th pick by Atlanta United.
Anderson, be it the Five Stripes or the King Peach jersey, hold it up. I think it suits you. I think it looks really good. What do you think?
I'm very blessed for this opportunity. I worked so hard for this. You know, I just want to go out there and prove myself. All I asked for was opportunity. Life is all about opportunity, and I thank Atlanta United for trusting in me and giving me the opportunity for me to prove myself to become who I want to be.
I saw your mom up on that screen, and she was absolutely bawling, just tears of pride for you. What does it mean to share this moment with your family?
I just want to thank them for the support. You know, since day one, they believed in me. I came from nothing. They helped me out. They were my backbone in America. Without them, I wouldn't stand here right now. I wouldn't get opportunity to do what I want to do. So I just love the moment. I'm very happy for this moment. I can't wait, and I love my family for the support since day one, for trusting in me.
You're giving me goosebumps, and now you're going to the team that won MLS Cup. Has it sunk in? Can you process it?
This is absolutely unbelievable. Like, I was sitting there and, names are going by. But, they said they saved the best for last.
I love it.
They saved the best for last. So I just want to thank Atlanta United for this great opportunity. I'm willing to go out there and give it all. This is my life. This is my chance for me to prove myself to America and the whole world that this is me, Anderson Asiedu.
I love it. Anderson, you earned a new fan right here, buddy. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
The draft in '96 was very different than it is now. I was sitting in my apartment, I think, probably maybe playing basketball, doing something at UCLA. I think the draft was happening. I didn't even know if it started, if I was picked or whatever. And then later that day, I got a call saying, hey, you got drafted to the Galaxy. You're just going down the street, But since then, the draft has become what we see in so many of the other sports, right? It's become a big spectacle. It's like the combine. We didn't have a combine in '96 for the college players. So for sure it's evolved as the league has evolved incredibly over the years. The draft has evolved, and so I think it's a special event now and has been for a while for the young players that are coming in.
Everything should be.
I need some throwback jerseys in my inbox. So if anybody's watching this and has those, I guess just send them to MLS headquarters or however you want to get that done. Second round has started. 25th pick on the clock, New York Red Bulls. Again, they often go for these local guys. We'll see what happens here. I want to go back to 2019 with this team. And we had an interesting conversation with Chris Armas at the Combine
2018.
about 2019 is what I want to talk about.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Who wants to go back to the
2018 's
future?
over.
Go back to the future. I got it.
About the push and pull with identity. They have such a set identity that's allowed them to be so successful, to recruit, to build that pathway. Hasn't got it done in the playoffs. They're going to stick with it, but they got to find a little bit of a change-up, no?
They do, but quite honestly, I looked at it and said, you know what? If they just would have done what they did the entire year, they would have given Atlanta a run for their money.
Uh-oh, watch out. Bobby's about to come across me.
So that kind of, we've already done this. So I don't know if they need to change anything up. There's something about the New York Red Bulls that is not being talked about enough. And I know your guys' colleague and who I'm filling in for, Matt Doyle, knows something about this, is that New York City FC is kind of killing recruiting with the academy players over the last 12 to 18 months. And so the New York Red Bulls have hit a little bit of a snag. Not to say their academy doesn't have the quality that they once had, but I am kind of saying that. That's an interesting underlying in-the-weeds discussion, but that's what the Red Bulls are about. They're about Tyler Adams coming through your academy, selling them to Germany. So does that identity change a little bit? But if they replace Tyler Adams at all, I wouldn't change a lot. It's just a question of when does it all stop for Bradley Wright Phillips? Can he still score 15 goals a year continuously? They've got to find it.
You gonna call out Brad like that?
I'm not calling out Brad.
Taylor, come on.
Absolutely.
Brad?
Father John's undefeated.
Brad,
Father
Brad?
Time is undefeated.
Brad? Come on.
But let's throw into, you said having trouble recruiting in New York. The replacement for Tyler Adams is a kid from Venezuela. So New York Red Bulls have built a system, they built a structure. They don't need local kids necessarily. They just need youthful talent.
No, they need an academy.
No, they have the academy. But you bring in Christian Caceres Jr., who's going to be the replacement for Tyler Adams, and you bring him in from Venezuela. You have a year to build him, and now he's a starter in MLS.
That's not what
With the
I'm
first
talking
pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the New York Red Bulls select from Hofstra University, defender Sean Nealis.
The San Jose Earthquakes are now.
Sean Nealis out of Hofstra. Yet again, they're going with a local guy in this draft. Someone they know, someone surely they've scouted in person, New York Red Bulls. I interrupted your argument here. I'll let you guys get right back to it.
No, it's not. All I'm saying is the academy is the 12s, the 13s, the 14s, the 15s, the 16s, the 17s. It's not just replacing Tyler Adams. Right now, the conversation in New York at the ground level is that New York City is doing something with their academy, and now because of that chip, the New York Red Bulls, they've got their work cut out with the academy.
Am I wrong? They don't have an academy director right now?
No, you're not.
Yeah, Red Bulls don't have an academy director right now. That's an issue.
You guys have mentioned the academy. Academies are undoubtedly important, but you know where I think the Red Bulls actually dominate everyone else, what other teams fail at, is that 17 to 22. Because I think the difference between these players arriving to their clubs at 17 is marginal. It's what the clubs do with the 17-year-old, because I think that's actually a more important part of a player's development. Yes, 1 to 17 matters, but 17 to 22, when you first turn professional, are you getting minutes? Do you have the right training sessions in front of you? Sometimes these kids turn pro, but professional training sessions aren't set up for a 17-year-old, so it's that part of the development phase that Red Bulls are kicking everyone else.
All right, so they dipped a little bit year before last. They went back and won Supporter Shield this year, set a points record, almost got to MLS Cup, Atlanta United stay in the way. Is there a dip coming this year, or would they stay consistent? And if they want to stay consistent, are there needs on this roster right now?
I'm not sure there's a dip. I mean, they may be a little less than last year, not win the Supporter Shield. So by definition, a dip, there's a little bit. But their style of play, the way they filled the pieces in, if they go out and get another piece like Kaku and that type of signing, I'm intrigued by that because their player profiling is very...
It's got to be on the wing if that happens.
Well,
right? They're
not going to go that big. It'll be a Royer signing, right? Another Royer to play opposite of him to give you some goals, which is the step they need, I think, to win in the playoffs is just another guy who can make a difference. But for a regular season point of view, what Taylor says is exactly right. People aren't used to them. People aren't prepared. You come in for 1 week. Yeah. You're not going to get ready. You're not going to change the way you play. You go out there, maybe you lose to the Red Bulls, you move on. But in the playoffs, it's a different game.
All right. Todd Durbin is making the picks here. Now that Commissioner Gon Garber is off the hook following the first round, we are preparing for number 26 in San Jose. With the number 2 pick, they took Saeed Haji, a U.S. U20. We will see who the Quakes take at the second pick of the second round here. Of course, Mateus Almeida making his way into that group, figuring things out. Jesse Fiorinelli, we got to say it, had a whiff on Michael Starr. That did not work out. He moved on extremely quickly. This was an opportunity, and they made a splash. So far, been pretty quiet on the signing front. Guy on loan from Villarreal that they knew from Argentina. You got a Brazilian that came in. Here's the pick from Todd Durbin.
I love Scotch.
With the second pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the San Jose Earthquakes select from Seattle University, midfielder Sergio Rivas.
Sergio Rivas out of Seattle. Alex Roldan, a guy who came out of there last year, played pretty well for the Seattle Sounders alongside his brother.
I'm pumped up right now. I'm very pumped up. Sergio Rivas, phenomenal personality. You're about to hear him speak, great speaker, but he did tell me that him and his dad are from Mexico. They're Liga MX fans. And when Matias Almeida signed with San Jose, his dad called him and said, listen what he said about young Mexican players when he was trying to get the Mexican national team job. You're going to go to San Jose. It's fate. I don't believe in fate. This is pretty cool, though, and pretty exciting. They're so excited about Almeida that they ignored the fact that they're America fans, and he's a Chivas fan.
All right. Speaking of public
First
speaking.
off, I want to thank God. Without God, nothing's possible. But most importantly, I want to thank San Jose, Almeida, and their staff. They took an opportunity to win international like myself. I want to thank Seattle University, my coaches, Coach Peter Fewing, he's over there, Nate Delacon, Billy Colello, Jeff Cook, and Vince Volpe. I also want to thank Seattle University and my teammates for making me the player that I am now. I want to thank Rush and Justin Sells for buying me a flight and getting me to the draft. I really appreciate that, and he's a great person, and I love him, and thank you for everything you've done for me. I want to thank my brothers for all the love and support that they've given. And last but not least, I want to thank the most important people in my life, my parents. I wish they would have been here to watch me walk up stage, but I know that you guys are watching, and I'll see you guys soon. I love you guys, and thank you.
I love you too, Sergio. We got to work on leaning off the podium a little. He wants to be a public speaker. He said, I'm from a bad neighborhood in Albuquerque. I want to be a public speaker, a motivational speaker, and go back and talk to the young people about what they can do with their lives. Fantastic personality. The issue for him coming into the draft to us, he's a number 10. Domestic number 10s don't get a lot of time, but I think the personality that he has rubbed off on Matias Almeida. Matias Almeida was in love with the combine and the draft this week. When we spoke to him, he said there's not a place in the world where young people get to come play in front of coaches and then have their dreams come true in front of people on national television. So he loves the mystique around all of this, and I think this pick goes along with that.
Dream became reality there for Sergio Rivas and his dad, Matias Almeida. Profe is his next head coach. Let's go to the podium. Another pick on the way.
With the third pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, Orlando City SC select from Syracuse University, defender Kamal Miller.
Kamal Miller, a senior out of Syracuse. There were some rumblings last year that he might sign a Generation Adidas deal. You got on this set, Dave, immediately on arrival and said, hey, this is a great player. He could be a first rounder. What do they get in Orlando City?
They're getting a left-footed center back who can play with both feet, who can play it short into midfield, but also knock that ball long himself and hit an accurate ball to switch the field. They're getting a guy, as you said, who was almost GA last year, who's as good, I think, a center back as there is in this class, and they're getting him in the second round. You guys talked about it before I came on with Orlando City. They're one of the few teams that maybe it needs difference makers out of this draft because the roster's such a mess. I think this is a guy who can stick around year one and be a part of that first team, especially at left center back where they have such a huge hole.
5 straight years of the Generation Adidas signing out of Syracuse. You think back to a guy like Miles Robinson. He came out as well, a partner of Kamal Miller on that team. All right, Sam Stejskal is digging things up down on the draft floor. Let's see what he has for us right now.
Hey guys, heading into the second round here at the Super Draft in Chicago. FC Cincinnati have been probably the most active team, not only today, but in the days leading up to today. No surprise for an expansion team. They've made a few pretty significant trades. Made a trade earlier this week with Philadelphia to acquire all 5 of their picks in exchange for $150,000 in general allocation money. Made a separate trade with LAFC where they acquired $175,000 in allocation money and a whole package of other things, a 4th round pick. A lot went to LAFC. I'm told that part of that trade was a promise from FC Cincinnati to not pick any of LAFC's players in the expansion draft in December. I'm told they were targeting Steven Beitasher in that draft, so they got that money. Overall on net, they've received $125,000 in general allocation money and 3 extra draft picks to move up from the 5 that they initially held. They've used 2 of those draft picks so far. Obviously, Frankie Amaya went number 1 overall. 13th pick they used on Logan Gaduja, Wake Forest outside back. The overall strategy here, obviously acquiring money is good. Acquiring picks and paying for them. The strategy there, Cincinnati is thinking they don't have an academy. They can't go out and sign homegrown players like most of the other teams in the league. They need a way to fill the reserve roster, those 25 through 28 spots. They want to acquire as many draft picks as possible, see how many hits they can get, increase those odds of getting some guys in that stick with the MLS team. It's kind of an NFL model. That's what's been referenced by a few folks in the Cincinnati camp, which makes sense considering their GM and president, Jeff Birding. He's coming from a long background with the Cincinnati Bengals in the NFL. So that's sort of the story on Cincinnati. They've been the most active team of the day so far. I expect them to continue to be active. From what I understand, they're still interested in Johan Kapelhoff from the Chicago Fire. Although the Chicago Fire did, I'm told, make him a solid offer to stay. So we'll see where that ends up. But he could end up being moved here either today or in the next week or so. That's all I got for now. I'll check back in later for more from the Super Draft from Chicago.
At Sam Stachel on Twitter, all the news breaking there. Of course, you can catch him on Extra Time Radio just about every week, Monday and Thursday. He is bird dogging out there, and I feel like I got a little crow I got to eat because I was questioning the draft move, and I still feel like maybe the logic wasn't completely fleshed out. But at this point, if you look at it, if you're plus 125,000, you got 3 extra picks. You got the number 1 in Frankie Amaya that you held on to.
Absolutely.
It's not a lose.
No, it's not.
It's in a lot of ways it's a win and a wash at worst.
And maybe we find out down the road. Maybe we find out that they learned on the fly and they figured it out.
Here we go.
Good on them.
With the 4th pick of the 2nd round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Colorado Rapids select from the University of Michigan, defender Marcelo Borges.
Marcelo Borges out of Michigan, as you heard right there, 17 starts his senior season, 3 assists. Who wants to give me the scouting report?
The kid that came through the Red Bulls Academy, they decided to pass more because of his versatility and his ability to stay healthy than his actual ability. He can play on both sides. He's very comfortable on the ball. He's a very confident young man and a leader. And I want to say the same thing about Kamal Miller. These guys are going to be heartbroken about falling down the draft board, but they went to very good spots for their careers. Marcelo Borges is going to have a chance to make the MLS team, if not get minutes, and same with Kamal Miller.
This is a guy who would have been on the US U20 World Cup team if he hadn't gotten injured right before the tournament started. So he has that pedigree, but like Bobby said, New York Red Bulls chose not to sign him as a homegrown because there's question marks about his ability to stay healthy and maybe the long-term injuries. From a pure player point of view, you've got Sam Vines right now at left back for Colorado Rapids. That's it. So this is actually one of those rare opportunities where he could be a part of this MLS team for a 2nd-round draft pick year 1.
Word is the Rapids may still be active today. Not necessarily in the draft, but maybe outside in that trade market. Still TBD. We haven't seen a blockbuster yet. Last year we saw David Accam, still crossing my fingers for that, or a big-time player signing.
Do we like the Colorado Rapids yet? Are we in? Or
That's what I was going to ask, because I was looking at them last night, and it was 1 a.m., and I was bleary-eyed from
Bobby's ready?
all the draft prep, and I was like, I'm convincing myself that this team might compete for the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. One thing I want to point out about what they're going to do, they're going to play a 4-4-2 diamond, and that is a unique system in Major League Soccer. What we see year after year is if you play a unique system, whether it's pressing, whether it's a 3-5-2, that is an inherent advantage. Boom, that's one right there. 2, that roster is shaping up, too. I like Jack Price. I know I'm on my own hill on that one.
You got a Jack Price jersey sitting in the other room.
I do. Benny Failhopper is Kellen Acosta as the 2 shuttlers. Keegan Roseberry at right back, Kai Kamara up top, Diego Rubio up top. There's definitely questions about whether those 2 can mesh. But they've put together 8 or 9 really good pieces in a unique system that may fit a big part of that team. I'm a big Colorado Rapids fan right now.
You're not going to get me to say right now that they're going to compete for the playoffs. And I could be wrong. And obviously, if they do, I think it's for one of the final spots. But if you're a Rapids fan, you're sitting there saying, well, at least we're proactive and we're making some real moves and getting after it. And so on that sense, yeah, of course. But to say right now they're going to compete in the Western Conference.
Hey, I didn't say they were going to make the playoffs. I said they were going to compete for it, which is not what they did last year. They
got an extra spot now with 7, and you look at the bottom last year, we think maybe the Galaxy can fix themselves, but they have no backline. And then RSL, it's the same question marks coming into this year. So if you're anyone below them...
Well, Houston's an interesting team because of their style of play, but the CONCACAF champions, I don't know. I'm intrigued by Colorado.
By the way, we didn't have out there Marlon Hairston to Houston Dynamo is official. So that's a big move. They bring in, it looks like 125 in GAM for 2019, 50 in GAM for 2020. So that helps them add a little bit more and maybe
Why did Houston get Hairston?
I don't know.
What position?
You can't bury my guy AJ De La Garza. He will
I'm not
be
burying anyone. I'm just saying they didn't have a right back.
They needed depth there, and we like AJ De La Garza, but the injuries have been
Remember
there.
At the beginning of the show, we were talking about DC United and a little bit of moves there. Chris Seitz going from Houston to DC to compete for the backup spot, which, as we all know, we said at the beginning of the show, David Usted most likely will be on his way out.
Moving and shaking. Marlon Hairston to Houston.
It's interesting to watch Colorado make so many trades because everyone talks about...
They have a ton of...
But everyone talks about how hard it is in Major League Soccer because no one wants to lose a trade. A lot of teams don't want to work with anyone, and I think that's the point. Is Colorado so desperate coming into this year that people look at them and say, yeah, we can get a little bit extra game and time out of them, and they're not going to win MLS Cup next year and make us have, and we'll have egg on our face.
We could have a different conversation about, we reward mediocrity and failure in American sports. It's not an MLS thing, it's American sports. You finish dead last in the NFL and you get the number one pick. Part of that I just struggle with, but they should. Colorado should. You were not good last year. Now you revitalize and change it. So I think the old MLS, David, I think you bring up an interesting point on the trades. I think people are a little bit more, we need to make trades because there's more TAM and mechanisms to throw it around and make trades. I think
more assets.
That's the word I was looking for. But to say they're going to compete for a playoff spot, I think the jury's still out.
It is, but everybody believes this time of year. That's the beauty of January. Before you even get in that training camp,
can I get some
why
more
not?
scotch?
Cincinnati Santa as well. Todd Durbin's heading to the podium. 29th pick coming right up.
Can I get a sip of that? With the 5th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, FC Cincinnati select from the University of Notre Dame, midfielder Tommy McCabe.
Central midfielder, starter for 3 straight years with the Irish. They produced a number of good MLS players over the years. Bobby, what are your thoughts?
A really good player, a really good footballer, calm with the ball at his feet, reads the game really well. Just a tough spot for him right now because I can name 3 other players on that roster that do the same thing. So Tommy McCabe, in the right situation, with the right coach to develop him, could be a nice contributor. I would think to yourself, if you're trying to find a comparison, maybe a Scotty Caldwell in New England. But I don't know how he gets on this FCC team, considering they have similar players, so maybe this is a loan out to develop for a year or two.
McCabe, along with John Nelson, one of the guys from residency that grew up with Christian Pulisic and Tyler Adams, and so has talked to them as we asked them this week with those guys about what the pro level's like, what that next level's like. One of the last U.S. residency classes, really.
All right, Borges, the pick earlier here in this from by the Colorado Rapids is standing by with Caitlin Carr. Let's go there.
From New England to Portland.
Marcelo, I know you have a big family in attendance from Brazil. What does it mean to have everybody here with you?
It's great. They traveled thousands of miles, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll remember it for the rest of my life, and I hope they do too. So it's just great to have everyone here.
Okay, so Red Bulls Academy player, now making a change to Colorado Rapids. Is it going to take some time to get used to the new kit?
Yeah, it'll definitely take some time, but I'm glad I'm with the Colorado Rapids now, and I'm grateful for everything.
The Rapids have made some big signings in the offseason, getting Kai Kamara, Diego Rubio. What's it going to be nice to be behind them on the back line to be able to know that you can get some goals from your squad?
Yeah, definitely a change for going from college players to those guys, but I hope they take me in well. I'm going to try to learn from everyone. Front line, back line, doesn't matter. I'm trying to learn from everyone.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
But
Paul Tenorio on the draft floor reporting just threw out a little nugget that we got to talk about here. Claude Dielna apparently in the works to Portland Timbers from New England Revolution. He was one of those TAM signings that we said, ooh, that didn't really work out.
Yep.
But that could be a veteran that comes in alongside Mabiala.
The rumor was floating around last night. Obviously, all these teams get together in the hotel the night before the draft. I had heard the rumor. Obviously, New England looking to move on. Portland Timbers, I find that interesting move. Obviously, you lose Liam Ridgewell, right? So you're looking at Mabiala and Dielna, maybe the French connection. They both come in there. But Dielna's not a for sure thing for me. I thought he was overpriced, overpaid. I thought he struggled with the New England Revolution. But from the Portland perspective, what we just talked about, I think 20, 30 minutes ago, if you're not spending a ton of money to go get him and that leaves you the money to have in the summer, I'm actually okay with this because Cascante, Tuiloma, Mabiala, Dielna may be a depth piece here. It's a 1-year deal. He's got 1 year left on the deal. I'm okay with it.
Prove yourself. You get another contract from either us or somebody else if you do well. If you
absolutely,
don't, peace.
Absolutely. As long as Portland has money for the summer signings, so when they move into that stadium, if they need to do something. But it is interesting, quite honestly, New England getting something for him.
But they got to be eating some of the money. They have to be eating some of that cap hit.
$780K is what he made.
Right, but you're not going to give them to him for free. They wouldn't make that trade. So I don't care who eats the money. If you get something out of the trade, it's worth it for New England to get him off your books.
FC Cincinnati with their second straight pick here, 30th overall. This was a part of that Toronto FC allocation order, Steven Badisher expansion draft swap. That is a very MLS-y trade. All those details can be found, of course, at the trade tracker at MLSsoccer.com, along with full coverage of the MLS SuperDraft and everything else going around in Major League Soccer.
Andrew, I have a big thing to say about Cincinnati. I've been holding in for a long time when we talk about their way the roster is built. What was the one big piece that LAFC brought in last year that FC Cincinnati can't do?
Carlos Vela?
Carlos Vela. If you give FC Cincinnati that, whatever.
Why can't they do
change, whatever they, just resources, right? They've got to build the stadium. I'm talking about in terms of building that roster. Luke Sassano. Okay, let's go to the Cincinnati pick before I finish this off.
With the 6th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, FC Cincinnati select from Michigan State University, goalkeeper Jimmy Haig.
Run on Michigan State players. By my count, that is the third taken after Ryan Sierakowski as well as DeJuan Jones. This is the goalkeeper. Probably going to slot right in at that third spot. They got Spencer Rishi, Titan they brought in from overseas. Fill up the roster, man. Get that backup goalkeeper.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it, Andrew. He'll slide in probably as the number 3 spot on the depth chart. He'll go as a reserve spot on the roster selection. But I want to finish up this Carlos Vela point, because just as we think about how they built their roster, and we continuously compare them to Atlanta and Minnesota and LAFC. You guys, if you were to put Carlos Vela in the number 10 spot for FC Cincinnati with the pieces they have around him, isn't that automatically a playoff team? And I say that because when we talk about their... It's not?
No.
Oh, man.
Really?
We have...
With that defense and Carlos Vela.
Is Bob Bradley my coach? I don't know.
Okay.
You don't no. But you guys act like coaching has nothing to do with it. Oh, no. The 11 players go play and then how the system works. Hold on here.
We were talking about two different things. We've been talking about the roster
You just
selection.
asked me, with that roster and Carlos Vela, well, who's my coach?
We're not talking about coaching yet. The entire conversation on Cincinnati has been about how they've put together their team, the decisions by Birding and by Luke Sassano, and whether it was good enough. My question is, taking exactly the resources they have, if you were to give them that LAFC money to put Carlos Vela into the team that they have, wouldn't we say, wow, that group did a really nice job? Whether Koch can get them to the playoffs as the head coach is another question. But just in terms of putting together that team, I think we're still not giving them enough credit.
With Minnesota on the clock here, I'm going to ask the question, Alan Koch. What's he going to be as a head coach with his team? What do we expect from him? You saw him in USL, Dave. What did you see from his teams?
I wasn't super impressed with their teams. He took over for John Harkes, who brought energy to a brand new team, and they were good because they had the best talent. So it's hard to say what it's going to look like in Major League Soccer. There wasn't a ton of changes made from game to game. It was pretty simple the way he rolled it out there. They had the best wingers in the league. They had Ledesma, who was the best attacking player. They had Adi, who was the best center forward in the league and could dominate at all times. So coming to the Major League Soccer level, I don't know what his teams are going to look like, but you know they're going to be defensively sound. They're going to work on that a lot. It's going to be a focus for the team, and it's been a focus for the roster build.
With the 7th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, Minnesota United FC select from Oregon State University, midfielder Hassani Dotson.
Hassani Dotson is not in the building, but he heads to Minnesota, the midfielder out of Oregon State, for your starter up there in Corvallis. Second team All-Far West his senior season. Second team All-Pacific 12. Good player.
Yeah, number 8 can go both ways. Gives you more depth in that central midfield in which they've been brutal. And we talked about it with Ozzy Alonso. That's bringing in pieces. They brought in a DP, so just another body to fill in there. He can cover ground.
All right, while we wait for this pick here, Susanna Collins caught up with MLS Commissioner Don Garber between the first and second round. Let's hear what he had to say.
Commissioner, draft day is always such a special one for the MLS season. What's your favorite part about this event?
You know, it's when guys get choked up. I'm talking about their moms. You know, they're thinking about how this kind of fulfilled their dreams. By far, I get the chills every single time that happens, Susanna.
There have been a lot of tears today. I feel like it's been a very emotional draft this year.
You have to remember that we're at a time now that these guys have grown up with MLS in their lives. You know, they were little kids, 1 or 2 years old when the league was founded, and so they have us to be able to aspire to.
How have you seen this event evolve over the years, and how has it become more important in the development of these teams as they create rosters?
Well, I think that there are lots of things that changes. Homegrown players are becoming more important. we're signing players from abroad, but there will always be an important role here. You know, these are players that have a real opportunity to make the first team, and we've got 4 or 5 of draftees that are in the U.S. national team camp this week. So it'll always have a special place in the league's sort of life, if you will.
Commissioner, enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Oh, with Gio.
If you missed it here, this was a touching moment to start the MLS Draft 2019 presented by Adidas. The Coach of the Year award in this league will forever be known as the Siggy Schmidt Coach of the Year. Dave, we gave our thoughts on this. Of course, the coach, the man, the influence on American soccer and North American soccer. Siggy was an incredible guy. Your favorite memory, something that sticks out?
With Siggy Schmidt, always great talking soccer with him, the energy, his passion for the game. But he came and did Gold Cup coverage with us 2 years ago, and in between the games we were covering, there was a doubleheader at Red Bull Arena. I bought tickets the day they came out. I was so excited. It was like Canada versus Guyana and Honduras versus Costa Rica. No one else wanted to go. And Ziggy goes, so who's going to the game tonight? Everyone looks around. He goes, yeah, of course I want to go. He always wanted to watch soccer. I got to go to those games with him, sit next to him and just listen to him talk about the game, talk about the way the region's been built, the league, the things he's done. He was so proud of his players. He continued to have a connection with all of his players, and he just loved the sport up until he worked through this league, and it was always an honor to be around him, and it always reinvigorated me, and I'd been around it for 1/8 of the time he's been around it.
My favorite Ziggy story I'm actually going to steal from you. When you were at GA Cup one year, you were calling the games, and Ziggy was down there working as well, and he was supposed to do 1 game with you, and there were 5 games after that, and you're like, Ziggy, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And he goes, no, I'm staying for the next 5. He wasn't supposed to. He just wanted to help out. He wanted to watch the soccer. That's what he loved to do, to be around the game, and then also to give something while he was doing it. Those are the best 2 ways you can describe Ziggy Schmidt.
LA Galaxy last year, of course, it didn't go the way we wanted it to, or excuse me, not we, the way they wanted it to, or Siggy Schmidt wanted it to. But he has so many accomplishments in this league and outside this league to be proud of, whether it be UCLA, the U20s, his influence on players, coaches, that tree. I mean, he's an incredible guy, and just sad that he's no longer part of our soccer family here, although we will constantly think of him, and every time we name a Coach of the Year, it'll have his name on it. Siggy, to your family, your friends, we're thinking of you, man. Sorry you couldn't be here with us today. I know you'd have loved it. Chicago Fire on the clock here. Minnesota United just made their pick. Allianz Field, we've said that maybe it's kind of a restart for Minnesota. Does that jive with you, Taylor? I mean, they finally got this stadium built a la Cincinnati, who will hold off on the spending some as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Andrew, if we're being fair to Minnesota United compared to Atlanta United, you know, Dr.
Well, it's not fair, probably.
Right. I don't think anyone is being fair regarding the situation. Dr. Bill McGuire and that ownership group had to write a hefty check, so they looked at it. Now, I will argue with anyone that the Loons could have done much better in that first year with their signings, and I think they understand that, but this is a reset. Absolutely. This place is ridiculous. I've been there 3 or 4 times. I've seen the lights come on. This place, if you flew there blindfolded and I put you in the center part of that field and you opened your eyes, you would have absolutely no idea you were in St. Paul, Minnesota. They need to be ready to win, and they have to stop giving up goals. You cannot give up 141 goals in 2 years and expect to win. Adrian Heath knows it. He knows his job's on the line, and they've got to right the ship. But if they do, that place is going to be a fun place to visit.
Allianz Field. Repeat that after me, because I went right with the Bavarian version, which was Allianz Arena. This place is going to be incredible. I just want to put it on the record that I will never, ever in my life go anywhere with you blindfolded. Never. I will not allow you to blindfold me in any way.
No, dude.
Never,
it's
never,
an interesting experience.
Go ahead. We'll go to Sam.
I want to make a comment about the Ozzie Alonso signing and the money they spent for him, reportedly around $700,000 a year on TAM for 2 years. And people are calling that a risk. When I think about what Ozzie Alonso was in 2018 and how good he can be, and yes, he's 33, he's getting a little older, but who are you going to bring in for the international market that you can trust has a higher ceiling in Major League Soccer as Ozzie Alonso and as high a probability? Because Ozzie Alonso doesn't have to adapt like a Grigas or anybody new you bring into this league. This felt like such a slam dunk for Minnesota United that I can't believe other teams didn't try it, because this feels like a low-risk move for all the moves you can make.
Seemed like Cincinnati did try for it, but right. In the end, Minnesota paid a price that got them into that place. Now, he went through waivers and came to Minnesota from there. Sam Stejskal is on the floor down in Chicago. Let's get a report from him right now.
Bird Gang.
Welcome back to Chicago. The second round of the Super Draft is continuing apace here. The Athletics' Paul Tenorio just broke the news on a trade. Claude Dielna is headed from New England to Portland. I have received from a source the terms of that trade. Sounds like the Timbers are giving up around $100,000 in general allocation money, sending that to New England for Dielna, who of course fell out of favor with the Revs in the second half of last season. Really didn't play much. The Timbers just announced the other day they mutually agreed to part ways with longtime center back Liam Ridgewell. Dielna can slot into that spot, fill the hole vacated by Ridgewell's exit. Again, around $100,000 in general allocation money exchanged from the Timbers to the Revs in exchange for Claude Dielna.
Timeout, as you can see, by the Chicago Fire right now. Actually, it's the Red Bulls that took that timeout. It seems like they're going to move into this pick, maybe pick up another guy that they can push down to Red Bulls 2 and develop.
But off the back of what Sam said, it was the trade for the rights of Claude Dielna. So he's also not going to be on the same contract for the Portland Timbers as he was on the New England Revolution, which was $780,000. So it's going to be cheaper. He's probably going to be a normal TAM player, closer to the 500, which allows them still to have that money
Either
to play
way,
with.
this is from New England's perspective, because we'll argue Portland's perspective later on. From a New England perspective, it's
a huge win.
It's a huge win.
The amount of money they had locked up in Dielna, De La Mea, and now Mencien, I mean, it's like $2 million.
They declined the option to Dielna,
backs.
which I totally understand. So you get $100,000 allocation money? Okay.
It also opens up that international roster spot you talked about that they need to bring in these moves we're hearing about.
I did say
nice
that.
move there. Chicago Fire here in a timeout. Maybe Red Bulls moving in on that position right now. Going back to Minnesota and Ozzie Alonso, but I want to go up top to Angelo Rodriguez, because if you talk to Minnesota fans, they will have strong opinions, let's say, on the departure of Christian Ramirez and the signing of Angelo Rodriguez. In a lot of ways, because the club said, look, we're not going to spend money for a little while, and then went out and did on that DP. They've got a great player in Darwin Quintero. Is Angelo Rodriguez the right striker for Adrian Heath? Will he perform in a way that gets them where they want to go, or is this going to be gnashing of teeth about Christian Ramirez for the next 5 years?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at this one first, guys. So I'll start this off by saying I didn't like the move from Minnesota, but I will provide the support on why they might have done it. Because if you have guys like Darwin Quintero, if you have guys like Miguel Ibarra, Romario Ibarra, Kevin Molino, Ethan Finley, what do all of those players have in common? They are straight line, let's get down the field as fast as possible players. Christian Ramirez, very good finisher in the box, but if I think of what kind of striker he is, he's not that I'm going to help you get down the field, I'm going to get down there with you. So why do you bring in Angelo Rodriguez? Because he fits the other players up top more. Is he worth $1.2 million for what he did in Colombia? That's very debatable. But tactically, there is a little bit of support why Adrian Heath would do the move.
He's going to be a playmaker for this team. He's not going to be a goal scorer. He's going to be the one that holds the ball up and allows those guys to play. And I forgot Kevin Molino played in Major League Soccer, or was going to. Ethan Finley was out last year, too. Those are two guys who have been difference makers in this league and other leagues as well with Molino. But that was what this team was supposed to be built on, and then they both disappear. If they can come back and give you form, along with Darwin Quintero, and now all your goal scoring comes from those three across those attacking spots. You've got two legitimate defensive midfielders behind you, and a guy in Angelo Rodriguez that fits all of those pieces. You're not getting the goal scoring you were going to get from Christian Ramirez, but you don't need it. It comes from those other guys.
Adrian Heath says he still wants 15. I know you're putting your head down maybe about the defense and about that statement. This is a goal scorer sitting right next to us. We're going to go back out to the draft floor, though. Kamal Miller, goals. The 27th
You don't need goals. I'll go stand up front for $1.2 million.
I can do it too.
Okay, Kamal. I see the purple tie. We got the purple pocket square. You get drafted by Orlando. I feel like this was meant to be. How about you?
That's exactly what it feels like. That's what I said to my mom a few seconds before I was drafted. I said, what if this happens and I wore purple today? That'll look amazing. And it's finally here. I'm just so grateful for this opportunity. I'm so grateful for the coaching staff at Orlando for taking this chance and believing in me.
You got quite a reception when your name was called. You said that your mom was there. Who else is here celebrating with you today?
My mom is here also, my older sister, my aunt. I have two cousins here, and my girlfriend is also here.
What does it mean to be able to share this day and this experience with them?
It's incredible. This is what we've talked about for quite a while now. Ever since I've stepped onto the pitch at Syracuse University, I knew that this was the next step. So the fact that it's finally here means the world to me, and I can't wait to get started.
You're going to an Orlando team that, let's be honest, they gave up a lot of goals last year, but you're a defender. How can you stop the bleeding? How can you help this Orlando team?
I'm hoping I can just bring something new to the team and step in and try to do what I do best. The coaching staff obviously believes that I could be that guy, so I'm so thankful for this opportunity, and I'm thankful that they've selected me.
And Kamal, you look great in purple. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
We have a trade to announce involving the Chicago Fire and the New York Red Bulls. The Chicago Fire have traded the 8th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft to the New York Red Bulls in return to the rights of a player to be named later. And with the 8th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the New York Red Bulls select from Indiana University defender Reese Buckmaster.
What a handle that is, huh?
Reese Buckmaster out of Indiana, the defender. But the headline here is the Chicago Fire making their 3rd trade of the day. That makes, I think, 4 straight drafts in which they've done that. They are movers on these days. Look, regardless of the pick, the rights to a player to be named later, in case you're scratching your head right now trying to figure that one out, they have to inform that player, whoever it is, before they're able to make that thing public. It's the right thing to do. It's the human thing to do. So we'll wait and see as to who that player is and who Chicago Fire
Why?
wants.
The NBA, NFL don't wait. They just give it to Schefter and Woj. And
Yeah, well, maybe our own Schefter and Woj. Stage and Paul Tenorio will push this out in just a little bit. We'll see about that. Chicago, of course, gets that rights to a player name. And Red Bulls get the 32nd pick. They go pick up Reese Buckmaster. I'm just kind of struggling with Chicago right now because they need something a little bit more concrete to quote-unquote win the day. It's in their home city. It seems like they've kind of taken, not a backseat because they've made moves, but they haven't come out with the quote headline.
This feels like, to me, a team that needs starters. That they, more than anyone else, when you look at their depth chart, there are more just open gaps in starting positions than just about anyone else in the league. And by trading these draft picks, what would be depth picks, for allocation money, you're essentially trying to trade an accumulation of depth options for 1 or 2 starters with the allocation money. So it does make sense to me from Chicago. I'm surprised they're not drafting players because Nelson Rodriguez has openly valued the players in the draft. But from what they need on the team, they need starters, not depth, and that's why they're getting the allocation money.
What's the number one place they need a starter? What's the place that you would put all your eggs in that basket if you're Nelson Rodriguez?
Center back. Yeah. Because if they don't get a number 10, they can find ways to score goals. If you leave Schweinsteiger up there, you know Nikolic can finish. Katai will be hot and cold. It sounds like they already have a left winger coming in, but center back's the one where the whole team revolves around it. Because if not, is Schweinsteiger going to play there? That's just a waste of his talent. Either way, it makes Dax McCarty a worse player. It makes the guy you just signed at left center back a worse player. You don't have fullbacks. So that's the biggest position for me that they need to fill.
I think it's the decision on Schweinsteiger, just to double down on what they're saying, is that if you have made the decision that Schweinsteiger is your center back.
Oh, don't do this to us. Please don't say that. Don't put it out in the world. Do not put it out in the world.
I don't think they should, but if they do, then you go.
The first trade
looks like the Revs traded something.
is involving the New England Revolution and DC United. The New England Revolution have traded the 9th pick of the second round and their 2020 3rd and 4th round SuperDraft picks to DC United in return for a 2020 second round pick. The second trade involves DC United and the Houston Dynamo, where DC United have traded the 9th pick of the second round to the Houston Dynamo in return for a player to be named later. That leaves Houston with the pick. And with the 9th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Houston Dynamo select from the University of Maryland defender Andrew Samuels.
They call him a defender. He's played a little at right back, but he's a defensive midfielder in college. That's what he did. The high-level comp that we got of him was Diego Chara, a guy who covers ground, shuts down plays, simple in possession. They tried him out at right back at Combine because that's where people want to see him. Not sure if he fits there, but you know that they have a USL team down there. You also know how important Cabezas is, and when he's hurt, how hard it's been for them. They brought in a guy to start alongside Cabezas, but this is a guy who can go on the depth chart behind him, can go on the depth chart at right back, which seems to be an overcorrection from the Houston Dynamo, but I don't mind it. Just keep bringing in dudes who can play right back, and you don't have to go through 2018 again.
And so the trade translation here, because that's really what people are probably.
I was told math would not be involved.
Yeah, it's again, math not your strong point. The way I'm understanding this right now, New England swaps with DC, basically says, hey, you have our 2019, we'll take your 2020. DC wants a player to name later, whoever that player might be from Houston. They end up moving the pick along. So you have sort of two folks as caretakers of that choice, and now it is, of course, the player from Maryland that gets chosen. We're looking at Houston.
Bobby's very excited about their right back depth. He just showed me on a computer, even though I have the same
lot of right backs on Houston, not many right backs on DC.
All right, that's interesting. Definitely an interesting one. Montreal at 34th of their first pick is coming up. We sat down with Remy Gard at the Combine to talk about his transition to Major League Soccer, the season last year, what he can do to basically make the second half of the year be the entirety of the year. He said he was trying to figure out ways to motivate his squad. Now he has the final year of Ignacio Piatti, who is the talisman in Montreal, but maybe in Major League Soccer. You have one more year of Piatti. What do you do with it? What can you do with it?
I have a really interesting thought about Montreal Impact, and it speaks to the league as a whole, because I firmly believe that the Montreal Impact were to sit in their block of 8 and keep Nacho Piatti up top on the break, they would be in the playoffs easily. But my question is, in Major League Soccer, in the idea of parity, is that a thing that anyone wants to do? Is that a thing that any team is going to do? Is any team going to say, we're a sit and counter-attack team from day one, even though it's their best option? So guys, I find this conversation about the Montreal Impact to speak to the state of MLS as a whole and whether we're starting to see teams separate themselves.
Not only am I going to say no, but I would say Montreal, of all cities in Major League Soccer, I think would struggle to do it because of the soccer experience of the people in that city, because of the fan base that they have. Remy Gard told it to us. Everyone you talk to in Montreal, Patrice Bernier will tell you all the time, this is a European city, it's a cosmopolitan city, and it's a city of people who already love soccer.
But wouldn't they then understand why you would go to more of a counterattack?
No, because for a lot of people in the world, it's not about winning, always. It's about there's a right way and a wrong way to play soccer. Everyone has a different opinion about that. It's not what's a 3-4 defense against a 4-3 defense. It's what is the essence of the sport? What's the right way to play? Bobby would have everyone on the half turn playing 2-foot passes and moving up and down the field and moving up down the field.
I really would.
That would make his, as he says, what, your heart sing, your soul sing? Yep. People in Montreal understand that. People love that. They've connected with that team when they've played the right way. They need to be good, but they also need to play soccer the right way to have that fan base be energized.
You know the only bad way to play soccer? The one that doesn't get you into the playoffs.
Not everyone would. Well, playoffs is one thing. Playoffs is a different conversation, but not everyone would agree with that.
Safir Taider, he's a guy that has not made headlines, probably because he's playing in Montreal.
Neither is Piatti, to be honest with you. Like, Piatti's made headlines, but the reality is because of, if Piatti was playing anywhere in the continental United States, we're talking about arguably one of the best players to ever play in this league. For one, I've admitted it, all of 2018 I admitted it. I didn't cover Montreal the way I should have, and the way I should, but because at ESPN, we don't have those games, and we don't get the Canada TV ratings and all that stuff. Piatti's unreal. He's been simply amazing. But my argument to Bobby in this knucklehead,
you don't know
right
what
here,
I said.
Is I don't. I actually fell asleep with my eyes open. It was weird. We're saying no team plays counterattacking soccer in MLS?
From day one, Taylor. They go into the season saying we are going to be a defensive team that counters.
Ooh, wow. Like Portland did that last year. Portland went away from it because they didn't want to totally be that team.
Portland only started 6
back.
games in when they didn't win any of the first 5. Montreal was horrible until about June when they started it. So teams adjust
Houston
into it.
started it with, let's just use 18. Houston from day one was a counterattacking team. Okay. Right?
Yep.
I'm thinking just off the top of my head. Listen, if the record, and I saw the record and I've already forgot, concussion boy over here, 14, 16 and whatever the draws were, the ties were. Listen, if you play counterattacking side and you've won 6 of your first 8 games, Bobby's 100% correct. In Montreal, they'll take a winner because they have the nuance to understand that this is part of it, right? The Montreal Canadiens, if you win, and you're playing,
different sport, different sport, different history.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. They're both different.
If Montreal, no. If Montreal Canadiens played a defensive style of hockey and they won consistently, they'd still have their critics, but they'd also respect the winner. Montreal needs to win. They got to figure out how.
I don't know if counterattacking. The 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Montreal Impact select from the University of Maryland midfielder Amar Sejdic.
The Vancouver
Best player on University of Maryland's team. Hands down. Best player on University of Maryland's team. A true playmaker, a true soccer player. Honestly, I love this pick. And part of the issue here is that, is he a number 10? Where is his best position? But I've watched this Maryland team throughout the entire year. I think if you ask Sasha right now who's the best player, he'd take about a second and a half to answer it. This kid's a special player, and what a great experience if he gets to come into this league and follow Piatti and learn. But this kid's a true playmaker in the final third. This is a good pick for Montreal.
Has to be central. Are you saying that, or can he play on the wing maybe?
No, gotta be central.
Gotta be central.
No, if anything, he's going to play deeper, play as an 8, play as a 6. There is some space behind those guys there. That's not his experience at Maryland, but every domestic
I'm not saying he's
knows.
got to outrun anyone with speed or athleticism or anything like that, but you can play inverted wingers that aren't necessarily that guy. Sebastian Blanco, I'm not saying he's Blanco, by the way, but I'm saying Blanco's not running by anyone behind him, but he's running in between the lines. If you have a good IQ and you have an understanding of spacing and where you are, and technically you're very gifted and you're a playmaker, then you can find a way. But I think you guys are probably right. It's going to be central. But don't be shocked if maybe Piatti's playing central.
All right, I gotta jump in on you here. We're going back out to the draft floor now. Andrew Samuels, chosen by Houston with the 33rd overall pick. We caught up with him.
Okay, Andrew, I want you to hold up this jersey for a second and show us what you got there. Wilmer Cabrera, I just saw, was talking to you, said 13 is going to be the number that he wore, and that's going to be the number that you wore. What does it mean to have that little chat with him, knowing that's going to be your coach?
It's great. It helps a lot knowing that already we have a little connection with even wearing the same number, even though it's something so small. It just helps a long way, and going with in a brand new city, brand new team, brand new coaching staff, that little bit just means so much and so helpful.
You also have another connection on this team, a former Terp, AJ De La Garza, going to be your teammate. How do you feel about having another Terp on this squad?
I feel great. He came back and trained with us over Thanksgiving break, and he was always there to give us pointers, so it's great going to the locker room with him, and also having Mike Del Russo, who's another former Terp on the staff. It's just great to have Terps all around and being able to have some familiarity in where I go.
National championship to MLS. What has the soccer journey been like for you?
It's been great. The last 4 years at Maryland have been unforgettable, and there's no better way for us to go out and transition into the pro world, so I'm just so happy to be able to do it and be here right now.
Andrew, best of luck in Houston. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's one Terp that I like, sitting next to another that I'm a little bit iffy on, gotta tell you.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to blindfold you.
With the 11th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Vancouver Whitecaps FC select from Georgetown University, defender Brendan McDonough.
The LA Galaxy are now on the clock.
Makes sense because they have a very thin back line as it currently stands. They have moved a lot of players. You look at this depth chart and it's pretty empty. A lot of whitewash there. Mark Dos Santos coming in, taking over a club that I think if you watch those postseason press conferences, you can understand that there was a little bit of issues in the locker room with egos and the like. Alphonso Davies is gone, but not forgotten, especially because they got a bunch of money for him that they can reinvest in the club via allocation money, as well as into the facilities and the academy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, maybe even DP signings. This team is incomplete in every single sense of the word. What next?
Sign players.
Yeah, you need an entire squad.
You know the big part? Before you sign players, you need to decide how you want to play. And we've had a couple chances to talk to Mark Dos Santos for Extra Time Radio and other things, and he's made multiple finals in his career with NASL, USL. But the thing about those finals is he played a different system and a different style and a different formation in every single one, which is awesome. You hear this dude talk about soccer and you're like, you get it. You are incredibly impressed. But on the flip side, I do wonder if in 2018, the best coaches all up and down the world have a defined style and they just knock that home every single day. So we can't actually talk about what they need until we know how Dos Santos wants to play, and he's played multiple systems, but I am a little concerned about that as well.
But you mentioned the locker room stuff. Brendan McDonough's dad is the VP of Player Personnel for the Arizona Cardinals. He was captain of Georgetown for 3 years. When we talk to combine coaches who steps up as a leader, he was the first one mentioned. So all of those things that Dos Santos talked about, this is just an example of what he's looking for.
I'm great friends with Terry, great friends with his uncle and Sean McDonough and his aunt and whatnot. This is a cool moment for me because I know that all of them are at home watching, but he is a leader and he spent time training in Germany as well.
With the 12th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, the Los Angeles Galaxy select from Oregon State University, midfielder Don Chilau.
Don Chilau is the pick here for the LA Galaxy out of Oregon State. Still building, still figuring out that fourth DP slot, still figuring out that back line in LA. I want to head us right back to Vancouver, though, because there's so much to talk about with them. I think Marc Dos Santos laid it out pretty well when he spoke with us about how he wants to play. And it sounds to me like it's transition moments, and it's probably not going to be the sort of team that wants to, I don't know, sit on the ball and just pass it around rhythmically. They want to find that opportunity and hit you quickly.
But explain to me that defined style, because when I think of Gio Savarese last year, what was that defined style? When you think of Caleb Porter, he had one, but every time they won in MLS, he went away from it. So you have philosophies, but why is that necessary?
I don't want to take anything away from what the Portland Timbers did or what Caleb did when he won in 2015, but if you were to bet to redo the 2018 season, would you take the Portland Timbers to do it? Yes, you can get fortunate throughout a year and make it to a final, but I'm not sure that's the right path for sustained and reliable success.
Wasn't the Portland Timbers strategy just to put Diego Valeria and Sebastian Blanco in the best positions at the right time of year? I mean, sometimes you don't need that overarching philosophical goal. You just look at your roster and say, these are our best players, put them in the best positions, no?
Yeah, that's fair.
Marc Dos Santos, though, doesn't have best players yet.
Yeah, that's
Look at the roster.
You're talking about two different things.
Jordi Reyna, Anthony Blundell, Tybert, Felipe. It's tough. They don't have a ton of players. Where would you go first? Where do they have to go first? Oh, we'll be on that in a second.
With the 13th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, FC Cincinnati select from the University of Akron goalkeeper Ben Lunt.
All right, Ben Lunt, Jimmy Haig, go compete, boys. 2 draft picks at goalkeeper here.
Maybe go compete. Ben Lunt will take an international spot if he makes the team. Most people thought that he was the best goalkeeper in college soccer, at least this year, if not the year before, and would make an MLS team if he didn't take up an international spot. So maybe this is one that Cincinnati's thinking ahead. He goes to USL. He works toward getting domestic status and a green card with this pick.
As I said, 2 years that will have his rights if they don't sign him. So it's a long time. You can send him to one of your clubs that you think he can develop at, make him a starter, and see how he develops. It's good stuff there. Let's once we get done with this, we will go back out to the draft floor here, and some emotion, some serious emotion on the draft floor. And you forget about this. I think in the pre-build-up to all of this, I was sitting around thinking, you know what, the Super Draft, maybe it's run its course, but you participate in the event, you see what it means. And it's pretty clear that that is not the case. There are some players who will make an impact here. Maybe it's not all of them. Maybe it's not the numbers that it was in years past. But to take this opportunity away from kids, from families, from schools.
Again, there's not an MLS academy and MLS team in all 50 states. So how are you going to sit here and say that then these kids, there's got to be a mechanism. That's a different day for a different argument on how this works. Again, none of those families or players could care less what us four say. Yeah. They got their name called. I remember watching as an older brother when my brother got his name called after tearing his ACL with San Jose. They're real moments. They're real moments that you remember for the rest of your life. You saw that emotion. It doesn't matter what us chuckleheads say about the Super Draft and what it is. That's a good word, by the way.
Who's the first person you wanted to give a hug to after you got drafted?
You got to remember my situation was a little different.
Sorry, did I say that?
Myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, allow myself to introduce myself.
Let's go back out to the draft floor here. Some FC Cincinnati's most recent picks caught up with our folks on the ground.
Tommy, Jimmy, Tommy, you guys played against each other in college, but now you're teammates on FC Cincinnati. How cool is that?
It's a lot better being his teammate than playing against him. Pretty quiet games against us, but no, it's just exciting to be here. So,
yeah, I'm super excited. He was always a good player when we played against him, so in order to be able to play with him now, it's going to be awesome.
Well, we've got some rowdy FC Cincinnati fans back there, and Tommy, I know you said you had a chance to watch some of those FC Cincinnati games on TV. These fans are nuts. It is an incredible game day experience. How excited are you guys to be a part of this brand new franchise?
I'm really excited. You know, being here, you can already see how much the fans support their city and their club. So just to be able to play in front of those people, it's going to be an awesome experience.
Yeah, they had probably the most fans in the USL last year, so the fans are awesome. They're going to keep coming more now, so I just can't wait to get started with them.
I love it. I feel like I'm a little peacemaker right now, but they're teammates. You guys, thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
With the 14th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, Orlando City SC select from the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, midfielder Tommy Madden.
Tommy Madden, the pick here. Orlando City picking this one up in the Earl Edwards DC United deal, the number 38th overall pick. We had a really interesting conversation with James O'Connor, the head coach at Orlando City, about 2018, about the feelings, the emotion, the job in front of him. Of course, has a long history with the club, arrived in USL, started his coaching career there. This was not the way they wanted to go down. He comes in for Jason Kreis, and what happened there gives dumpster fires a bad name. It was a horrible season, among the worst in MLS history. It weighed on James O'Connor.
Yeah.
And now he has a big task in front of him, which is to wipe that terrible taste clean and somehow turn the page. How does he do it? Luis Muzzi said, the new front office personnel said, look, we had some groups of players that were out for different agendas than the team. How do you change culture like this?
We don't know that yet, too. That's the interesting thing, Andrew. That's a very good point to bring up, because do we know who those players are? And are the players done moving? We're not totally sure what those players and who those players are. The biggest issue in Orlando is this. There is zero synergy from top to bottom. That's fact, not opinion. And the way I find this extremely ironic that while I'm talking about Orlando City, what team is on the clock? Toronto FC. Toronto FC was eerily similar the first 6, 7, 8 years of their existence until they finally said, hold on, we need continuity, we need a game plan, we need to stick to it, and we need Sebastian Giovinco, right? So you look at that and say, okay, fine, but I look at Orlando
City. Diego.
Right. Look at Orlando City, and I'm saying you gotta figure it out.
The second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, Toronto FC select from the University of Louisville, midfielder Adam Wilson.
So my point is to clean it, just to clarify what it is. They needs to be synergy, but they've got big names in Orlando City, guys. And we talk about this all the time. You've got big names. So with real MLS success, they need to step up, they need to roll their sleeves up, and they need to dig in because that fan base deserves better.
Uri Rossell, got to be one of those names.
Absolutely.
Lamina Sane, got to be one of those names.
Has to when you spend that money on him.
Sasha Kljestan had a decent year last year, but nowhere near the standard that he had set for himself. Jose Colman, they spend a couple $1 million on, does very, very little in his first year in Major League Soccer. Of course, Justin Miram, that thing blew up and he had to go back to Columbus, which is the right move ultimately for him. There are a lot of what-ifs here. And when there are a lot of what-ifs, there's a lot of potential for those not to come to fruition.
And there's also a problem with the way the roster matches up with the way James O'Connor likes his teams to play. I played James O'Connor's teams when he was coaching Louisville, and those teams flooded you. They pressured you. They were on you at every second. Moment after moment, they had pressure on the ball. But this team with Sasha Kljestan, with Christian Aguita, with Uri Rosell, they're not made like that. This team,
exactly.
Right, this team
no
was
Yoshi
made,
Yotun anymore?
Right.
Got a couple mil for him, though.
This team was made to be a possession team. So James O'Connor's biggest task is saying, how do I play the kind of soccer I want and get it to match the players I have?
He's got to figure out the fitness side, too. He said when he arrived, it just wasn't good enough to play the way he wanted to play. Let's go back to the draft floor. Dennis Teclosa has some big decisions to make with the LA Galaxy. Kalen Carr caught up with him.
Dennis, general manager of LA Galaxy today. You've made one pick so far. What were you hoping to get coming into the draft?
Well, we've ran over all our scouting reports, and a lot of energy goes in there. Also, obviously, the combine is an important event, and I think in the end it was important for us in the first round to have some money on our books extra, which helps. And then the players that we got out of it were actually on the list of the technical staff, so we're happy with where we are.
The big question everybody's asking for designated players, how do you manage that with the season rapidly approaching?
Yeah, well, for us it was very important to get the coaching staff in first, and now approaching the preseason next week, we'll sit down with everybody and we'll go from there. I think it needs also a little bit of a personal approach towards the players. They're high-profile players and obviously very important for our organization. So first we'll discuss it with them and what our next steps are and where they stand also, and then we go from there.
Schelotto, so much success in Major League Soccer as a player and success as a manager at Boca. What are you expecting, and what type of style do you think he will put on this LA Galaxy squad?
Yeah, he's if obviously the pieces are available, he is very much a player that, or a coach that thinks forward. Now obviously we need to organize ourselves. We've had a rough stretch in the last few years. So now for us to get an organization, a new coaching staff, and a new fresh start for a lot of players also to prove themselves to him is I think something positive, and we'll take it from there.
All right, great. Well, best of luck this year.
Thank you very much.
With the 16th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, LAFC select the Caribbean Combine MVP midfielder Peter Lee Vassell.
Peter Lee Vassell, the first winner of the Caribbean Combine. This is a big pick. He is in Jamaica with Harbor View, spent a couple years there. He went on trial with IK Start, didn't work out for him in October, but now he gets an opportunity with LAFC to go under Bob Bradley.
And he's got 8 full caps for the Jamaican national team. This is a developed player at only 19 years old. He's the first ever winner of that Caribbean Combine, in which they put together a number of players from around the Caribbean, brought them to one island, allowed them to play, and he's the one who came out on top. A lot of excitement from people in Major League Soccer who got to see him play. What's nice about him and fitting in with Bob Bradley, and I think this is a guy who's a lot better than his draft pick number, and I think people just didn't have the background on him, is he can play 3 or 4 different positions. He can play deep in midfield. He can play higher up the field. He's athletic. He covers ground, good technique, and he's played 2 years of professional soccer. He's played in CONCACAF qualifying. He's played in Nations League, and he's a guy that Theo Whitmore brings up when he talks about the future of Jamaica.
What pick are we talking about? To your point, pick 40.
But that's amazing for LAFC, a phenomenal
100%.
pick.
Playing under BB Gardner in Jamaica right now as well. So he's had some very, very good mentors. He's just 19, and we have another pick. We'll be back on this in a second.
With the 17th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, Real Salt Lake select from University of Washington forward Kyle Coffey.
Craig Weibel picks a University of Washington alumni.
Oh, go Huskies. Go Huskies. Another midfield pick for RSL and Kyle
Weibel wrote
Coffey.
down Paul Coffey, though, and that was a problem.
Shout out to Weibel. Good guy out there. Let's go back to Peter Lee Vassell, though, here. Look, he's going to be on loan, from what I understand, for this season. And you look at that roster right now, and it doesn't look like there's a ton of depth, or excuse me, a ton of openings in midfield. But then you look at a guy like Mark-Anthony Kaye, who's probably going to be on his way back for a while here. You have a depth piece. You get to see what happens. He's more defensive-minded, or could be defensive-minded. When you look at Horta, Wynn, those guys aren't really that. So maybe he's a fill-in for Atuesta.
Yeah. The question with Vassell, because I do think he could play soccer on that team. They could find a way to develop him. The question is an international spot. It seems that they have 2 spots left. Do they want to use one of those 2 on somebody they're getting out of the draft? That's unclear. I'm interested to see how Bob Bradley plays this year. He did do a little bit of an experiment, trying to play Lee Nguyen and Benny Feilhaber as his deepest defensive midfielders. Was that flawed? Is that why they lost a playoff game? Because they couldn't figure out how to play the right system? I'm just interested to see how Bradley approaches this year.
They lost because Mark-Anthony Kaye got injured.
Oh, wow.
I think they're in MLS Cup if Mark-Anthony Kaye is healthy. I thought their continuity in the midfield was much better when he was in there, because he had that sense of when the other 2, whoever was playing with them, when to plug the holes.
But I also could see the final pass from Mark-Anthony Kaye.
Yeah.
Could push into the attack.
Well, he's a soccer player. He's not just a destroyer.
But he knew his role. When you look at Lee Nguyen, you look at Andre Horta, you look at some of those guys, not to take anything away from them, but they have the skills and the pedigree and the history to say, you know what? When I see an opportunity, I'm going. I'm not sitting back. And that's where that Mark-Anthony Kaye rotating back in was so valuable.
But part of Bob Bradley's evolution, and I've become very interested in it, is that he looks at it and says you don't necessarily need an out-and-out number 6. And I think he's got an interesting point. The problem is the other two players around him, whoever that player is, they need to have a good understanding how to plug the holes. Mark Anthony Kaye was that. In every single game I saw after, I'd say before that injury, they didn't look right in the midfield. Mark Anthony Kaye, I do think fitness is going to be interesting at the beginning part of the year. I don't think he's going to be completely healthy. But if he was healthy, I do think they're an MLS Cup because they were figuring it out in the midfield, and a big part of that was him.
What a great year for LAFC to start. Didn't work out in the playoffs,
I don't
but they'll be
represent
very
him, by the way.
hopeful for year two. Luke Sassano said they had a little unorthodox approach in Cincinnati to this draft. As we said, it's looking like it's come pretty good for them. Kalen Carr caught up with him on the draft floor.
Here with Luke Sassano from FC Cincinnati. Luke, we were college teammates at Berkeley. You've been on the other side as a player getting drafted. What's it like now to be the one drafting players here?
It's exciting, you know, to be able to be a part of the process and really welcome some young kids to the family. We're just so excited to welcome the guys we got today, and we're looking forward to their future with us.
Historic pick, #1 overall selection. First time, of course, for you guys. You get Frankie Amaya. What did you see out of him at UCLA that made him worth the #1 spot?
Well, I think Frankie's had an interesting journey and a rise in the past year, and I think he has a certain type of qualities that we're looking at for young players, especially attacking players. He has a fight, a determination. He can play in the middle. He can play in the wing. So, you know, he's a project that we're excited to work with, and you know, hopefully down the line he's going to turn into something special.
All the talk throughout the week was centered around FC Cincinnati with how many picks you guys were able to acquire. What were you hoping to get out of this, and what are you most happy about getting from the draft today?
Yeah, definitely. I think we set out and we got pretty much what we wanted to. You know, we want to get a young talent. We want to get some outside back depth as well. We definitely want to get another goalkeeper, which we accomplished with that, and then some assets, and we picked that up in a trade. So overall, we feel pretty confident, pretty happy with what we got today.
Are you ready to set all this roster building behind you and actually get to the first match, or what?
I'm ready to smell some grass because it's been a lot of office stuff right now, but we're all excited to get going in a couple weeks.
Cool. Well, we're excited for you, man. Cool. Best of luck.
Thanks.
With the 18th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, the Colorado Rapids select from the University of Connecticut defender Jacob Hauser-Ramsey.
Jacob Hauser-Ramsey, if Matt Doyle was on this panel, he would be raving for his Husky. Defender, center back, comes in here to the Colorado Rapids.
Shout out to Matt Doyle, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know about
Still think he's on the couch?
I don't know. He's probably in his armchair, if I had to guess. Probably surrounded by cats.
But shout out also to the Seattle Sounders because he was in their academy and they liked him and they said to him, we think other people maybe like you more. So if you want to, we're going to let you go into the draft to see if you can find a better landing spot than here in Seattle. If not, we're happy to bring you back. That's something nice to hear because when you talk about what's going on in clubs and building out youth is you have to have trust. You have to have the players and their families trust that they're going to the right place that's going to take care of them and push them forward. And that's one of the reasons some clubs are successul and some clubs
Speaking
aren't.
of Seattle, where's Roman Torres end up? That's an interesting one. That's a chip that if Roman Torres is focused, that's a chip that's interesting for a team that's in desperate need of a center back.
Can I name one? San Jose Earthquakes.
I asked the question. Go ahead.
San Jose Earthquakes.
Good job. Well done. Thanks for participating.
Chicago Fire getting to a tough
can I
spot.
get the
They don't
math
make their
portion
signing.
back
Maybe
now?
Chicago Fire have a spot for that.
I mean, if you look at all the allocation money that Chicago Fire are just piling up today.
I wouldn't. If I was the Fire, I wouldn't spend it on Torres. Because I think he's a guy who guesses too much, gets lost a little bit too much. He wouldn't be the guy that I'd want behind Dax and Bastian Schweinsteiger for that team. That wouldn't be the player that I go for.
All right, we'll see what happens there. Look, we talked a lot about Peter Lee Vassell taken by LAFC with the 40th overall pick, Jamaican international. We've got his words coming from the draft floor.
Peter, I just saw Bob Bradley put his arm around you and say to you that they were surprised that you were still there, but they were so happy that you were. What does it mean that they're going to take a chance on you?
Well, I'm very excited, so I just had to go and put in the work and show what I can do to help the team. So, yeah.
You've been a busy guy. You had to participate in the Caribbean Combine as well as the MLS Combine. How challenging was that for you?
Well, it wasn't challenging in the Caribbean because you play with guys you know, but it was kind of challenging to come here. I haven't trained with the guys, and to go out there and play with them, it was very hard. Yeah.
You're from Jamaica, and now LA will be your new home. How do you anticipate life is going to change, and how will you adapt to the LA lifestyle?
Well, if you want to make it in a professionalism, you have to leave home and find home somewhere else. So I just have to go meet friends, meet people, and enjoy there.
And learn how to surf.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With the 19th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft presented by Adidas, New York City FC select from the University of Akron defender Abdi Mohammed.
Abdi Mohammed out of Akron, right back headed to New York City. Anton Tinnerholm was a big signing for them last offseason at right back. They also traded for Saad Abdul Salam, but another piece behind Tinnerholm to see if he can develop a talented player out of Akron. NYCFC doing big things on the homegrown front as well. James Sands is a name I think a lot of people are looking at to make an impact this year from the midfield. But in this choice, it's Abdi Mohammed, guys. What do you make of it?
Well, he plays right back, but he also played holding mid or defensive mid at Ohio State the first 3 years of his career. So he has a little versatility, can be a piece in there. You mentioned James Sands. It sounds like Justin Hack might be far enough along to be a homegrown for them as well. Another center midfielder. We've talked about the success of NYCFC's academy. The key to that has been their central midfield. They have 5 or 6 guys in there who could be national team players, so they're going to have a lot of young options.
Now, Seattle Sounders are on the clock. We can't finish the show without talking about how the Sounders are going to be impacted by the loss of Ozzie Alonso. So here we have their potential starting 11 up on the board. One caveat, we have Nuho Tolo on the board. That is just to keep the Bird Dog Sam Stachel happy. The biggest Nuho fan in the world. That probably will be Brad Smith at left back, so keep an eye on that. But, Dave, when I look at this team, this is a very good team. We've inserted Jordan Morris back into the starting lineup because remember, Christian Roldan now has to move the defensive midfielder. It opens up a spot at winger. When you see this team, does it feel like it has the same gravitas as they did with Ozzie?
It's different, but it has the ability to stretch the field with Jordan Morris because of his speed, which was a factor that they just haven't had when he's been out. And then the other question mark is Victor Rodriguez. Is Victor Rodriguez the guy that they brought in, or is he the guy we've seen?
Right.
Because we've seen stretches for him where he's a difference maker. But if he can connect and help maintain possession, I think they're a better attacking team than they were in the past, and it takes away some of the defensive pressure off Roldan and off Svensson.
Guys, I got to jump in here. We got to pick. Headed to the podium right now, Seattle Sounders on the clock with number 44. Here comes Lino DiCulo.
With the 20th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft presented by Adidas, the Seattle Sounders FC select from Creighton University midfielder Joel Riedstrand.
Joel Riedstrand out of Creighton. Nice hair. Well done. A lot of product in that. He's already got the footballer's hair, as they might say. A midfielder. Seattle Sounders here, we went through their lineup, but now Sporting Kansas City is up next with pick number 45. They've done well in the draft in years past, but it's taken on less of an emphasis for them as the draft has changed. We had an incredible interview with Peter Vermees on Extra Time Radio in which
Great
he got
interview
he got
because I
real.
subscribe to.
Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate
No
that. You jumped right in there.
Yep, I liked it.
Peter Vermees and what he's done in Sporting Kansas City with these drafts in particular, he's had a great eye for talent, especially if you go back to the building of the foundation of this team. But still for him, the big question is number 9. The rest of that squad looks good. Looks good.
Well, according to Dave, you don't need goals from a number.
No, but this is important.
No, I
Taylor.
just don't think you need goals to win soccer games. I just don't think anyone should score.
No, Taylor, I'm going to hold you to this because you do not need, I will say this definitively, you do not need your center striker to be a primary goal. You need him to contribute. You do not need him to be a primary goal scorer.
I never said primary goals. But you're not, if you guys go back to Angelo Rodriguez, you're not spending $1.2 million.
He scored 4 goals in 11 games. If he plays a full season, he gives you 12 goals. Is that
Right.
enough?
That's 12 goals.
Yeah.
That you're acting
But
as
that's
if nothing.
good. But that's
Sporting Kansas City played with Kyrie Sheldon. How many goals did he score?
But that's
All right,
Stop
guys.
it.
All right, guys. Here comes
Stop
the pick.
it.
Here comes the pick.
You guys act like it's Olivier Giroud playing with Mbappe and everybody. Clean it up.
With the 21st pick of the second round, the 2019 MLS University of the Pacific midfielder Camden Riley.
That's Bobby's guy right there. Big Cam Riley.
It's a good pick.
Out of Pacific
What, the
City, talked
picture
to
or the pick?
Tristan.
Oh.
Tristan Blackman,
Come on,
his
that was
teammate
funny,
last year. He
dude.
spoke to him about what might happen here. What do you see
You
about
can't
it?
slam me and then have me be your audience
That's a
over
good
here,
point.
Taylor.
Good. Congrats, Camden, but this show's about me.
I think one way you can separate coaches is by the way they evaluate players. Specifically, this idea of a player profile. And if you had me go through every single player on this whole pile of pieces of paper over here, said, who is a Peter
Pieces
Vermees
of
player?
others, though.
I would have said this kid because he has bite. He covers ground. He's competitive. All reports suggest he's phenomenal in the locker room. It just feels like this is a Peter Vermees player.
All right, let's talk to Peter Vermees. Kalen Carr caught up with Peter before this pick was made.
Peter, you were pretty open with the Extra Time guys talking about the changing dynamics of the draft, but why is it still important for you guys with Sporting Kansas City?
Well, I think, look, you're doing everything you can to develop kids within your system, right, in your pro pathway. But at the same time, sometimes there might be some holes, and there are some players that are coming out from different areas that, at the end of the day, they have some good experience as well and some tools that could be very useful. So, they still have to prove themselves. They still got to find a way to make it. But I always think that there's opportunities, not just in your own system, but obviously around their country and also around the world.
You won the award last night for Executive of the Year last night. Congratulations. Gave an impassioned speech to the crowd alongside with the Academy of the Year award for your club. How have you seen this club grow to where it is now, and how has it provided maybe a blueprint for other clubs to follow?
I think, I think everybody's gonna have their own philosophy, right? But the most important thing is that once you decide on what that philosophy is, I think you have to put all your resources and everything you have, your commitment, your passion, everything behind it. For us, it's not just the investment of money behind our academy, it's also the commitment from all of our staff members. They all believe in the pro pathway. They're helping those players, not just as soccer players, but also on the human side, becoming, good people along the way as well. And so for us, that's an important aspect. We feel that doing it within our own system, it's going to provide I think, the most seamless way to transition those kids through the system, and in the long run, probably give us the best opportunity to find success because we don't have to worry about the adapting and adjusting part of a player coming from outside. That sometimes doesn't work because of so many reasons, where hopefully we can mitigate that with the process that we put them through, and then eventually get into the first team.
Awesome. Well, best of luck this year.
Thank you.
Peter Vermees doing his thing on the sidelines, one of the most winningest coaches in MLS during his tenure. I remember when he was hired, took over from Kurt Onalfo, had to walk into that head coaching position. That's what the ownership group wanted. Didn't know if he wanted it. Well, it's turned out pretty well. I call him the soccer czar in Kansas City.
Wait, what do you mean he didn't want it?
Well,
of course he did.
Yeah, he said he did. Okay, fine. Number 9. They got to get
With
one,
the 22nd pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft presented by Adidas, the San Jose Earthquakes select from Simon Fraser University midfielder Mamadi Camara.
Yes, they have to get a number 9.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one hole. It's the one hole.
But I'm going to tell you right now, if Christian Nemeth shows up fit, all of a sudden, I asked Peter right before the Western Conference Final, I said, you right now tell me in 2019 who your breakout player is. He didn't even think twice about it. Looked at me and said Christian Nemeth, because he can play that number 9 role with the way they want to play. Now,
he's done it before. It's been a while ago. They cashed in. Now they're coming back.
That's why it's a little bit of an X factor. But you trade Diego Rubio, and you guys know the details better than me. I'm off the top of my head, I forgot what they got for him. Nemeth is there. If Nemeth shows up fit and he's ready to compete, and then they go spend money on a number 9, that completes their team. I just look at Sporting Kansas City as one player away, one player.
I agree.
And it's a number 9.
I don't understand. In the same sentence, you said that he can be the guy. If you're a decision maker, do you trust that Christian Nemeth shows up fit and is ready to go, or do you go out and spend your money before the season upgrade?
You have to do both. You can't just have one. Yeah. You can't just have one.
Well, they have Eric Hurtado. They've got Busio can potentially play in that spot.
Busio will not play in that spot. Busio won't play in that spot, and to be honest with you, I'll be shocked if Busio's there much longer because of the amount of people that are calling for his services. But you have Nemeth, you have Eric Hurtado. That to me is one person. Then go spend money and put pressure on that. But Nemeth is an X factor because the Nemeth I saw at Sporting Kansas City before he went around the world, went to New England, showed up. If that Nemeth returns, guys, he's better than Diego Rubio. He's better than Diego Rubio. He's better than Kyrie Shelton. That helps his team. And the pickup of Kellen Rowe was genius because he fills so many holes if you need to lose a player here or there. They've been very good with their signings and their pickups, but my goodness, Sporting Kansas City, go get yourself a number 9. Or, go get one that just holds the ball up. And
but we've been saying this
good.
for 3 years, right? With Sporting KC. This conversation is the same conversation we've had for 3 years of, can they get over the hump? Yeah, they just need a big-time number 9, and they haven't done it.
Well, I don't know about that, though. I agree with you to a certain extent, but we also said they need to spend money. They did with Johnny Russell, right? They did with Crozet. So
they did with Gutierrez, too.
Gutierrez is a great
not
signing.
spending money. The name is a DP, but the number is not a high number.
No, but for them it is. You got to remember that. This is a franchise that didn't spend a ton of money. In that offseason, they went out in the A-League family and the ownership group, looked at it and said, this is spending money. I still think they need the number 9.
Yeah, I agree.
And you guys would
I fully agree with you that they need the
They got a guy that scores 15 goals at number 9?
100%.
All right, here comes the pick.
Over.
With the 23rd pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, Portland Timbers select from St. Louis University defender Lennart Hein.
That's cool. That's awesome. That's good. Go ahead.
28th player, I think, selected out of St. Louis. St. Louis University in the MLS SuperDraft. So
that's only 79 behind UCLA.
Yeah, SLU, Billikens, baby. We got a St. Louis guy sitting right next to us, and that's a good opportunity, I think, for us to ask you what the update is on those expansion hopes.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if St. Louis is not the next MLS expansion team announced or within that picture very quickly. The stadium, everything's coming together, and it's a huge part of arguably the most influential family in St. Louis. The Taylor family has come together with Jim Cavanaugh. If St. Louis gets into this league and builds the stadium, we just talked about Sporting Kansas City and the A-League family are huge proponents of getting them into the league. You're changing it. There's very few cities in our league, guys, where soccer is in the heart and soul of the city. There's no NFL team there. There's no NBA team there. It is a massive market where soccer literally will rival your NHL franchise, and I know the DeWitt family is going to be upset with this, but they're going to rival your St. Louis Cardinals, which is a baseball town. St. Louis soccer, since the 1930s and on, it's been in the heartbeat, it's in the soul. MLS knows that, and they want to try to make it work. I'd be shocked if they're not a team.
By the way, if that does come in, being a Kansas guy, someone who spent some years in Kansas City, all of a sudden you have a very natural, easy rivalry that already has, no offense to Cardinals fans, but when you come into Kauffman, you guys are annoying. You're the worst.
Absolutely,
You're the
because
worst.
we win, and you're going to bring up 1985, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll do whatever I want to do.
Don
Cardinal
Deckinger.
way. All right, we're on to the
He was
last
out.
pick of the draft here. Atlanta United at 48. Now, you see 49,
these
50,
two have
51.
no idea what we're talking
Yeah, I
about
know. They
right
have no
now,
idea.
right?
51, 52.
Not only do I not
As well
know,
as our baseball.
I don't care.
It's been 4 hours, all right? It's been 4 hours. By the way,
I'd
thanks
rather
for
talk
staying
about
with us
Leonard
here.
Hines' soccer ability than the Kansas City Royals.
1 p.m. on Monday is when rounds 3 and
Technical
4
center
go
got
down.
good,
Those
but
are
they
over
can play the ball
conference
over
call. You
distance.
can get
There
all
you go,
the
Leonard.
results
Left-footed.
at MLSsoccer.com, as well as all the coverage of this draft, all the interviews, everything you've seen on this show, additional reporting on site, Sam Stachel, Charlie Boehm, and the like. It's all there at MLSsoccer.com for you as we wait for number 48, Atlanta United, on the clock. We haven't really talked very much Atlanta United. Seems like they're sticking with that 30-plus million valuation for Miguel Almiron. Is that a mistake? Are they going to get into a place?
Well,
Yes.
Think about this. The alternative. That's what it comes down to. They have 4 DPs. They can only have 3. They have to sell him.
Well, that's not necessarily true because they could keep PT at River on loan. They could loan out Barco. There are things
You do not want
you
to
could
loan
do.
out Barco, though, because that is a very tricky situation. Because the last thing you want to do is he simply was bought as an asset for the Under-20 World Cup. More importantly, big picture, the reality is this. Atlanta United, you have to sell Miguel Almiron. Otherwise, all this conversation over the last 2 years around the world about us being a stepping stone to further your career, then all those South American players that you've been talking to are going to look at you and say, not so sure about that. So if it is 23, 24, 25 million, you do the deal because long view, long term, that resonates with all those young South Americans that want to come here to get to Europe. You have to do it. And them saying that Miguel Almiron only for 30 million, I'm sorry, if you get 24 million, 23, you do the deal because long term, it's better for your franchise.
With the 24th pick of the second round of the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas, Atlanta United select from Stanford University midfielder Amir Bashti. Thank you very much. That concludes the 2019 MLS SuperDraft, presented by Adidas. The MLS season kicks off March 2nd. Download the MLS app for all of your information. All the best.
Amir Bashti had some nice goals. Or 1, 2 goals at the combine? Just one, but it was nice. Coming out of Stanford, so, oh boy, Bobby Warshaw. Wade in here, my man.
Well, he's got plenty of ability. I mean, he can play football with the other guys on Atlanta. With Amir, it's some of the smaller things. Is he good enough defensively? Does he get the ball off the foot quick enough? But he was a U.S. Youth International. He has plenty of talent. For him, it's just learning how to use it at the next level.
How much time did you spend around Bob Bradley in the past, I don't know, week and a half? You've dropped football unironically like 4 or 5 times. I appreciate you, Bobby, and I've waited to call you out, but 4 hours in, we're doing it. Amir Bashti going to
Who's smarter, you or Amir?
That's hard.
Tough question. Unanswerable question, in fact. Here is round 1 for you. All 7 Generation Adidas picks going in round 1. We had some teams move up to get players they wanted. Shinishiki, taken by the Rapids. They know him very, very well. Moved up to number 5 to get him there. What's the big takeaway for you right here, Dave?
I think TFC is a winner in picking up Griffin Dorsey, a GA guy. While you've got all those experienced players, going to bring a little speed, a little versatility, and then FC Dallas goes out and gets probably 2 close to, if not ready, defenders, one on a GA deal to come into that team in Luchi Gonzalez's first year. So those are 2 options there of teams I think that had a good day.
From the player's perspective, having gone through the draft, one thing you can hope for is you just get put into a nice situation. You get put into a coach that can develop you, a system that fits you. And as I look at these players, it does. For the most part, these guys are all going into teams that fit their skill set and should be able to bring them into their professional career.
All right, round 2. Picks 25 through 48.
Overall,
yeah, a lot of FC Cincinnati here.
Yeah, overall, I think FC Cincinnati had a pretty good day. They got Frankie Amaya, one of the top players that they wanted. They brought in goalkeeper depth and a guy in Tommy McCabe. I think that is a good pick in the second round. Kamal Miller's the big one for me. I think that guy could play in Major League Soccer. Now, Orlando City gets him in the second round. And then the one we've discussed over the end, Peter Lee Vassell. A genuine asset, a full Jamaican international. You're getting him on loan for a year. You're bringing him into a team, I think, where he fits well for a coach who knows how to develop guys.
All right, first and second round, all the coverage, as I said, the draft tracker at MLSsoccer.com. Thank you so much for sticking with us here for 4+ hours. Thank you to you guys as well. Before I let you go, I need your final thoughts on the day. Taylor, we'll start with you.
First off, Matt Doyle, it was a pleasure filling in for you, and I hope you feel better. This is, I think 2019 MLS is at a real tipping point because I think what we've seen is a league that has grown, and now we've gotten a couple of franchises that are moving the ball further up the hill and pushing the bottom teams up. I think we're going to have an interesting year in some markets, and this jumpstarts what should be a very exciting 2019 regular season.
Take the baton, Dave.
Coming off the bat of what Taylor says, this draft, the way players moved around, is a microcosm of the different philosophies and the different ideas around this league. You have coaches and front offices that see the game in different ways, believe in different attributes, want different things. To me, it's the most exciting part of this league because each club becomes so unique. You saw it in the way this draft board moved around. Now, I'm not talking about these players, but just the attributes different coaches specifically targeted, and that's pretty exciting in that Major League Soccer. I think one of the most varied leagues in the world.
We spent a lot of money talking about we spent a lot of time talking about spending money and bringing new players in. A big part of MLS is developing. If you look at the top teams, they get the most out of the middle of their roster. So even though these players got drafted, the hard work starts for the players. The hard work also starts for the teams. Can you develop these players? Can you train them? Can you get the most out of them? Because MLS isn't just bringing guys in, it's getting the most out of them. It's coaching them up, and the hard work starts now for all these players and teams.
For the listeners at home, I don't think you understand from an outsider coming in here how hard you guys have worked for this, right? You guys put on a show here for 4.5 hours to the crew behind the cameras and everyone else, but you 3 gentlemen and Matt Doyle at home, very few people roll up their sleeves, get into this. You guys did a great job. It was a pleasure being here. I appreciate it.
Had a great time. My
Looking
final
forward to
thoughts
the
on
shopping
day?
spree now as a thank you. Right?
Lose my number,
exactly. Where are we headed to right now? My final thoughts on the day.
McDonald's.
There's more to come, folks. All the signings, everything else, trades. That is coming. Preseason starts very, very soon, and then March 2nd. That's what it's all about, the games on the field. For our producer, Chris Karen, for the army of people who made this possible, everybody in Chicago, everybody behind the cameras, in the control room, to you three, Bobby Warshot, David Goss, Taylor Twellman. I am Andrew Wiebe. Thank you for hanging out with us on this Friday. We'll see you real soon, everybody.